This stream is made possible by viewers like you.
Ray Parker Jr.
HeadshotH4rry is a zombie cat production. Before we get started, be sure to hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe button. If you're new here, stick around. We're going to be learning about some UFOs today. We're going to be listening to some podcasts while playing some Minecraft. Links to the podcast will be posted in the comments section after the stream. We got a good one lined up for you tonight, folks. Be sure to check out all the links below. You can find HeadshotH4rry on Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, and more.
Party time! Excellent!
Hello and welcome. I'm HeadshotH4rry.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe. You monster.
You monster indeed. Welcome to the channel. Hello, hello. I'm pulling up chat at the moment. When I start a stream, I got 100 things to do. I call it the ritual. I'm going through the ritual right now as we speak. Welcome to my channel. I'm HeadshotH4rry. Like I said just a second ago, we're going to be playing some Minecraft and also listening to some sweet UFO podcasts. We got a few lined up. We're going to be starting first with Jeremy Corbell and his latest featuring Richard Dolan. Richard Dolan is the man, as far as I'm concerned. If you want to learn anything about UFOs, I would start with these gentlemen, for which you are about to hear. All I ask is that you keep an open mind, and if it's your first time hearing about this stuff, I guarantee you won't believe it, because it is that fantastical. But to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson, nature is in no obligation to make sense to you. And on that note, I will get started on the first podcast, Jeremy Corbell on YouTube, featuring Richard Dolan and George Knapp.
Coming up in this episode of Weaponized, featuring UAP researcher, historian, and author Richard Dolan.
The whole topic of USOs and what other intelligences might be living in the waters, in the oceans and lakes, has been largely ignored.
Why is water associated with UFOs so much?
There's certainly a lot of action in the oceans and in the bodies of water of this planet. There's no question about that. The thing is, when I look at these data points, there's a certain consistency to a lot of them that I would not have expected to see. Like, why are almost all of the triangular USOs described as black? But they are. I think pretty much everyone thinks that there's a base near Puerto Rico. I would say probably to the north of that island is my best guess. But that island is like the king of USOs. There's just so much activity going on there. I mean, if you're the US Navy, I can't think of anything that's more important than like your fleet of nuclear-powered, nuclear-armed aircraft carriers, maybe the submarines, but those aircraft carriers are important. And there are cases of those things being shut down by these USOs. It's nuts, but it's right in there.
This is Weaponized. I'm George Knapp, reporting to you from my spacious villa here in Las Vegas, in the Mojave Desert. And as you can see, it is undergoing an amazing cosmetic transformation. We're really doing a lot of work here. Looks pretty nice, don't you think, Jeremy?
Yeah, it never gets old, man. Your boxes and archives. If people knew what it takes to go through those and try to find what's inside, I mean, you've always had that, man. It's crazy. Look at your organization system.
I'm going to make a prediction, Jeremy, before we bring on our guest, and that is this, that I predict that 50 years from now, the old-timers who are still around will still have nightmares and grumble about the brutal winter of 25. Oh, Lordy, this winter has been brutal. I mean, for one thing, it went on and on for forever. Must have lasted here in Las Vegas 11, 12 days. And the cold, we got down into the 30s, I think, twice. Brutal, People had to bring their brass monkeys into the house near the fire just to keep their extremities from falling off.
That's funny.
That's
funny,
Supposedly
George.
our guest tonight knows about the cold because he lives in upstate New York, which it's like Maui compared to here in Las Vegas, the brutal winter we had. No snow, rained one day. But this guy we're going to talk about is one of my favorite people who's ever taken up this topic.
Yeah,
Mine too.
Yeah.
Mine
yeah,
too.
me too, man. I remember, he comes out with these huge series of books. I remember the first time that I got kind of turned on to our guest's work. By the way, it's Richard motherfucking Dolan. Okay, so that guy. When I started reading his books originally, I was like, oh my God, we got a real historian who's putting things into historical context through time about the UFO, now UAP issue. And I really appreciated it. And he continues to create great work. Now, this book series that we're having him on for is because he released the first of a 3-part series. This book, this first one, has 178 sightings of USOs, unidentified submerged or submersible objects spanning, I think he started from early times to 1969 in this initial book. But a couple of things, George, that when I was kind of going through his introduction, a long introduction to this book, he said a few things that I thought were interesting to set this up. As of 2024, only 25% of the ocean floor and 5% of the ocean volume has been significantly explored.
I don't believe that.
Despite oceans covering 71% of Earth's surface. So
I don't believe
that's
that.
kind of an amazing way to look at this is, we talk about UFOs, but I was told early on, looking into this subject by a Navy admiral, he goes, why are you looking in the skies? He says, you should be looking under the water. That's where the majority of activity is. I was told that before I ever really spoke about UFOs publicly. So just to kind of summarize, with Richard Dolan's book series, he also created 172 USO encounters in a spreadsheet that's really interesting because it shows you over time and location. But why it matters, this is what I think is important for us and our listeners and viewers. Why it matters about USOs. We've talked about this a lot, George. You talked about why the water, right? So Richard brings up a few things about this. He goes, you can hide there. Water is steady, no wild swings in heat or cold compared to atmosphere. Water, he said, is incompressible. It offers pressure consistency compared with the air. The water also protects the cosmic rays and meteorites. Water might be the cosmic constant in a way for life out in the universe. What if aliens themselves come from water? So this idea that why the water is so important to the UFO topic or USO topic is because it might be this kind of nest where these things can come and go because of there's not an irregularity of pressure differences in heat and cold, and water might be abundant through our vast universe. So that's always intrigued me. I know people have said this back in the past, but this is a time when we're really looking at it because we can with modern technology. Do you think that's the same, George, or do you feel the same way that water plays a big role with the way that UFOs and USOs might be hiding from humanity?
Absolutely. It would make sense. Either they've arrived more recently and need a place to hide away from prying human eyes, or they've always been here. Maybe they've always lived down there. Maybe that's their basic home. Richard tackles some of those kinds of questions. What I like about him is the thoroughness, the meticulous research that he's always done. He's written several books that are absolute mandatory if you're going to be serious about the topic. UFOs and the National Security State, which I think was supposed to start as one book and then became two. And I don't know, it might still be three out there at some point. But I like Richard because of the depth and breadth of his knowledge on the topic, the fact that he still has a sense of humor, and the fact that he still has a sense of curiosity. A lot of people lose it, when they get UFO disease, and they want, all right, I don't want to hear any more cases or historical incidents. Show me the bodies right now, or I'm going to go home and suck my thumb and not paying attention to it anymore. But he is the preeminent historian in the topic. This new book, part one of 3 volumes, is outstanding. And I agree with you that the whole topic of USOs and what other intelligences might be living in the waters, in the oceans and lakes, has been largely ignored. Richard does a great job of digging up older cases, some of which were completely overlooked forever, some of which have been forgotten. And, it's like mining this great resource of information that's already available that most of UFO world completely ignores. So I really enjoyed reading it. I can't wait to go back and read it again slowly, and I can't wait to bring him on.
All right, well, let's do it, because since UFOs are transmedium, let's dive in. Richard, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, George, Jeremy, thank you so much. Thanks for that introduction. That was very nice. I have one correction. I have to say this. That spreadsheet you mentioned, it's not 172 cases on there. It is 672 cases. And I'm only saying this because I am not a spreadsheet guy. That was the first spreadsheet in my life that I put together, and it was brutal. That's a 37-page document. So I put a lot in there, and it's free. People can go download it on my website. We can talk about that later. But thank you so much for having me here. It's always a pleasure to talk to both of you.
Rich, let me ask you this. Was there an incident or a case that sort of started you down this path of looking at USOs? If so, what that was? And did you know when you started how big this would get?
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't really anticipate it would be this encompassing. The case, it's a fantastic case. So about 3 years ago, for my website, I've got really great, cool members there, and I'll do like different posts and video stuff or audio podcasts I'll do for them. So this one was on a case from 1945 by the Aleutian Islands, and it's one of the last UFO cases of World War II, or one of the last Foo Fighter cases, or whatever we want to call that, in the summer of 45. So Japan was still fighting, Germany had surrendered, and there was a U.S. transport ship coming back from Japan to Seattle, and they're passing by a tiny little island called Adak Island on the Aleutian Island chain. You would never want to go there for a vacation. It's utterly remote. It's brutal weather. It's terrible. High winds, all of that, northern Pacific. Even in the summertime, it's rough. So a transport ship is coming back there, and the men on this ship saw a disc-shaped object come out of the water, circle around their ship twice. It was a classic flying saucer, apparently. And then it just kind of zipped off. It was totally silent. It never, it didn't tilt when it banked. It just stayed level. It was absolutely silent. And about 15 years later, one of those crew members, his name is Robert Crawford, spoke to a number of UFO researchers, including a famous one, Dr. James McDonald, who's very, very well known, great researcher at the time, extensive interview. And so we have Crawford's testimony about this. Crawford always stated that he personally did not see the object come out of the water, but that other members of the crew did, and that he saw it when it was just above the water, rising up and circling. He watched it circle the ship. His testimony has been reviewed by a lot of other experienced researchers of the time. No one's had any problem with him. I think it's a great case, and it's not the only USO incident from that region. It's an absolutely remote area. The Aleutian Islands, it's right between the U.S. and Russia there, and but there have been a number of other cases that are UFO, USO activities from that region. It's just fascinating. That's what got me started, and I'll just complete the thought, I guess. So in the spring and summer of 2022, I thought, wow, that was an interesting little thing there. Let's keep going. I started looking for some more USO cases because, I mean, anyone who follows this subject for any length of time knows that the water aspect of this is really interesting. I mean, inherently, it's fascinating. It's like, all right, so it's one thing to see something zigzag in the air. That's really fascinating. That's cool. But to come out of the water, let's just get real here. That's like an extra step of crazy or an extra step of impossible. And yet we hear about these. And I thought, I know there's cases out there. Where are they? Where are they stored? Like, there's a couple of books, and I mean a couple, in the English language that have been done. The first one was in 1970, and then nothing for more than 30 years. And then we had another one, it was a good book, but that's it, basically. And a couple of others, not much. And so I thought, I want to collect these. I want to see where they are. So I hunted down different databases, online stuff, the National UFO Reporting Center. MUFON was really helpful to me. A gentleman named Carl Feint, who's no longer with us, he did really good work on this. And he had a now kind of semi-defunct website where he collected some cases. So I pilfered through all of them. I found a lot of old books, magazines, out-of-print things, lots of those. And I thought, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to find the good ones, not include the bad ones, and see what happens. And it morphed into a big statistical analysis. And I ended up getting an amazing illustrator who just did incredible renditions of it. And I put in a bunch of maps, and it just kept going. And I really loved this project. It was maybe my favorite project ever to do, because it was just so mind-blowing. The cases, these historical cases, I realize there are people who are like, who cares about the 1950s? Well, I'll tell you, if you read these cases from the 1950s, you just might care because they are absolutely fascinating. And so, and I'll just mention the second and third volumes are all written. The cases, I should say, are all done, all of them. And it's just, I'm going to organize them into kind of a nice book format. But all of that is in the works, and I think they'll all be out by middle of the year.
You know, people who are looking for understanding and knowledge about the UFO topic forget all these cases from years gone by. They just, either they never read about them to begin with, or they think that they're outdated. But you as a historian, you dig back into this stuff, you dig up sources and original material, and it's like finding golden nuggets. There's a great deal of stuff that really sheds light on what's going on now, right?
It blew my mind, George. Honestly, I thought I had a good handle on UFO case history. I think I do. But you know what? Most of these cases that I found, I'd never heard of before. A couple of them are famous. Maybe later we can talk about the Nimitz Tic Tac case of 2004. That goes into Volume 3. And as you both know very well, there's a USO element to that. But most of these cases are not that well known. In this first volume, most people who've studied this may have heard of the Shag Harbor case, and that's a good one, absolutely. But there's hundreds of others that are honestly every bit as riveting, and they've just been forgotten, discarded. And I thought, I don't like that. I want these people who experience these incredible moments in their lives, just the most incredible thing they've ever experienced. And not only are they forgotten, it's almost like they were never remembered to begin with. And so I just thought it's not right, and I want to resuscitate these cases to some extent, and that's what I tried to do. That's basically it.
What I loved about reading your book, this first one, Richard, is like you're showing us these statistics. You're doing better than Arrow at cataloging and telling the public what's going on. You said that transmedium capabilities were reported in 68% of the cases.
Yeah.
So I want to kind of touch upon that. People didn't know what transmedium meant. I said it on Rogan's podcast a long time back. He's like, what? Trans what? I go, transmedium. And he's like, what does that mean? And I'm like, explaining to him the idea that it comes from, space to air to sea, and there's no disturbance a lot of the time when it passes through these mediums. You also said that discs and ovals were the most common, with 22% of all cases in your book. So I just wanted to get I said it at kind of in the intro, but I want to get your perspective. Why is the water element potentially so important for these craft? Like, why is water associated with UFOs so much? Can you tell us why you think from your research?
I do. And there's a few things that I would like to add to that. First of all, the really interesting stuff that you, when you were quoting me before you brought me on, I heard that. And I just wanted to mention, I learned a lot of that from Kevin Newth, who is a great guy. He teaches here in New York State where I live. He's a highly, very smart man who has really studied the water. And I was listening to him talk about this, and he made these fantastic statements about why water would be an attractive medium for any visitors. And he pointed out a number of the things that you mentioned there, so it's totally true. The real question that I'm wondering is the water, is it more attractive than working in the atmosphere for them? I'm not really sure myself. There's certainly a lot of action in the oceans and in the bodies of water of this planet. There's no question about that. I think when I researched into this, it's obvious there's a lot going on. And what I was able to find, I have no doubt, is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there's much more that was never reported. But that's also true of ordinary UFOs or UAP. So what's more common? Is it the water or the atmosphere? And I can't say that I know it's the water. I don't know that it's more common, but maybe it is, and we're just not aware. But they're definitely in the water. I sifted through thousands of cases to get to the ones that I thought were really the good ones. But water's attractive. I mean, especially if you are them and you're watching these curious humans who like to stick their nose in everything and who notice everything and would notice you if you start hanging out there, and if you don't want them to be in your face all the time while you're doing whatever you're doing, the water might be a really great place for them to go. It's a protective environment, yes, without a doubt. The pressure is consistent, as you mentioned, protects from excessive electromagnetism or UV radiation. Those things might be a problem for them, but it definitely keeps them secure, for the most part, from invading human eyes and senses to a large extent. I noticed a few things when I studied these statistics, Jeremy. So it's true, disc-shaped objects were the most common, followed very closely by spherical or orb-type shapes. Those are interesting, too. Kind of similar to what you get with standard classic UFOs or UAP. But I noticed a few crazy things when I looked at these statistics that I had not expected at all. One of the data points that I track for each of these cases, because I did this with all of them. I put down about 15 specific data points for each case, and that's what I put into the spreadsheet. One was, did the thing occur in the daytime or at nighttime? It was very simple. I couldn't really tell, like, was it 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or that type of thing, but I could tell if it was day or night most of the time. And I noticed an absolutely critical behavioral change from the late 1960s. Prior to, say, 1967 or so, from all the cases that I collected, it was almost exactly 50-50 day and night. Slight advantage to daytime. After 1967, I swear it was like someone flipped a switch, and it was 75%, 3/4 were at night. And for military cases, it was even more extreme. Since 1967, almost 90% of military encounters with USOs took place at night. I think it's like 87.5%. It's ridiculous. It's like they can tell the difference between military and non-military craft, because there's definite, much higher likelihood that they'll approach a civilian craft in the daytime for whatever reason. And B, there's a behavioral change from the late 60s. For some reason, they decided to operate much more commonly at night. And that's good to ask. A couple of other things that I noticed. electromagnetic interference. Man. So I tracked EM interference for all of these. The first case that I detected that was from the early 1950s. So if I just take all of those cases from that point onward, it's about 9.5% of the USO cases I found have some kind of EM interference. It's like 1 out of 10. What's crazy is that military encounters were twice as likely to have electromagnetic interference. It's about 20%, not 10%. And in the few cases where there were reports of either missing time or sightings of beings, and there's some of those, in those cases, you're 4 times more likely to experience electromagnetic interference. And that's not something that I would have thought would be easily predictable, but it's right there in this data. The thing is, when I look at these data points, there's a certain consistency to a lot of them that I would not have expected to see. Like, why are almost all of the triangular USOs described as black? But they are. Why are nearly all of the disc-shaped or cigar-shaped USOs described as silver or gray? Well, they are. There are consistencies in these descriptions that they suggest to me that these stories are accurate. I mean, by and large, these people are telling the truth. And these intelligences that are behind this phenomenon, they're able to adapt to us. They're able to engage in behavioral changes, and they can absolutely, and when we're talking about the Navy, this is important, they can absolutely shut down U.S. aircraft carriers, battle cruisers, all of these things. They can do that. They have the ability to disable them, disable weapon systems, disable communication systems. Some of these come out really loud and clear in the second volume that I will be releasing, but a lot of them are in that first volume as well. And, I mean, if you're the U.S. Navy, I can't think of anything that's more important than, like, your fleet of nuclear-powered, nuclear-armed aircraft carriers, maybe the submarines, but those aircraft carriers are important. And there are cases of those things being shut down by these USOs. It's nuts, but it's right in there.
Share with us one of those. There's a really great one in your book where the U.S. Navy, they basically tried to shoot this thing down, and they failed because all their weapon systems stopped working. Pretty engaged.
Yeah. There's a few of these, but one from this volume, one of them took place in 1954, and it was aboard the USS Franklin Delano Roosevelt aircraft carrier. Now, the FDR was the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the fleet. It was very important. It carried nuclear weapons before very long. Actually, check that. I think it did. I want to be careful about that. But it was nuclear-powered. It was the first one for that. And that ship also had a number of UFO sightings throughout its service history, right up until the end in the 1970s. And the one in 1954 wasn't even its first UFO. It actually had one. There was something called Operation Mainbrace in North Atlantic, in the North Sea in 1952, and there was that. But this is a whole other thing. So yeah, you had an officer from the FDR writing years later about this. He did not give his name. Don't know who he is. He was very meticulous in his statement online. And he actually gave a minute-by-minute breakdown of what happened. Like, by the 12th minute, this happened. By the 14th minute, this happened. It was extremely meticulous. But he said, I have a wife and family to think about. I can't give my name. And this is his thing. So here's what happened. So the FDR was in an unnamed body of water. In fact, in 1954, the FDR was going from the Mediterranean for a 2-year-long refitting. And so it had to go to Seattle, which meant it had to go down the Atlantic. It couldn't go through the Panama Canal. It was too big. It had to go around the tip of South America and then up the other side. So somewhere along that massive route, the following thing happened. They're in the water. A very large cigar-shaped object descends from above. It's about 100 feet long, he estimates. It's like whitish, silverish. So they're all looking at this. and the weapon systems did not function. During this, I'm trying to get the exact sequence right. That object ascended high up and was gone, and then two disc-shaped objects emerged from the water, and this either the same or a larger cigar-shaped object descended. It's kind of weird. He said the second one that we saw was like 300 feet in diameter. Otherwise, it looked the same. What's going on here? I mean, I wondered. But anyway, the disc-shaped objects entered this cigar, and that tilted and entered the water. The whole thing lasted about 15, 20 minutes. He said that none of the aircraft that they were going to launch to intercept this would launch. Weapon systems did not function. And that's basically it. It was somewhere along the path when they were on their way to Seattle, I'm sure. I thought, that's one of 4 or 5 cases of the FDR. There was a man who served on the FDR shortly after that. His name was Charles Grzinski. And he was an 18-year-old kid in, I think it was like 1958, when he said, we saw a cigar-shaped object or some kind of, it looked like a cigar, and he actually said he could saw beings or some kind of silhouettes of people in there. He said, look, everyone on the deck saw this thing. He said there were at least like 40 guys. And I'm trying to remember his details. They certainly were not able to deal with this object, and then it departed. And then Grzinski, after he left the service, stayed in touch with a lot of anyone who'd served aboard the FDR, and he encouraged many of them to write about their experiences. And it turns out like a bunch of sailors who had served aboard the USS FDR wrote to Grzinski and wrote to various organizations about their encounters as well. We have their names. One was named Leon Treadwell, and there are a bunch of others. So these are known people who we know served aboard the USS Franklin Delano Roosevelt and had similar types of encounters to report for their ship.
Yeah, in that case, and in reading that case in your book, you had the exact quote. It was cigar-shaped, had windows. He said, I could see silhouettes of figures looking at us. They had no features, and you could tell they weren't human. And that's right before there was the cherry red flash, apparently, on the bottom side. And then he later said that the CIA boarded the ship under the guise of investigating like a supposed gambling problem.
Oh, right.
And he said it was all a smoke screen, was his exact quote, Grzinski. And that kind of has intonations towards the things we've heard in other cases where there's agencies, even with John Callahan and the aerial sighting, Alaska Airlines, the CIA came in, swooped it all up. You never saw anything. This didn't happen. So apparently that happened all the way back in that USO case in 1958 on the USS Franklin D. Roosevelt.
That's a fantastic point to make, Jeremy, because we are hearing throughout that the CIA keeps sticking its nose into the UFO cover-up. I remembered just a few months ago, Christopher Sharp, a journalist that I really like a lot, had a excellent story where he talked about, apparently, during the last hearing, where in around, I'm guessing, 2008, 2009, Lou Elizondo had to be involved in this, where there was an attempt to get some kind of legacy tech from Lockheed Martin to the DIA and the OSAP program. And Chris Sharp wrote about this. And Mike Gold, who was at the hearing, was working he was working for Bigelow Aerospace at the time, and that's important because this was supposed to be transferred to Robert Bigelow. And we're told that a senior CIA agent or officer, Kevin or Glenn Gaffney, stopped it twice. So again, CIA.
Well, I can tell you that's true. I can tell you absolutely that's true. I reported it before. I wasn't able to say until after the New York Times story came out, but yeah, they were supposed to get it. It was one of the primary reasons Bigelow signed the contract. He spent $1 million retrofitting one of his aerospace hangars to get this stuff and then and they were promised it. They had conversations, and then it was stopped by CIA. You have MIB types showing up all over in these instances in your book of, and where they take that stuff, I guess we'll never know. It makes sense after you reading about USOs in this book, why the U.S. Navy would be such a key player. I remember when I first met Bob Lazar, and he told me that he worked for the U.S. Navy out there in the desert at Area 51 or S4. It didn't make any sense. Why would the Navy be involved in this? But, you know, you look at it, they have a global presence. They have sensor systems that are the best of the world, planes, ships everywhere. And, you know, if, in fact, there are so many USO incidents, things coming in and out of the oceans, it would make sense that the U.S. Navy would be at the forefront. You know, we always think of Air Force as the supreme bad guys in this whole topic, very uncooperative about UFOs, but the Navy's had a different attitude, especially in recent years.
Totally. And, you know, one thing about the Navy, and only recently have I let myself really think this through. I'll probably include some thought on this in the second or third volume, but just imagine, like, you're the U.S. Navy. So, and you've got submarines. So you're under the water, and you know the Soviets, the Russians, they've got their submarines. So there's that whole game going on. You have to worry. Are they going, if they can launch nuclear weapons, you have to be aware of where those submarines are. They're going to be aware of you are. And you've got this little dance that you're doing for decade after decade. In the deeps, in the dark, you're using your sonar to detect them. But then you detect this other stuff. I mean, I can't personally imagine something that would be creepier if I'm in a submarine, a couple of 100 feet below the water, and you're getting sonar readings that you know are not an enemy submarine or any other submarine. And this is what happened. So how could they not take that to the highest level of seriousness? It's like, this is great mystery. It's this great unknown thing and high drama. So, yeah, fascinating.
I mean,
stuff.
and the activity just keeps going. If I had a nickel for every sailor that stops me on the street or calls me and tells me about their encounters with these, you know, strange phenomena. There was one female, I don't think we released, George and I don't think we released this interview, but I won't even identify the ship. It's one of our Navy ships. She was, you know, on the main part of the control center of the deck that was up, and you could see outside, and a light came down, a craft came down, shined a light so bright, her exact description, which is recorded, so one day we should release this, George. She looks at her hand, and it was so bright, she couldn't see her hand in front of her. It was like a very bizarre, it was just so bright. And this happened, I think, in the Arabian Sea. These encounters with our military ships are so much more prevalent than is ever reported. And that happens in the South China Sea. That happens with swarms on the West Coast, on the East Coast. I mean, if I could report on everything that we get modern day, it happens all the time. It's not just 2019 like George and I reported on. It's not just that. It's happening to this day. It's been happening throughout history. But you've seen, Richard, you've seen how people over time, they want to take care of their families. They don't want to break from the fold. They don't want to come out. Even Commander Fravor is like a big deal to talk about it till he was, you know, out of the military.
Yeah, they're afraid. And that's so true. That's so true what you say. And by the way, I would love to hear some of those stories myself from you. But one thing that I noticed with these Navy stories, this is almost typical. In fact, it is typical that the way that I would find them, and I have a lot of U.S. Navy stories in all these 3 volumes. Classic incidents would be like a guy would write 25 years, 30 years after the fact to something like the National UFO Reporting Center. Sometimes anonymously, sometimes they give their name, but they would always say, yeah, I was in the Navy back in 1973, and I was in this body of water on this ship, and this crazy thing happened, and I've never talked about it till now. That's classic. So they know they're not supposed to, or they were told not to talk about it, typically. But then they do. Like, you know, time goes on, and they're either like, I'm sick and tired of this, or I'm just people have a need to know, or for whatever reason, and they end up talking about it. But that's so typical for U.S. Navy personnel. That and you can understand why, because it's just there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of fear, There are career repercussions for these people, and it's no surprise that they don't want to jeopardize any of that.
Did you see George's footage from his Netflix show where that object, and I was like highly skeptical. I talked to the guy Rory that was out there. Did you see that footage of that object appearing to go into the water and illuminate underneath the water on his Netflix show?
I don't know if I caught a lot of those episodes, and I'm now embarrassed. I think I trailed off in the middle of it, but I'm not done, so I'll come back on Netflix. It's great. I like it very much. The last time I left off, you were down at the Mexican coast there in the Gulf of Mexico, and you were out with some of the guys in a boat.
Right.
And I remember that, and they were detecting strange anomalies, but I don't remember a large illuminated object, so that may be later.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we caught video of it going into the water. I mean, it put on a little performance. I'll send you, there was an analysis done by another group online.
Where's all my scaffolding?
And then they did an analysis of the object, blew it up, but I'll send it to you.
Thanks. Well, I'll go check it on the Netflix episode because it is good. And I'm a little embarrassed here now that I have to say I don't think I saw that one.
No, who's got time to watch everything, man? But it's a cool case and it's important. We did a weaponized on it.
You know,
The Gulf of Mexico is active, as I'm sure you both are aware. There are some very, very fascinating cases that I found, and some recent ones too.
I'm sorry, what did you call it?
Oh, the Gulf of Mexico.
Your book makes a great point about certain hotspots, that being one of them. You know, the Bermuda Triangle, for all the furor over whether that's a legitimate mystery or not, off of Puerto Rico, off of Southern California. You have some great information about the nature of these hotspots. It suggests that maybe there's a base there. That's why people see them so often in the same spot. Could we detect them if there's a base there? I know you make the point in the book that only 5% of the deep ocean has been sort of mapped, the floor of it, I think. And I know that there's some current mapping exercises that they're trying to cover the whole thing. Would we be able to see them if we were actually looking?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so one area where I would look for a base would be the massive deep Puerto Rico Trench, which goes down more than 5.5 miles. And I doubt that our mapping project is going to get down to the bottom of that. Maybe they will. Who knows? I don't know. We have a long way to go before we can map that whole floor. So the ocean floor, I think I learned this from Tim Gallaudet. So this is what he said to me. 25% of the ocean floor, 5% of the volume. I'm thinking even 5% of the ocean volume, that's a lot to me. That's a lot of volume, but only 5%. So, yeah, there's a lot of opportunity to find a base, I would imagine. But personally, I looked for any kind of hint of alien bases. And the best that I could find were a number of researchers over many years offered their conviction that there was a base in this location or that location. So I think pretty much everyone thinks that there's a base near Puerto Rico. I would say probably to the north of that island is my best guess. That island is like the king of USOs. There's just so much activity going on there, particularly after the 1970s. It's just crazy. Catalina Island, the whole Channel Island area is obviously very active. In fact, I'd say the whole California coast is very, very active, going right down to Baja, down by where the Nimitz was. But then what most people don't really think about in terms of at least the Western Hemisphere is the northeastern coast of the U.S. It's incredibly active there, going up into Canada as well. When I had all my little pins from my Google Earth for every little case that I tracked, and that area is extremely dense. The Gulf of Mexico, I'm just going to call it that, very active. And then leaving the Western Hemisphere, or South America, near Buenos Aires, I think there's a lot of reason to think there might be a base there. Going over to Europe, I know there were European researchers who believe there was one in the Bay of Biscay, which is off the coast of France in the Atlantic. Maybe the Black Sea, I would absolutely say yes, I would believe that, looking at a lot of Soviet cases that I studied. And then somewhere in or around the South China Sea, I don't know exactly where it would be, but I think there's got to be something there because there's a lot of activity out in that part of the Pacific.
Can I ask one more question, Jeremy, and then you take it from there? Richard, you mentioned the Bay of Biscay. There's a case in your book looking at some really old incidents, something far, far back, I forget what the year is, but where something came out of the water and fried people. It burned animals, it burned people. Could you recall the details of that one?
Oh, God. No, I can't, actually.
Okay.
Oh. Yes. This might be one from 1740. I don't know if that's what you're thinking of, George. If this is not the one, then...
It's 949, year 949. Bay of Biscay in Spain.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So this one, I was a little skeptical of it, so I'm just going to say that here. So I looked at a lot of early potential USO cases. And I was not bound by saying I'm going to start in this year and ignore everything before that. No, I wanted to find out what are the earliest really solid cases that worked for me, that I thought I could get behind this. So there was one from the year 949. It's over 1,000 years ago. And it actually was something that initially came off the coast of northern Spain and then came down, hit a bunch of cities that spanned over like a couple of 100 miles and caused all kinds of damage to buildings and people and animals. So here's my problem with this case. First of all, communications in the year 949 were not good. Very difficult. So that's one thing just to keep in mind. Doesn't mean nothing happened. Something could have happened. But we're talking about a fireball that was said to rise out of the sea and then cut through a path almost 200 miles inland. I mean, really significant, or maybe over 100 miles inland. That there was a city called Zamora that received a lot of damage, supposedly. Now, here's what I know. In 949, Spain, that part of Spain especially, was the scene of a lot of fighting between Spanish, Christians, and Muslims who were occupying a lot of the country. There's warfare going on. And there was a lot of warfare going on between all of those Spanish kingdoms, including the Basque people, who were always irreconcilable, but a whole bunch of others. And one of those towns that was hit by a big fireball, supposedly, was conquered a couple of years later by the Muslims. I mean, when I look at a case like this, I'm like, does this really strike me as a genuine craft or something that really came out of the water, goes 100 miles inland? And I'll just be honest and say I was a bit dubious about that. So I discussed it, but I did not include it as a genuine case.
Same thing about Christopher Columbus. That's a fairly well-known incident in UFO world that Columbus saw something.
He did.
What do you make
he
of
wrote
that?
About it. Yeah, no, that's a little more, that's a stronger case. And I include that, the late Stanton Friedman always said, I keep that in my gray box. He's like, I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's in the gray box. So I'll say the Columbus sighting for me is in my gray box. So what happened was Columbus and his 3 ships, they were less than 1 day from sighting land. So sometimes people forget they were like very close to the island that is now Haiti and Dominican Republic, Hispaniola. So the night before, or like less than 24 hours before, he sees this light, and it's kind of bobbing up and down a little bit. It's kind of going back and forth. He doesn't know what it is. One of the other crew members of his ship saw it equally well. Columbus wrote all about it. And that's about all that we have of it. And he told his son about it. His son wrote about it a couple of years later as well. So we have a couple of things about this. And I don't know what this was that he saw. Like, there's a couple of theories. Did he see bioluminescence? I don't think so. I give my reasons why. Was Columbus fooled by the ship that was probably ahead of him? They may have had lights. That would have been a rookie mistake for a guy like Columbus, who was one of the best sailors of his generation. I doubt he would have been fooled by that. Could it have been a light from land? That's possible, except he was probably, I tried calculating all of this. This is crazy. I think he was probably, the curvature of the Earth might have been a little too much to see a light at that time, unless they were on an elevation like a hill, which could have been the case. So I don't really know what he saw. I have no idea. I would say there's a decent likelihood that he saw something on land. I think it's entirely possible. He was close enough to have seen something. But the fact is, even that's not the best explanation, and I just don't know what he saw. So it is a mystery. And I did think like it deserves to be written about, except I didn't include it as a formal case, but I did want to do my best to discuss it.
You wrote somewhere in your book, you said a handful of encounters indicated attempted USO retrieval operations.
Yeah.
That's a big talk right now is, where have we retrieved these from? Do you have one case that stands out for you when it comes to USO retrieval operations?
Yeah, none of them are rock solid strong, in my opinion. They all have different holes in them and weaknesses. There's two I'll mention. I'll try to be efficient here. So one was a case from 1962 in the Pacific near Johnston Island or Johnston Atoll. It's about a couple hundred miles from Hawaii. And during 1962, the U.S. did a lot of nuclear detonations out in that area. And it was called Operation Dominic. It's got a Wikipedia page and all of that. So one gentleman who I spoke to at length, his name is out there. He's known. His name is David Noble Whitehorse. He's a great guy. He served aboard a USS Navy vessel in 1962. They were doing nuclear detonations, and he had a whole story that I actually wrote about previously where he believes, and it does look like, he said we would have bogeys and UFOs every single time before there was a detonation, because he was participating in a bunch of these, which were going on at the time. He said they would all disappear before the detonation, except this one time. He said one craft apparently did not get out of town fast enough, and it went down, and it was tracked. He actually saw it go down with some of his shipmates, and he discussed an attempted retrieval operation with someone that he met years later at a bar at Guantanamo Bay. Two Navy guys talking, and he believed that this was the diver who was sent the next day to do a reconnaissance of it. I've since thought about that case, and my question is, where the hell are you going to go down? I mean, the Pacific Ocean down there is 3 miles or more. You can't bring a diver down there. It's not possible. So I don't know where they would have been, unless he was like right at the coast of one of these atolls. I don't know where they would have been. That said, that was a failed USO retrieval attempt, according to David. I spoke to another guy who was a former Navy person who, everyone gets their stories secondhand. So he was at the International UFO Congress about 10 years ago. Awesome place to hang out, where they were having it at that time. And he chatted with the Southern Navy guy. And the Southern Navy guy said, yeah, I served aboard the USS Nautilus. So the Nautilus was the first nuclear-powered submarine, very important. And he said the Nautilus had a refitting in the mid-'60s, which turns out that's true. And he said the refitting allowed it to have a hatch that would open that would allow you to take in certain USO craft, as long as they were smaller than a certain size. And he said we took in a couple of them, a bunch of them. So now that's interesting. I did a whole deep dive into is it possible for a submarine to retrieve these things? Where could a sub retrieve them? You'd have to be on an ocean shelf. You couldn't retrieve these at the bottom of the floor. You'd need a claw for that. Maybe they would use claws. But there's a lot of ocean shelf that would be worthwhile that a submarine, in theory, could retrieve. If you're less than 1,000 feet below the surface, a submarine can go there, and it could be possible. And I just did whatever research I could, but about 10% of our oceans are where you have a shelf, so it's shallower. You're not going down to the deep waters there. And it could be entirely feasible that you could do a retrieval operation with a submarine in the shelf areas. And that could be also, the Shag Harbor case of 1967. All that water there, this is off the coast of Nova Scotia, that's all super shallow there. You're not into deep ocean. And the Nautilus was back in action in 1967, and it operated in the Atlantic waters. I actually thought it might have been possible that the Nautilus could have been sent to do a potential retrieval of whatever went down at Shag Harbor in 67. But I'm just speculating there. But I think it would have been entirely possible that they would have been tasked with going there. But as far as retrieving these things, I don't think there's any question that if you're the U.S. Navy, you would absolutely do anything you could to retrieve these things, just like you would if they were on land. I don't think there's any question about it. We just need confirmation.
Graham Bethune. That's a name that I learned when I first took a dive into the UFO subject. A really classic case.
Totally.
Again, one that's largely been forgotten. Can you share with our listeners what the details were about that, why it's important?
You bet. I was really jazzed. I got to meet Graham Bethune back in 2004. That was a long time ago. He was still around. I think I was in New Jersey. Can't remember. Anyway, so Graham Bethune was a U.S. Navy pilot in 1951. And he talked about this many times. This is a very well-known account. People can research this. So they're flying back from, I think, Greenland or Iceland he's past Greenland, and they were heading into North America with a bunch of high-level Navy brass on the ship, or some fairly high-level people. And what he has said is this: him and his crew, so it's dark, it's nighttime, they're past Greenland, headed toward Canadian waters. And an object, a lighted object, seems to come out of the water. Now, he's up in the air. This is how it looked. There was nothing down there. Suddenly there's a light. And within a couple of seconds, that light is right next to their aircraft. It's like right there. And they're looking at it, he and his crew, and it's a flying saucer. He's describing it in detail. It's got various types of lights. He could see what distance it was. It was very close for quite a while, right at their wing. And Bethune's attitude was, I have no desire to report this. There is no way in hell I want to have this hassle. Like, this was the typical attitude of all of these pilots back then. But this object was with them for the longest time, and it maneuvered around the aircraft more than once. First it's on one wing side, then it's on the other wing side. This thing was incredibly maneuverable, and it just seemed to be checking them out, as far as he could tell. This went on for quite some time, and then it just took off, and it was gone. When he landed, he talked a lot about this too. There were, I think they were CIA people, or they might have been some other military intelligence, and I can't quite remember which. Or maybe he didn't even know. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at the account. But he said one thing that they did is they showed us pictures. He said they knew a lot more than they were letting on, and they wanted to know every single thing that we noted about this craft. They were very, very, very interested in it. So that was Graham Bethune. That was in February of 1951. And I've always thought that was a heck of a case. Got to meet the guy. He was a very impressive man, if I may say. Even at this point, this is a half century after his encounter. He was an elderly gentleman. But he was extremely dignified. You could tell he was a highly intelligent guy.
You also mentioned a name that Jeremy and I are very familiar with, Bill Cooper. Of course, Bill Cooper is known now for his book, Behold a Pale Horse, or as some people say, Behold a Pail of Horse Shit.
Yeah.
Bill, he had a way of allowing facts to not get in his way. But you note that the incident that he described, which is sort of how he started down the road of looking into UFOs, that might be a real incident.
Yeah, I think so. I had a long conversation years ago with Don Ecker of UFO Magazine. Great guy.
Yep.
Don Ecker was like, Cooper's full of shit. Don't believe him. And Don really knew what he was talking about. It's like, I respect what he has to say here. And it's true. It's like, when you read Cooper, the thing that really made me convinced Cooper was full of it was this whole thing with the JFK assassination.
Yep.
We don't have to get into that, but that was just a load of crap, honestly. But I think I don't know if he had the ability to convince himself that these things were true. I do know, I remember listening to John Lear. You guys knew John Lear way better than me. But John Lear, I think, was afraid of Cooper at times. That's the impression I had.
With good reason, too. Yeah.
Yeah, Cooper was packing weapons, and he was not stable. Then he dies in a shootout with federal marshals, so there's that. But anyway, so Cooper, we learned about Cooper, back in the late 80s with the basic bare-bones bulletin board systems that was on the internet. And he talked about being aboard a submarine called the USS Tiru in 1966. And when you read his description, I mean, it's very... There's actually nothing even sensational about how he describes it. So you can see it's very factual in how he's describing everyone involved. So what he's saying is, submarine has surfaced, which it does, and they're out. It's a sunny day, and he's above, and he's with a couple of other guys, and they see this object come out of the water, and it's very big. And they watched it do this more than once. By the last time it was entering and exiting the water, they had brought the, I think it was the commander of the submarine who was with them watching this. They had binoculars. They had a really good view of this. And Cooper, he was a young guy at the time. And reading his account, there are things about Cooper where, over years that I would read, and I wouldn't believe certain things that he said. But this thing I've always believed. And you can take it or leave it. I mean, people can decide what they want. There's no FOIA documentation on this. I don't really know that I can absolutely prove it. But it is Cooper's story, and I just tend to think it strikes me as credible, and I thought I would include it.
I did the first TV interview with him in 1988. He came on with Lear.
Oh, wow.
Told the story about the JFK assassination, and then he had explained to us on the air that he's really scared. He's going to tell his story, and then he's disappearing forever, going into hiding. And, obviously that didn't happen. Within a month or so, he was charging $100 a head to have dinner with him and speaking at conferences. And each time he told a story, he got bigger and bigger than the time before. And anyone who criticized him, and Don Ecker and I worked on something similar together, if you criticized him, then suddenly he remembered seeing my name on the list of the secret cabal controlling the UFO story.
Well, with the JFK thing, I'll just say, I remembered reading something that he'd said about this, where he said, when I was in the Navy, this is in the early 70s, I think, he said, we were briefed, my special group was briefed that the driver had shot Kennedy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, sure. Sure you were briefed on that. Like, you were not briefed on that, man. And the analysis of the film, where it could look like it, that's like a fifth-generation copy of the VHS that was sent to John Lear. You guys know this story better than I do. By a Dutch filmmaker, I think, who was trying to get backing for his JFK thing, and he thought John Lear would do it.
Yeah, Lars Hansen. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. And anyway, I think Cooper was just... that made me think, okay, I got to really be careful. But I do believe... I think his USO story, it always struck me as true. When you read it, I can't know for sure, but it strikes me as meticulous enough that I'm inclined to say, maybe it happened. And my illustrator did a depiction of that, which I thought actually was pretty...
Oh, the illustrations were terrific. Jeremy, you're the artist in the crowd. Those illustrations of these incidents were awesome.
Yeah, they were totally awesome. I grabbed a bunch of cases. You had an illustration of one that sunk home with me. And I think I've mentioned this, Georgia, I've mentioned this before, which is that during the New Jersey drone swarms, a contact reached out and said, look, some of these are very explainable, people that are protecting critical infrastructure, I'll say, right? But some of these aren't. So there is footage of a pyramid-shaped object coming out of a river right next to a facility, a critical infrastructure facility, and hovering and loitering over that facility. I can attest there is footage, but it's highly guarded. And in fact, to date now, it's been scrubbed from the system. And I've been looking into that and what the system is. I think it's Honeywell, but it's no longer there for those employees to access. But what was so interesting was it was described as pyramid in shape. And you don't hear that tons, but you did have a case in your book. And it was 1767 in Scotland. And I have like some of the exact words. I want to read it and just get your opinion on it. An uncommon phenomena was observed on the water, preceded by a thick, dark smoke, which soon dispelled and discovered a large, luminous body like a house on fire, but presently, after it took that form, something pyramidal. And it talks about how it rolled and went up the river and all that stuff. Then it did some crazy shit with like a person and a horse. But
Yeah.
my question to you is, that's how many times do you hear about the pyramid in shape?
Not many. That's very rare. A couple of these shapes are like common ones: disc, cigar, sphere. Get some triangles. The pyramid, no, it's much more unusual. And that particular one, that's at a little river called Cooper Angus, up in Scotland. And this is a river. It's a little, not even a big river. It's a small little river, but sometimes this does happen. That's a very strange case because it's written in that's a very meticulous account. There's no reason to dispute it. What the heck was that thing? I have not the slightest clue. I just don't know.
Yeah.
But it's good enough. It is detailed enough. I thought it's got to. People ought to know what it is. Maybe I don't know what kind of naturalistic explanation that could be. Honestly, I have no idea. Some of these kind of make sense, even if you're thinking of ETs or aliens that are here, and some of them don't easily make a lot of sense. Like I'm trying to figure out, like what's your plan here? Coming out of this little river, burning some of these things along the way. Like, what are you trying to do? And I just can't figure that one out.
Richard, did you get into Colares in Brazil at all in one of the volumes?
Yeah. That's going to be in the second volume. And I'll talk a little bit about this. So one thing that I learned in tracking these cases, and this was a little bit of a surprise at the time, was that one decade had so many more USO cases than any other, and that was the 1970s. And like, it's crazy because this is pre-internet. It's like, it's not the easiest thing to report a case back then compared to today. And by the way, the 2010s were the second biggest decade. So we've had some recent decades that are quite active. But anyway, the 1970s were just massively active. A lot of electromagnetic cases, like interference cases. But anyway, Colares, Brazil, is at the mouth of the Amazon River there. It's a massive flow of water coming out into the Atlantic Ocean there. And as a lot of people who study this subject do know, in 1977 and 1978, there were a series of truly awesome and sometimes fatal encounters that people there had. There was a UFO journalist researcher named Bob Pratt who was very active in investigating this. Jacques Vallée got down there. He wrote about it. We know about what happened in Colares to a large extent. The Brazilian military sent an officer down there to do an investigation. His name at the moment escapes me, but we know who he is. Talked about it. So there were cases of objects coming in low, burning people, causing illnesses and sickness. But there were a few cases also of objects coming out of the water there. And so those were ones that I included in that study. And that will be discussed at some length in the second volume of this series, which will be out less than 2 months, I'm pretty sure. Maybe a month and a half, I'm hoping.
Jeremy, you better book Rich for that show then, 2 months from now. Although, Tic Tac comes later, I wanted to raise it now in the sense of, Dave Fravor had told us, we've interviewed him on this program a couple of times and elsewhere, he had said he saw something under the water, something really big, about the size of a 747, that was kind of churning under the water where the Tic Tac was bouncing around up in front of it. But as Jeremy, who did some pretty deep digging has found, the sensor systems that should be able to see something that big of the U.S. Navy didn't see anything. And I just wonder if you could address the idea that if they don't want to be seen, they're not seen, either visually or on sensors or anything else. Nobody picked up that there was a large object down there, although Dave Fravor says he saw it. And, the fact that the Tic Tac was there, sometimes they could lock onto it. There were multiple objects over a couple of weeks, and other times they could not. Same thing with the 2019 incidents where the USS Omaha was surrounded by 12 to 14 of these fairly big things. They disappear from radar, zip in, zip out. Can you address the general idea, if they don't want to be seen, we're not going to see them?
Yeah, probably. I think that's probably more true than not, generally speaking. I mean, we do detect them often enough, but a lot of times they seem to just wink out. In the case of the Nimitz encounter from '04, I'm with you guys. I think there's a very good reason to consider that as a USO case. There is eyewitness testimony to this coming from Fravor, even though I know he has publicly said no, there's no USO there, but there's been a lot of other talk about that case coming from different quarters that have supported this idea of a large object under the water, and I think it's true. But these things can be very elusive, extremely. So, for example, starting in the late 60s through the 1970s, we know that the Soviet Navy encountered these things that they called, I'm sure I cannot pronounce this properly, but in English it's spelled kavakari, and it's the Russian word for croaking, or like frogs croaking. And the reason they call them that is because these things gave a sound with the sonar that sounded like a croaking sound that you'd get with a frog. And so they called it that. And for more than a decade, at least, Soviet submarines encountered this. And the things would appear, they would track along with the sub for a certain period of time and then just disappear. And they could not figure out where the hell these things went to. So there's definitely a mysterious element to these craft under the water. I don't think there's any question they have this ability. Plus, they can go at speeds vastly beyond the fastest submarines we have. I mean, on occasion, they have been tracked going at well beyond 100 knots, sometimes more than 200 knots under the water. Submarines can't do that. So they're elusive. And I do think, overall, if they don't want us to detect them, we're probably not going to. Although our technology is getting better and better. I mean, one of the things that I learned in the course of doing this project is the advances of naval technology and just having sensors, sonar systems in the water, the system known as SOSUS. I learned a lot about that, and these other methods by which they can detect things. So they've become, much more sophisticated in a pretty brief period of time. I've got to think that they are detecting a number of these objects, but they don't like to talk about it. That is for sure. The Navy does not like to talk about this.
My question is just, what are they doing? This is something, if you listen to the first interview that I did with Commander Fravor, I asked him, what were these things doing? And that is when he was describing that there was a cross-shaped object that appeared to be under the water, even though the white water was circular. And I think he kind of backs away from things that he doesn't know for sure. So I think that's why he's kind of coy about if there was something under the water. He can tell you there was white water that was above, and it was circular. And the moment that Tic Tac left, that white water started dissipating. But originally he told me straight up, and others have said too to me, that they believed it was docking. That was their word, docking with something, even if it's just information docking. What's always kind of bothered me, and I know we can't figure this riddle out here right now, but what were they doing? They were doing a job. Whatever was going on, they were up extreme altitudes. They would loiter at about 20,000 feet. Then they'd drop down instantaneously. They were doing something. It was almost as if they were just discovered by Commander Fravor and the Black Aces when they were tasked to go out there. But what were they doing? What could the possibilities be of what they were docking with and what they were doing? We can't answer it, but it drives them crazy.
I suspect that because the Nimitz encounter, it's an incredible encounter. It's one of the best documented ones of all time, and it's rightly as famous as it is. But it's one of many military encounters. It's not the only one. And in all of the preceding ones and the later ones, what it looks like to me, the intelligence is operating these objects. They're interested in us, and they're interested in the capabilities of the U.S. Navy. I believe. So, for example, we mentioned the USS FDR earlier. That was a very important ship, and that ship we know had numerous encounters with UFOs and USOs. I personally think, if you put it from the perspective of an alien presence that's here, let's just say. So let's just say they have a presence in the ocean. They have got a presence out of the ocean too. But they're down there, and they see in the space of a couple of generations, we human beings went from having no ability to detect them whatsoever and basically no presence in the deeps to suddenly having a significant presence in the deeps and having likely the potential of detecting them. I can imagine that they would be very interested in tracking all of the new things that these humans are doing, particularly so when these humans are themselves engaged in warfare that has nothing to do with the aliens. The U.S. and the Russians, goes back a long way. There's always this tension. There's always this threat that we could have a nuclear holocaust. This is not a trivial threat. And even if you're a super intelligent, powerful alien group, if the humans decide to have a nuclear war, maybe that will affect you as well if you're here. So I could imagine they are interested in what we are up to. And I have this is only my suspicion, but in 2004, we were just beginning the global war on terror. That was all early stages. I don't know what the specifics of that naval exercise were that they were doing at that time, but it wouldn't surprise me that it would be important or that it would involve cutting-edge technology. And, one thing that we know, of course, is that the communications of that fleet were highly encrypted. And when they go to the cap point, 50, 60 miles away, that craft was there before our guys were there, and that should not have been possible. So they were able to decrypt. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like they were able to decrypt, or they wouldn't even need encryption or decryption tech. Who knows? But they were able to figure things out that defeated our most advanced encryption technology. So they seem to be conversant with our leading tech, and I suspect they're interested in it, and they're just taking notes.
We've seen technological leaps where we, humans, the U.S. in particular, are building things that look like what they fly. And now the same thing is true in the oceans. You've seen this video of this experimental craft, looks like a manta ray.
Yeah.
That could be transmedium at some point. It's going to create a lot of confusion, I think, going forward once that's deployed. It's harder and harder. Design. It's harder and harder to determine what's ours and what is unknown. But we don't have transmedium technology that can do what's been described by them, wherever they're from. We don't have that. We don't have it now, and we didn't have it 50, 75, 500 years ago either.
I have to agree with you on this, George. 15 years ago, I threw out a phrase, breakaway civilization.
Right.
I still entertain this. Is there the possibility that somewhere in the covert world they have technology and attainments that we might almost consider magical? Can they go off planet? Have they found wormholes or portals or whatever? And I really know, but I do believe it's likely that they have advances that we don't know about. But can they do transmedium capabilities? Do they have that? And I've just never seen any reason to think that we do have that capability either. So I think I'm with you on that. I remember years ago. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You wrote in your book the global nature of the phenomenon and its long history make it difficult to attribute to any known human organization or nation. So what I think you're saying is that if you just look at the history of sightings of what's happened, there's no comparable development within human technology that adds up to the capabilities that we've been seeing over the hundreds of years, maybe.
I can't see any. That's right. I try to give every allowance for the possibility that, there's an advanced human technology somewhere that might be responsible for some of these things. And when you get into some of the more recent cases of the last few decades, it's possible. It's totally possible. But that's one reason I love looking at these earlier cases as well, because it becomes a little more difficult to attribute that to like Tesla technology or some kind of advanced thing. I mean, I wouldn't say it's totally impossible, but it seems unlikely to me that humans are responsible for most of the cases that I collected in that first volume particularly. It makes it very difficult to believe. They're interested in us. I'll just say that.
Yeah, you made that clear in that you know, in your writing, that there's something of great importance going on to them, and that, you know, they're interested in us.
Yes.
You also said the recent Pentagon I like this quote because it made me think a lot. Recent Pentagon claims that UAPs are conventional objects requiring better identification methods are false. Can you back that up a little bit? Tell me more about that.
Well, first of all, I mean, the Pentagon, and this is not even to criticize the Pentagon, they're supposed to lie. You expect them to lie. I mean, it's national security from their perspective. That's how they see it. I understand it. I get it. I'm not going to expect them to tell me the truth about everything that I want them to tell me the truth. I'm not saying they should lie, but I'm just saying I'm not surprised. It's what they do. So when the Pentagon is telling us, I remember a couple of years ago, Ronald Moultrie's out there, and he's saying, well, if we see these things out there, we're very confident we can identify and, if necessary, mitigate. And I'm like, dude, you're not mitigating anything. You've been dealing with these for years and years and years, and you cannot mitigate these things. So don't lie to me. But when they pretend, it's this game of pretend they like to play, like, we're looking into it, we'll get back to you, we're going to investigate this more. And we, you know, yes, we think that we have the ability to identify all of these given the resources and time and so forth. And that's just complete nonsense. The Pentagon, more than any other institution, knows full well what they are dealing with. When, you know, in my second volume, one of the favorite cases of all, I mean, crazy, happened in 1971 aboard another aircraft carrier called the John F. Kennedy. We have the name of the sailor aboard the John F. Kennedy who talked about this. His name is James Kopf with a K. And he's a known person. He did communications. And what he said is that in July 2nd, 1971, we've got the exact date. We've got a pretty good area of the location, north of Puerto Rico. JFK encountered a glowing orange spherical object. We don't know if this came from under the water. All Kopf knew is that someone is screaming over the intercom, "It's God, it's the end of the world." So they're going crazy. Kopf goes above on the deck to look, and he sees this orange glowing sphere. He said it was nighttime, but it gave off about half the strength of the sun. So it was kind of bright. And he got to look at it for maybe 20 seconds, and he had to go below deck. But what he said was, this thing shut off communications from the JFK for 20 plus minutes. Nothing was going in or out, just gibberish. And he knew because he was running all the comms. So this is what I say. Anything that can shut off communications of a major aircraft carrier, not far from your mainland, by the way, you're going to know about it. And I'll guarantee you the President of the United States, Richard Nixon, probably was briefed on this too. How could he not be? They all knew. There is no way in hell they're not going to know this. That's just one case. That's just one case. So the Pentagon knows damn well what they're dealing with. I'm not even blaming them for lying about it. They're in a tough spot here. I mean, it's really not easy. I mean, we're all on one side of this, and we're on the right side. But to be in their position is not an enviable task. It's not.
Yeah, they don't have to be so snarky about it. You know, I'd like to be optimistic about the future, and we're going to get transparency, and Congress is pushing forward, and mainstream media are doing stories, and whistleblowers are coming forward. But the keepers of the secrets don't seem to be willing to give it up. You know, there's one spokesperson for the Pentagon on this topic. She is not friendly to transparency and disclosure. You know, that Arrow report that came out, it put their cards on the table. We're not giving this up. We're not going to tell you about it. Now, maybe the new guy at Arrow is going to be more forthcoming, but the dismissal of all those whistleblowers and witnesses, just like with the wave of their hand, is disconcerting. And, and this, oh, by the way, the FAA authorized all those drones in New Jersey. Come on.
Yeah.
It's insulting.
That just shows you, too, that, that came out of the Trump White House. That could have come right out of the Biden White House,
right.
Word for word.
Right.
No matter how different the two administrations might be on a lot of things, which they are, it does seem that UAP or UFOs is the great equalizer. It's like no one can tell the truth.
You write in your book, someone else is operating in our waters. They've been watching us longer than we've been noticing them. But even by 1969, which is the end of the period under review in this book, we've begun to realize they're down there. We've begun to watch each other.
Yes.
And
it's like a dance.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe. You monster.
I wonder. Yeah, I mean, it's intimidating to think about that. I wonder if they did come here from somewhere else, if they chose to be under the water, even while we were still living in trees, that might have been a preferred environment that had nothing to do with us.
Yes, totally. I mean, especially if they came from the water, that would feel like home to them. But even if not, it's a very protective environment. If you've got the technology to go, defeat space-time and create your little Alcubierre bubble and do whatever and get to Earth, you might be able to set up shop under the oceans. I mean, it might just be possible. I don't know. I think that they are interested in us. I mean, this is just me speculating, but I really believe that it is our development as a species right now that's bringing in the neighborhood. We go for thousands and thousands, millions really, of years in a very simple manner of living, and we then start developing all these capabilities of abstract thinking and science and philosophy, and we can manipulate our environment and create this world, this incredible, crazy world that we're now living in, all like this, so fast, just in the snap of a finger. I got to think they're watching this. I've got to think they're interested in what we're going to do next. And I'm of the opinion, whether they are hostile to us or friendly to us, I'm guessing that in neither case do they want us to be thinking a lot about them. I think they want to do what they're doing without our interference, is what I think. And so, I mean, even if they have our best interests at heart, it's like, I liken it to like not wanting to step on the flowers in a garden. Like, we like to think we're really tough and we can handle, we can handle meeting with aliens. I don't really know if that's true. Depends on who these space brothers of ours happen to be. If they're 3 or 4 times smarter than us, if they can reach into our mind telepathically, if they're part of a hive mind, they might be a little intimidating to hang out with, for all I know. We might not be all that confident around them. But I could easily see why they would have want to be in the background and not wanting us to be thinking a lot about them.
And who knows how many of them are here? How many different types of non-human intelligence? It might not just be ETs or interdimensionals. It could be a whole range of things that we can't even figure out.
Think of it this way. What if, this is my favorite what if space-time manipulation, once you figure it out, it's like, oh, that's actually kind of easy. So then, if that's the case, all of the speed of light limitations, all of that becomes irrelevant. All these SETI astronomers, all these people blathering on, sorry, but about, it's impossible, you can't get here from there, distances are too, okay, fine. So all of that becomes irrelevant. So if it's easy to get here from some other star, and if they're all in communication with each other, and they're all like, oh, wow, look at what's happening on Earth. So they might all be thinking, all right, we got to go check this out. It could be that we're seeing a substantial portion of their populations that are getting into their version of a car and going to check us out. with the proviso that they're not supposed to disturb the natives. I mean, is that possible? I don't know. It doesn't seem impossible to me. I'm just speculating. But it could really be that there's a lot of them, that they're able to come back and forth easily. If they're able to create a proper method of, I think what Hal Puthoff called space-time metric engineering, if they can do that, then it seems to me a lot else will make sense, and we could be dealing with a substantial portion of them. They're not necessarily a few like outpost aliens that are here setting up shop, remotely. Maybe they don't need to do that. Maybe they don't need avatars. They could just come back and forth. I don't think that's impossible any longer. But again, I admit I'm just spitballing here.
Well, Rich Dolan, terrific book. Can't wait to read it again slower than I did for preparing for this. Jeremy, do you have other stuff you want to dive into, or can we let Rich go?
Yeah, no, Richard, I really liked
You guys can call me anything you want. That's fine.
Careful there. No, I really liked, your perspective. You have, kind of some philosophy towards the end of your opening there. You talked a little bit about, and it was a statement that kind of touched me. It said, is it possible to imagine anything worse than interfering with a unique, special, developing species before it can understand the nature of its reality, before it can defend itself? Is that what you think is happening?
Well, we all know of Star Trek's Prime Directive and that whole idea. And I would like to think if there is any universal law out there, that would be it. Because it occurs to me that I just imagine what could have happened if an alien presence had made itself openly known to, I don't know, like the ancient Greeks or even earlier. Like it would have totally screwed with our own psychological development as a species. Like the fact is, I think we needed to go through the learning process. We need to be autonomous, I like to think, and to figure these things out. And so I think it would have been a tremendous crime to have screwed with the development of a very fragile psychological development that we were having there. So I think that would have been a very bad thing. And I like to think that that's the case now. Like it would be a criminal act. I mean, I'm sure, many of us are sure there's probably a lot of intelligent life in this universe. Yeah. But it doesn't just happen all the time. It takes, in the case of our planet, it took billions of years before we have a species, presumably we're the first, maybe not, but let's say we are, that had self-awareness, that had the ability to discover like serious science, mathematics, all of that. That doesn't happen all the time. And so when it does, I would like to think that any other intelligent species would be aware of this and say, okay, good. We have a nice little flower growing here. Let's just watch it happen. But the problem, of course, is that, well, we, like all other life forms on this planet, are highly aggressive and territorial, and we like to get our own way. And the danger with us is that we're used to getting our own way because we're really good at it, and we're doing damaging things to our world. I mean, it's the fact. In a very short period of time, we have reduced massive amounts of biomass on planet Earth. We've just transformed. We've terraformed this whole world. We still could have nuclear war. It's not an impossibility. And so, you could imagine an alien species thinking, okay, we don't want to mess with them, but we may need to do something behind the scenes covertly because these humans are a little bit out of control here. I mean, I could see that. And then some of them thinking, yeah, not only that, but they're a real pain in the ass, and maybe we'd be better off if we just took this place.
Yeah, this would be a really nice neighborhood if not for the
Not for the natives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we could do. I could imagine human beings doing this. is it really impossible to imagine that an alien species would all decline to do that? I don't know. They could be just as territorial and aggressive. I mean, most life forms are that way. Maybe they're more evolved, okay, but they're probably just as used to getting their own way as we are, or more so. So, you know, I mean, they're checking us out. I'm quite convinced of that. And what I would love to know, what I'm sure we would all love to know, is what is their disposition toward us? Are they hands-off? Are they quietly supportive? Or are they quietly or not so quietly hostile? Or are we talking about a combination? Because maybe they don't have any more unity than we do.
Or are they quietly exploiting us all these centuries and just we haven't figured out how? Yeah. Anything else,
I mean,
Jeremy?
all of these are possible.
Yeah, that's a very somber note to end on. I love that. Rich did say in his book, we are becoming something different altogether, and we can't get off the ride. It's taking us somewhere new, different from anything we've ever imagined, assuming we survive long enough. So I love that as an ending quote, Rich. I suspect that everybody will be, checking out your book. It's really great. Thank you so much for your contributions into all this. I learned a lot from reading your books over the years. So thank you so much, Richard.
Guys, I'm very grateful for the chance to be on here. And I have so much respect and admiration for what both of you have accomplished together and individually. I think you're both just amazing, and I'm glad to be your friend. If people read my book, the one thing that I hope, honestly, is that they enjoy it even half as much as I enjoyed writing it. I loved writing this book, and the two ones that will follow. It was a true labor of love, because I thought that I knew a lot of UFO cases, but these were cases that I had never heard of most of them. And any one of them, you could almost make a movie about most of them individually. Like, there's just so much drama, they're just amazing stories that...
I think your enthusiasm came through in the writing, in reading this thing. And, obviously you had fun learning this stuff, and, you took a deep dive, and we're going to see more evidence of that. What I also appreciated is you call it as it is. You have a sort of a ranking system for these cases. You admit, hey, this is 1,000 years ago. We can't interview the witnesses. They're gone. Sketchy information. And then you tell us which ones you find credible and why. That goes a long way. You don't see that in UFO, USO books very often.
Thank you. Yeah, I included all of those cases because ultimately I thought they were more likely to be true than not. But not all the evidence was equally good. That's the fact. So I did an evidence ranking system. By the way, that was a suggestion of Carl Nell, who I was in communication with as well. And he suggested it, and I ended up doing it. It's a good idea. But it's like, there's a couple of cases in all three of the books where someone's telling their dad's story after the dad passed away. And they don't remember all the details, but they remember most of the key points. And objectively speaking, I would have to call that a weak case in terms of evidence. But does that mean it didn't happen? Does that mean the guy's father lied? I wouldn't think so. But nonetheless, and Carl was really upfront about this. He said, look, it would be good to have cases that in terms of evidence would be like bulletproof. And I thought that's really a good thought. And so there are cases that I would say in terms of evidence are bulletproof. You still might be able to argue over what the interpretation is, but there are, they go from basically nothing to corroborate them to a tremendous amount of corroboration. And I try to note that.
Richard Dolan, great to talk to you always. Can't wait to do it again.
You guys are the best. Appreciate it very much. Shout out to all of your listeners.
And the book is in multiple formats, right?
Oh, yeah. So it's hardcover, paperback, ebook, and the audiobook for this will be out in, I think, 1 month. I was just talking with my reader. He's great. I would love to read it myself, but I just can't. It's just too much. But I have a fantastic reader, so the audiobook will be out. And that will be the case with all the two other volumes. They'll be out in 4 different formats.
Best way for people to check out your work and contact you is?
Yeah, hit me up at my website, richardolanmembers.com. I've got my own YouTube channel. They can find that. And my books are listed on Amazon.com. You just search my name. It's easy to find them.
Thanks again. Talk to you soon.
I love Richard, man. He's great. I remember when he put out his first set of books, UFOs in the National Security State. I don't know if his first set, but that's the first time his name came on my radar, and read through what he did, and I was just jumping for joy. We got somebody that's so thoughtful and has a historic perspective on this. And now he's tackling USOs. I love it, man.
Yeah, it fills a big gap. I mean, he saw a niche that needed to be filled, and it looks like he's done a great job of filling it. The research is always meticulous. He's honest about the credibility of individual cases. He's not carrying a torch on all these various UFO squabbles that go on in the topic, but always great to talk to him.
Yeah, somehow he avoids the drama. I love that. I'm going to learn that from him.
Yeah, I'd like to learn that too. I'd be useful. All right, Jeremy, talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks, George.
Awesome. That was great. That was Jeremy Corbell on YouTube. Also check out Richard Dolan. Links to these episodes will be posted in the comment section after the stream. Be sure to check out those guys. They are amazing. So that concludes our first podcast of the night. We're going to be working on this tower because I don't like it. Actually, I kind of hate it. So we're going to expand it one block. Maybe. We'll see. I'm improvising. But I have an idea of what to do with this. I just need to make it either one block out this way or one block out this way. I'll figure it out. I think I gotta do one out on both sides. I think I gotta expand it this way and this way. So that'll be fun. We'll see what I can manage to salvage in the process without having to redo everything. I was kind of just improvising this house anyways. It's not a house, but this tower. I have an idea of what to do. This will be better. But it'll host this enchantment area. It'll be up here. But it'll actually work. You'll be able to walk. It won't look like this. But that's our first section. Let's call this part 1 of the stream. Still plenty more to stream. I'm going to get the second podcast queued up, but I am going to take a quick few minutes break. I advise you to do the same. Get up, get some water, grab a snack. We'll meet back here in just a few. Thank you for tuning in. Check out HeadshotH4rry on everything. Links in the description below. This stream is made possible by viewers like you.
Party time! Excellent!
Hey, hello, welcome back, folks. We are on part 2 of this stream. We're about to launch part 2. I'm Matt Damon.
Matt Damon!
Welcome to the stream. If you're new here, we are playing some Minecraft and listening to some UFO podcasts in the process. I'm about to start one right now. I'm editing our little scrolly message up here in the top. Updating it now. Alright, so we're going to get started on our next one, I believe. Trying to find it here. Here we go. Alright. So this is from YouTube channel. Well, it's called Night Shift. And this is on Dan Barish. I'm probably saying that wrong, but he'll speak for himself. I will link this podcast.
This is mostly ancient history.
All right.
I'm asking you.
How ancient?
I will link this down below in the comment section after the stream. So without further ado, here's part 2 of our stream. And here we go. Cheers, folks. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Costs nothing.
Sumerian?
And not that ancient. We're going back to your ancient history.
Oh.
And we're also focused around the J-Lot. And there's only 10 questions here. It looks like one was added, but I'm just going to let you talk, whatever you want to talk about freely. I'm just going to ask you the first question.
Yeah, I just prefer it be more of a conversation rather than a. The other makes me feel as though I'm testifying, and I'm prepared to do that as well.
Okay, raise your right hand and put your left hand on the Bible here. Yeah. Or was it your right hand supposed to be?
And as long as we're in a closed session, so help me God.
Yeah, conversation is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, I'm working on that subpoena. I talked to a big-time attorney, and we're talking different things, and we can discuss that at a different time. So.
Yeah, he's a great guy too. He's a good guy. He's experienced at high level.
As I was saying to Bill on the way over here, I was ordered to present a copy of my order to meet him at St. Mark's Square. That order contains an initial of a committee member, a coded initial of a committee member. From what I understand, there's currently a 17-16 split. And this is mostly rumor around the community to forward a public acclamation program having to do with the Majestic 12 and the overseeing committee, the old 5412, which is now basically called the Committee of the Majority, as far as I'm told.
The questions are just to give us a little structure.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, that's interesting news. And if I say something or one of them says something, just answer, talk to me.
That's fine.
Keep going between you and Bill.
The lights are cumbersome, but
A little much? Okay.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If you look closely, they're nice and red from looking through the scope all last night, so they can't get much worse.
Oh, okay. Okay, the first question, Dan, they want to know is, where did you work in the mid-90s, and how did you come to be employed there?
Well, several locations in the mid-90s. I had some cover positions here in Las Vegas, which made me look like a good old-fashioned Joe. In fact, I had some police experience at the late 80s. You're probably centering your question around the work for the government. In 1986, I was approached while working as an undergraduate student in Dr. Bert Bell Barbero's office, in his parasitology laboratory, to be exact. I was looking through a scope at the time. Three gentlemen walked into the laboratory, closed the door behind them. There was 2 uniforms and a suit that were present. Both of the uniforms I would make as most probably being United States Navy. My memory of that one event's kind of hazy after seeing all of the suits and uniforms and whatnot. We spoke for a while. They asked me if I was interested in seeing the world and the like. I told them I in fact was. We went through several interview processes, not unlike this, and reviewed my background. I went through several background investigations. Finally, starting up 90-91 timeframe, I was cleared for working past groom to the Papoose Mountain facility, that place that doesn't exist, about 90 miles north of here, the nowhere place. That's how I came to work there. My original assignment was at the Groom Lake facility to review histopathology slides. And I went through nearly a year's testing and then was basically let loose for a year, and I heard no contact from them. After that, I was brought back in and shown some higher grade slides of unknown origin. Following that, I was introduced into a working group and subsequently brought into the Papoose facility, the Site 4 facility. We worked for well over a year on slides of unknown origin. After I took a minimum leadership position under several of the other biologists who are already present, most of which are now deceased. You know the names of those individuals. I was then introduced into the level 4-5 facility, and the 4-5 coded for 9. You're aware. We covered this in ancient history. And so what we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the clean sphere area, and we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides. The slides were unusual in that they were in pressurized cells, and they were reviewed by us on a conveyor with a completely automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We'd give verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML-like keyboard for examining the slides, and I digressed, but then working with the JROD itself in the ambassadorial suite or the Clean Sphere suite.
Now, was this under this Project Aquarius?
Yes, yes. Initially, I was assigned as a working member of Project Aquarius. Then finally, I was made an assistant working group leader. And then mysteriously, after one meeting with the J-Rod, I was asked to take the working group leader position. I didn't find out why I was asked to take the working group leader position until, well, within this last year. I never understood it because Stephen was older than I. He was my senior not only in ability, but in age. And I would have never figured being advanced above an individual like that in ranking within a working group. And in fact, I never considered myself above him. We worked together. The Q94 document that you have in your possession was co-authored. My name went on there as the primary investigator because I was the working group leader. But in fact, he and I were both involved in the authoring of that document.
Oh. Okay. Now, could you explain briefly what you were briefed on who and or what J-Rod was? Initially,
I was briefed that J-Rod was an alien, specifically from the reticulum system, to reticulum 4. I had no idea the truth. Yes, from 2 reticulum 4 now, but I had no idea the truth of how they came to be. As I said to you before, I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. I found out subsequent to interactions with the J-Rod. And again, they have personal names. The term J-Rod simply means 15, which was a basing name for where they're located, the number of light years from our location. So they took those names and they identified through the Sigma protocols, the linguistic protocols, with a rod symbol, which was an inertia symbol, and the letter J. And in fact, that was a combination of Mayan and Egyptian numerology having to do with a rod and a J, meaning 10 and 5 for 15.
Okay. Now, 15 light years away, is that the police 876?
876 Charlie, from what I've been told. Now, he did not specifically tell me that that was the location, but the number 15 was mentioned.
Well,
they don't call it, apparently, Police 876, whatever, Charlie.
How did J-Rod get here? I mean, how did he, 15 light years away?
He crashed in 63, from what I understand.
Oh, was that right?
Outside of Kingman.
Okay.
Kingman, Arizona.
Right.
There was a problem involving his physiology and his biophysiological communication with the craft went wrong. And of course, he's ill, as we know, with the MGUS and the paraprotein associated problems. And he crashed.
And how was he? Was he transported immediately from that crash site to the S4 facility? And how?
That I don't know.
Okay.
That I don't know.
You don't know how he came to be at the facility?
I believe he and associates were transferred separately. He to the originally to the Groom Lake facility, and an associate to, I believe, Los Alamos. I have no independent verification of where the associate went, though. All I can say is that he was there at Site 4.
Now, you interacted with J-Rod. Was there a general procedure for this interaction?
Well, there was not a general procedure. There was a very specific procedure.
Very specific, okay.
After we would be brought in with our helper biologists, there was controlling helper biologists, those in the gallery, and then the introduction specialist, which was myself on a number of occasions. We entered the clean sphere through a large series of protocols involving pressurization and compartmentalization, no pun intended, until finally we were pressurized in fully encapsulated a TEC, a TES, total encapsulated suit for entrance into the clean sphere. Once we were pressurized and entered into the clean sphere, well, I should digress. We had a medical evaluation, all of that first. But they ceased doing that after a couple of medical evaluations. It was more just interested. Let's get you in and get the work done. I would enter into the clean sphere, and I was not supposed to communicate with the J-Rod at all. I was not supposed to know his name. The reality is we were communicating from the time that I entered into the ambassadorial suite external to the clean sphere, talking back and forth freely. I could hear whatever he was projecting at me from thought, and he could very clearly hear what I was thinking. I say hear, meaning perceive. I was supposed to stand over by a hologram projection system, which was run as like a teleprompter system, over to my right, that would be run inside of the clean sphere glass. Hold my hand up and mimic certain signs, and it became a joke. It really did. It became a joke. Those folks who were watching from the gallery running the show thought that I was standing there and mimicking the signs, and this was the only communication underway. They perceived on the day that the approach, the close approach that he made, the grabbing incident that he did with me, they perceived that there was a communication that occurred. So I began getting questioned quite extensively whether or not he in fact was communicating with me, because he had promised not to, apparently, with the Sigma unit. I alluded to the fact that there was conversation underway, but I didn't talk about what it was until, of course, I was caught in my research protocol forwarding ideas that were somewhat different than what they expected, where they expected my private research was going to go, and this is much later. And at that time, the deal was brokered to find out about the doctrine for the convergent timeline paradox. I told them a little bit about what he showed me, a little bit, and they told me a little bit about the DCTP.
Now that you brought that up, which implies travel through time as well as space, and you said that J-Rod was retrieved from a crash near Kingman. Was he at that time just traveling through space from the staging area, or?
Yes.
No? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
He wasn't doing any time traveling at that point?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Not as far as he told me, no.
Can you describe J-Rod to us, what he looked like and how he behaved?
Yes. The gentleman with which I was associated was approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown appearance, very ruddy appearance to his skin. He was in a highly pressurized clean sphere. He exuded glycoprotein-like material through pores on his skin, which was associated with the neuritis, the neuropathy that we were dealing with.
Did this have an odor to it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I couldn't perceive any odors whatsoever. I was inside my. But I would imagine, but I have no data set to say what it would have smelled like. And in fact, there was nothing I read that indicated whether or not there was an odor. Why? I'm wondering. You've asked that before. That's why I'm wondering.
Well, yeah, I've heard about this secretion coming through the pores of the skin before, and there have been those who've had encounters who say they can smell an odor.
Okay.
From the skin.
All right. Where were we?
You were describing.
3.5 feet, large head in comparison to torso. So the ratio of the cranial to the torso area would be larger than in what we would call a modern human being. Large, bulbous black eyes. The whites of the eyes had been selected out. So it looked like a large pupil, basically. When you look into his eyes, you feel like you're going to fall into his eyes forever. And I think that probably had something to do with the telepathic nature of his mental structure. Large arms, large length. 4 very thin, sinuous fingers, nails. Not as long as presented in some of the images that you've showed me in the past. The ones done by Tom Mack, was it? Tom?
Bill, you guys.
Oh, yeah, that's it, the Puppet Master photos. I'm smiling because the Puppet Master leads me to other nicknames. But he was hunched over most of the time, could not support himself fully, given muscular atrophy. And that had to do with the peripheral neuropathy under which he was suffering. So he would grunt and move toward me almost in a flopping fashion. Feet were large in comparison to what we would say our feet would be. He was unclothed 4. Yeah, he was unclothed, which bothered him. He wanted to wear clothing and was refused in every turn. Called himself captive, and justifiably so. His feet were unusual in that his the plantar area had a very large knob underneath what we would call our heel. His facial features were grotesque in comparison to what he showed me what normal would be. He was
Normal of his type.
yes, yes. He was bilaterally symmetrical to the extent that the disease process was not changing his facial features. Nose was recessed, not a nose like we have, but basically two opercula, 2 orifices. An extremely small mouth, a hard palate, no teeth. His musculature, again, it was suffering from the problem at the myoneural junction due to the
Do
neuropathy.
you have any idea what his chronological age was?
622.
622. So what is
And that I don't know. That I don't know. That number 622 is now used as an important number within the community. A reference, a request from 622 or a report from 622 could be from anybody. So it's used, and in fact, the SRB report that I have with me today, the supplemental report for 0302 that I have, probably is labeled from reviewer 622. I haven't, again, it's going to be a cold reading when we look at it, but it's probably from 622. They excrete in a manner that we would excrete. Their external genitalia are different than ours. The females have somewhat like vulva, but they have a clasper situation. The male has a male clasper, the female claspers. And if it looks like a disc with rectangular solids that are rotated into position for clasping at the inguinal region. They do have internal fertilization.
Now, this was something you read because you didn't see the female, did you?
No, this is something he showed me of his wife.
Oh, internally.
Yes.
And how was that image presented to you? Did it appear?
I was inside the image.
You were inside the image?
That's what it felt like.
Like virtual reality?
Yes, everything that he showed me when this was the incident. When he projected it into me, it felt like I was there. My sensations were heightened. Quite extraordinary.
Was there a background perceived? Was she in a domicile of some sort?
Excuse the pun, a gray surrounding, very, very dull, drab surrounding, almost like a concrete evacuation center. Or you'd have evacuation zones underneath the hotels in case of mass casualties or a mass disaster, where it was a very clinical environment.
So, were you impressed that he was kind of depressed about his situation?
He was extremely depressed. If we were to term him human, I'm not a psychologist, but I think he would be termed as clinically depressed. He wept, but he didn't weep outside. He wept when he was with me.
Well, could you estimate what his level of intellect was?
Smarter than me. He was smarter than me by a long range.
Did he have a wide range of knowledge?
The mathematics that he showed me blew my mind.
Was that right?
He showed me concurrently not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional, like a VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns group theory in mathematics. Highly evolved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, but I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was and how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the T9 treaty that was just signed. He wanted to help. He was willing. When I went in, for God's sakes, I took well over, nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from his neurological system. He would hold his arm out for me to take them. There was no pain medication. And whenever I would fire the introduction system to remove the sample, it was an aspirative avulsion system, he would cry, and then he would just stand there and look at me.
There was a subject.
Yes, yeah. In fact, I would bring the sample after the initial removal from his tissues into the introduction system, and then approve it and move it from there to one of the helper biologists. Usually it was Robert, outside of the clean sphere, and then he would move it from there to be handled under our normal protocols. It was a level 5 past our the BMBL system. He'd just stand there and take it.
So, do you feel the communication that he established with you when you were in contact with him, could he extend this communication over any distance?
60 feet.
60 feet.
Definitely 60 feet.
Okay.
Because it was 60 feet from the center of the clean sphere to the introduction ramp going down into the ambassadorial suite. So at least 60 feet.
So you don't feel like he's been in communication with you since that time?
No.
Okay.
Was it selective in some way? Was it willfully selective on his part who he wanted to communicate?
Yes. Yes. The folks that I'm sorry. The folks that wanted to find out what he was saying to me, they knew darn well that he was communicating with me after a while, because I was smiling. I couldn't help it, because we were actually joking back and forth. And they didn't know. They didn't have any clue. They didn't have any clue what he was saying. So it had to have been selective. They certainly wouldn't have pressed me like they did after I woke up from the big attention scenario. I woke up outside of the clean sphere. I was drug out of there by Stephen. He finally got a secondary suit on and drugged me out of the clean sphere. No, they had no clue. They had no clue what he was saying. I'm sure of it. They were extra rough in removing my plug and my catheter and all of that business after I got out of the TES.
Yeah. One of the things that I want to ask you now, departing slightly from this subject, we're going to ask this last question, then we're going to take a break, okay? And then we'll see where we go from there. But
I'm smiling because I'm envisioning the lack of the lights.
yeah, okay. But everybody's
I don't like this at all.
Why? And of course, you're going to have to restate this again. Why are you talking to us now? What is your intention in telling us about this, about your involvement?
It's multifocal. It's multifocal. There's several reasons. The largest reason is not the most important reason. The largest reason from a personal perspective is to step out from under the Black Ops community and retire. I'm ready. I told you before, I can see myself walking along a pond and not being bothered by anybody except for maybe a bird here or there and taking a sample and just taking my time and looking at it for fun, for enjoyment.
And you're worried about your health, right?
Well, my health is degrading. There's no doubt about that. The heart disease that I have is in fact degrading my health. Time is coming. I don't know how long that is, and of course that's within God's providence.
So you'd like to maybe have some freedom, to have some
Yes.
time of your own.
Yes.
To go to Walden's Pond or something, right? Study the life.
Disappear at Walden's Pond.
Right.
There are other reasons too. You know, without yelling the poor me scenario. Yes, people have a right to know. I mean, that's, you know, other folks have screamed that. Some of them, I think, real. Some of them phony as a $3 bill. Yes, they have a right to know what is going on. They have a right to know because this is their future. Or maybe not. And it depends upon our wisdom or lack thereof. This gets me thinking. The one thing that we've heard from the Brookings Institution study, the famous clamp study, was this would cause a great social upheaval. It would destroy our social bonds, our religious bonds. And in fact, I know I'm digressing, but I ramble. Every time an individual is approached with the issue of would this destroy your faith, I have heard, it's my experience only, I'm sure there are going to be varied opinions, no, it would strengthen it. It would strengthen it. From a certain perspective, yes. From another perspective, no. The Brookings Institution was correct on a certain level. Suspend disbelief for a moment and walk with the idea that this is real. That the ruins that are present on the moon and on Mars, the ancient temples, were in fact, and are in fact, the gifts of our own progeny. Can you imagine what is going to happen when those temples, which were prayed to as the gods, are found out to be nothing more than the creations of men? That the men themselves were those who were being worshipped? Will fall headlong into the pool of Narcissus. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we'll find truth, love, God, in something other than buildings and stones and marble, maybe we'll find out who he really is, or she, it, or just us.
Can you take a break?
Please.
Take 5 minutes, yeah. Take 5 minutes and talk about what we just talked about.
Yeah.
I missed a little bit about the clean spirit entrance in terms of suiting up, preparing yourself. You did mention the medical exams, which faded out after a while.
Right.
But in the other tape, you talked a little bit more about some of the mechanical specifics, just to give a better image of
That's fine.
what it's like for you to do it.
That's fine.
Okay, that was fun.
The introduction gantry, the swinging
The
hose.
swing
system.
goes up, yes, those things, yeah.
That's
Just
all visual, and I'm interested in the Dulce facility. Fran, what you
hold
talking about?
on. One thing at a time.
Okay.
The other thing is,
We can wait.
that might be pertinent to what you just did, what you just spoke about, was what you were looking at slide-wise prior to knowing what the unknown origin material was, what its origin was.
Sure.
You know, just what was you looking at.
All right.
Without
You
revealing.
want me to get into the microbial?
Well, maybe just a general statement of what that was. What,
All right.
what you thought you were looking at. Just to give us a little bit.
That's a good one.
You know,
I had no clue, and in fact, they brought in a who we got on our side, a biochemist to turn our attitudes around. And after about a year, he didn't turn our attitudes around. He finally joined us. And finally said, no, we can't do this without finding out the origin of the tissue.
I see.
Right, we needed to find out. See, we were dealing with it. We were dealing with a situation where it was in vitro.
We might want to go back on camera for this. So
That's fine. Okay.
And the other thing that I think you made a very good statement about why you're doing this. I wonder if there's anything else we can do for you, anything else you can say that is of value to you that we can record for you, as far as what you hope to, how you hope to get out, what it is about. I mean, you said it's your health and a number of other things. I'm just wanting to put it to you that if there's anything else that comes to mind that you'd like to add in that regard, in terms of what it is you're trying to accomplish. Because I know
I would like to tell our elected government what we're doing.
Maybe you should say that. You know, I mean,
Under the appropriate circumstances, because there are military applications that need to be handled in a very careful manner.
For example.
For example.
I understand.
All right. Those issues we're going to be extremely careful about here today, because they should be taken with great care.
Of course, our objective, which
including the military applications for Lotus.
I know that we're somewhat constrained for time today. Well, how much longer do we have?
It's only 16:37.
How much time do we have?
We've got time.
Okay.
I have to be back at 1900.
1900. 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, we have plenty of time.
All right. Fine. Okay. Good.
We're not in
All
a
right.
rush.
Well, what I wanted to do was the only other thing I could say was we're trying to focus on, and it's been great so far. It's been very focused. It's very, very central to the J-Rod interaction. We felt that was the best way to introduce you to our next stage.
Right.
Now, we can talk about anything we want. We got plenty of tape, as long as you can stand the lights. You know, I beyond the three things I just mentioned, anything you might want to bring up.
Do you think
So
that
in
thing is
order-
real? Do you think that thing is real?
What's that?
That piece of paper you showed me, the letters. Oh no. See, we spoke about another individual who has a heart condition. I figured that it was a need to know. It was a need to know basis above that. I didn't figure that there was direct. You see, and the rumors coming at me about the potential for public acclamation, that would be for him, those initials to take back as the hero in this situation, because he loves playing the hero. And you show me a piece of paper that says ordered to remain. ostensibly that's what it meant, order to remain in the capacity, which means that there is a greater loop. I've had the chance to speak with the individual one time, and he was funnier than hell. He really was. I heard that there was a transcript involving that got out. In fact, I was shown one time. The first meeting, the one where I bolted, the one where you scared the hell out of me, not as much as you did today, but in a little more relaxed circumstance.
I infer their use, and I've seen the sales of the word bird refers to EVP.
Mm-hmm.
I infer the use of the word clock refers to the timeline paradox.
Mm-hmm. I would buy that.
Before we, let's talk a little bit about the things we just discussed. What was it that you thought you were looking at when you were looking at these slides of material of unknown origin?
Well, we were looking at extremely minute microglial cells. We knew that they were eukaryotic. However, they were unusual in the sense that their cytoplasm and their internal organization, the organelle structures were fused, such as dictyosomes to mitochondria, things like that. And we had no idea what we were looking at. The original contention made by the individuals next to me was that we were looking at some type of biological warfare material, an intermediate, and they had more experience. They have more experience than me involving such matters. So, and being that I was new, I was letting them take the lead.
That's great. Now, let's talk a little bit. The second one was, tell us a little bit more in detail about the physical aspects of preparing for an entry into the atmosphere.
Fine. Well, we would undergo a medical examination, at least during the early time frame of the introductions, the 92 time frame, 91 to 92, when we were doing introductions. We had regular systematic medicals by a physician. Following that, we would be suited, well, we would be catheterized, plugged, and suited. Communication apparatus was placed on our heads. We had a cooling system set up. It was, for all intents and purposes, it was a spacesuit. It was a total encapsulated suit, something like what you would find in a NASA facility. Not so much something that you would see, well, for instance, at USAMRIID or CDC. That type of level 4 suit. It was more of a regular space type suit with joints. We were suited up, we were pressurized, and then walked with our cooling system and our hosing down a ramp into the ambassadorial suite. Following that, we were led up a gantry-way, which had been moved into position by the clean sphere, which had been previously rotated up through an iris through the floor. He was held actually below the ambassadorial suite level, and that was raised up as needed. What they did with him down there, he didn't say, and they didn't tell me. It was not a need-to-know issue. Apparently, they dealt with the cleaning of the sphere and all of that down there. The regular housed animal maintenance, as they treated him. We would be led up the gantry-way. The hoses would be hooked into an interior system inside the doorway, which was exterior to the clean sphere. And it was called the exterior system, in fact. But when we would be let in, the door would be closed, and we would be pressurized inside of the gantry-way. Following that, there was a drum system that was set up. Once there was an equal pressurization between the gantry-way and the clean sphere, we would then be told to proceed forward. I would raise a hand in acknowledgement. We were not supposed to talk at the time at all because nothing verbal around the specimen, around the J-rod. Why, I was never told, but we were not supposed to talk around the J-rod. I moved the drum system, and re-hooked a secondary set of hosing inside the clean sphere, checked the pressurization, and once that was done, the door to the clean sphere would be closed behind me, and I would presume that the pressurization remained the same in the gantry-way. Following that, I would do my business inside of the clean sphere involving contacting the J-rod and removing the samples.
And what was the reason you were removing samples?
We were removing samples to attempt a treatment, a full diagnosis and a treatment for a paraprotein-related monoclonal gammopathy of uncertain significance type disorder, which had various attributes to it, among which were a cocaine type presence to the J-rod, cocaine syndrome type presence, and certain genetic issues involving chromosome 5 and 17, which led us to Charcot-Marie tooth disorder, and their glycoprotein, their antifreeze glycoprotein problems. They were essentially they were losing heat because of the problems at their axonal ridges. They were not transmitting the energy, something like a dystrophy. And when the action potential goes down a nerve, well, their action potentials were dying at the synapse. They were also losing energy because there was a demyelination process underway. That demyelination process was, well, since the Q94 document, was tied to a CMT1A-like problem, the Charcot-Marie tooth problem called PMP22, which is a protein number 22, which an overexpression of that gene causes a greater demyelination. We tied that to the demyelination issue involving the promoters for the PMP22. Those promoters, there's 2 promoters for it, were selectively deselected with the use of TFOs, or triplets forming oligonucleotides. It's essentially an ssDNA vector expression system that we're using. Oops.
Doesn't that?
You're staring at me, Bill. I'm sorry.
Bill, one thing. When you're speaking, when you don't sort of make any noises, just nod. That's good.
But I'm not.
Sometimes you're going ooh, ah, e. That's
okay.
Just keep just nodding. Great.
That's all he's been doing is nodding. I shouldn't.
All right. So do you want to simplify?
I'm sorry, Bill.
No, I don't. Actually, no. I got it.
I'm sorry, Bill.
I actually understood some of it.
That's all right. Doesn't that interfere in the demyelination process? Okay, isn't that similar to conditions that humans sometimes have, like, what is it, muscular dystrophy?
Well, yeah, except for he wasn't forming plaques.
Okay.
He wasn't forming plaques. He was simply demyelinating, repairing the demyelination area with the immune system. They've got a cell-mediated immune system, humoral system, just like we have. The cells are different. They've got Philopodia, but very strange looking blood-like material. But it's like it. But that's why we use the term analog so much, because it was different. It was different.
Can we talk a little bit about some generalities around the building in which you worked? The sort of, how many floors it was, where it was located,
Sure.
how you got there.
You want an experience of Site 4, watch the Andromeda strain. Except for there's a little more color inside of Site 4. They've got a nice orange stripe on the wall, and they've got a red and blue stripe on the floor, which gives you general directions depending upon the floor you're on, and you can't move without getting stopped anyway. Now we're talking separate to the groom facility here. I'm aware of several floors at the groom facility, and then finally the majority of the hot stuff was taken over to Site 4. We're talking 4 basic levels. The first level, and they're coded 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and then finally where he was stored as 4.5. And that 4.5 designation was painted on the wall for him because 4 and 5 is 9.
Right.
That's why, in fact, they built 9 hangars on the Galileo and Sidekick levels. The 4.1 level. The 4.2 level contained the Looking Glass, Alice's glass. In fact, outside of the door for the major facility, there's a white rabbit with a clock. A very large, it's a statue that's probably about that tall, and it's held above the doorway. It's wired above the doorway. The Looking Glass, I find out, is one of the ERBs. It's an Einstein-Rosenbridge promoter. It uses some form of, this is found out, Jesus Christ, in the last 2 weeks. I'm asking the right questions there, I guess. It's composed of a spherical, spinning, arced, rectangular solid matrix of nickel, cadmium, and barium. There is a spinning disk underneath it, which is supercooled. Into this is injected into the center of these spinning, and I'm not a physicist, spinning disks. Is injected an argon gas. Into that is injected some type of repulsion matter. It's a gravity repulsion matter. They are obtaining the gravity repulsion matter from the heavy materials that have been obtained from the J-rods, the 115 variety material. And apparently when they bombard it with enough electromagnetism, this stuff repels gravity and it turns into some sort of exotic matter. They spin it fast enough, it opens, or they can see through it. And that is, from what I understand, the great prize in what's going on in the world right now, are those devices. Why do you think the British are running around Iraq right now looking for the climatological records that are just happen to be disappeared out of the Baghdad Museum with the rest of the cylinder seals? And you're going to see some cylinder seals today too when I show you some report.
So Dan, does that mean when they're engaging this device in Project Looking Glass?
Yes.
Is this something that they use only for the transmission of information, or can they transport a material object through time?
You know the answer to that. At least you probably heard some rumor. There have been mistakes. There were mistakes. Animals were attempted to transport from one location to another, the production of 2 of the devices, and they put them in resonance or something like that. I'm not a physicist. I don't know. But I was, in fact, present during a human attempt. The human did not survive. The human was not put in there under duress of any sort. It was a volunteer situation, and the human did not survive. The human did not move. The human stayed where the human was put. But the human changed, and I don't want to talk about it anymore.
This is an attempt at time travel?
It was an attempt at well, in essence, yes. It was a linear. It was a attempt to transport an individual over linear distance, which I understand is the same thing as time travel. If we're talking purely from the Einstein.
Translating time, space.
Distance is time.
Like a transporter?
Yeah. From what I understand, they've only used it for information purposes. Aside from that, how they get the information out of it, no clue. I don't know. What specific information they've obtained, I only know of one piece of information, and that is the rush, why the rush is underway to get Lotus done by the 2005 deadline. That in fact this group of J-rods that are not complying with the wishes of the committee and the wishes of the rest of the J-rods and the associated brothers, to put a clamp on them so that they stop their influence within the political structures of our government, including the financial structures. That it is, in fact, their slowing down of the progress to stopping getting these, picking up these little gates that were put together, that would be our downfall in 2012.
Okay. Do you want to say anything further about the Stargates? Or their use in 2012?
Well,
Before we go,
Bill?
Let's finish up our third objective when we turn the lights back.
What can one do for me?
Yes, exactly.
I would be very happy and very relieved to feel as though I was responding to the elected government of the United States of America with what talents God's given me. I'm responsible to the people of the United States of America. The nature of the information to which I'm privy is sensitive enough that the full disclosure of that information would have to be done in an appropriate location and under appropriate circumstances. Certain military application information would have to be done in a closed session milieu for the national security. As I said to you at the Luxor, the Congress knows it's not in control. They know that this is a wild train out of control. And they want that control back. They're not stupid. They know that there are things that are going on down the hall from them that they can't fathom.
Sorry.
They deserve to have that back in their hands because that's what they were elected to do. And if we care at all about what's left of our Constitution, they deserve to have that in their hands. Aren't we the masters of our destiny in our country? Aren't we supposed to be? Yes, sir. Supposed to be.
Okay, yeah, let's break for a minute. And are you have a question? More questions, Jordan?
I want you to do the Yeah, okay.
Right. How you doing? You go to school. Good.
Good. This is nothing to do with them.
I hate these lights, but I'm fine.
Just a little bit long. What's something you get?
I expect, no, that's fine. I expected the largest light I would have would be a CRT. I was comfortable with that too.
I'm quite interested in if you could describe for me sort of what it was like when you were first introduced to J-Rod. When you actually sort of walked in, presumably that he was in the clean sphere and you were kind of taken into that sort of part of the facility. What was your reaction when you first saw him?
I thought it was an insect.
Sorry.
That's fine.
You lost the line. We'll take a break. Okay, let's take a break.
Stretch. Wellington, I went to Dover Grammar School for Boys.
Oh, really?
On the hill over Dover.
4 years.
Yeah, indeed. We were right above Dover College, and they had all the girls down at Dover College.
Right. Was it a boys' school, I take it?
Yes.
Yeah. We were not allowed to communicate with the females in the village.
We had Grand Master, Headmaster Coleman.
Oh, right. We called him the master, actually.
Yes.
We called him headmaster there.
Didn't want to call him anything else. He had a cane.
I ran away.
Good man.
Yeah, really. Had enough of that rubbish. Okay, so it's back to that question. Let me just rephrase it for you. Can you describe in detail the first time, what it was like to meet this being for the first time?
My original feeling was I was looking at a giant insect. It's the best I can just off the cuff. It looked like a giant insect, being dark brown and hunched in a corner, very insectoid in appearance. It almost looked like it had an exoskeleton. I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real. And now I find out they are, but they live in the heart of men. It was fear, excitement, complete astonishment, because honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey, something like an old world ape or the like, but indeed it wasn't. That's what my feeling was. This, I'm not going to lay on and talk about how intellectual I was at the time about it. It scared the hell out of me.
What in terms of actually when you first confronted with the idea that it was, a non-human being, an extraterrestrial, something not of this world?
I'm trying to remember what I was feeling when I was looking at the briefing books. Because even when we were first introduced to the J-Rod, they were him-hawing around as to its origin, his origin. Poppycock. I didn't believe it initially. I didn't believe it. However, deep inside, I held open the possibility, because of what happened to me earlier in my life. I held open the possibility that such things could be true. But wouldn't happen to me. Put it to you that way. It's that old, can't happen to you feeling. So to me, it was poppycock. It was rubbish. Until I found out otherwise.
Before we go on to the next question, can you talk a little bit about the briefing books? That series?
Sure. They were called King Tuts, and they were basically King. They were all labeled with K's. The ones that I was allowed, they were blue binders. They were all labeled with K's. They had DTIC on the front of them, and I still don't know what DTIC. This is 1987, end of '87, and I still don't know what the letters mean. I haven't done independent searches on the net, or I would be. So if you can tell me, what does DTIC mean? Hey, it's a shot for me to find. You don't know either. They had a white DTIC printed on the front of them. They were marked with several sections, including physiology, general biology, social structure, political structure of the J-Rods, their origins, potential implications for interactions with humankind, cross-contamination issues. They were full of as much information that I could take in during the times that they were allowing me to read them. But I still don't know what that damn DIT or DTIC means. They were called King Tuts. They were update books. The one person, this is another reason why I didn't figure that, how Stephen, how I could be promoted to a working group leader above Stephen. Of course, I found out, and I told you why.
Right.
At the time, because he kept the updates. He made sure that all of the King Tuts were updated. He did the briefing films that are still resident at Site 4, or at least the last visit. So, the man of that importance, I couldn't figure out why. But again, that's moot now.
What was actually in these briefing documents? Can you explain a little bit of the detail?
Sure. Close-knit, very well-ordered society, one which is numerologically based, one which speaks to others that were called brothers, that I now find out are those who left on a spiritual path to another location, to the famed Duat of Orion, the Epsilon Orionis area. Head-to-toe physiology, including real autopsy photographs, not the Santilli kind, but the real autopsy photographs. He can't sue me for that, I hope. He won't raise his head probably, but that was disgusting. The Brookings Institute paper was present, as well as several position papers clarifying the Brookings Institute. However, each of these that I was allowed into, they had separate folders and they had separate clips within them inside these 3-ring binders. And I was told which numbers I was allowed to open up. And they were given to me on a card, and those are the ones that I was allowed to review during the times that I was allowed to review them. Most of the stuff, they had everything from military applications, physics of the craft, and I couldn't have cared less. I was more interested in taking in the biology issues. Just doesn't interest me. Aside from the fact from the biophysiological interface between the hand, mind, and the craft, because they have on their hands a number of pads, and there are open nerves which are protected by various glycoproteins, and those glycoproteins are selectively pushed forward or sucked back via capillary action, or they can be through an active fashion pulled back, and it kind of pulls a viscous sheath back and allows the J-rod to have direct interface with the craft. That interested me, although most of it at the time, and still some of it now, I have no understanding of. A lot of it has to do with electronics that I don't pretend to understand. I was most interested in looking at issues involving their histology, histopathology issues, including some autopsy photographs that showed disease processes which were naturally occurring within them, isolations of viral material, to include the protocols for new protocols which were being written as they're working, which is what we're doing. Which is really what we're doing. We're writing new protocols, new procedures as we're working forward. All of the old standbys are there, everything from electrophoresis to, anything. But we're writing new protocols as we're going, because this is not new territory. This is, pardon the pun, alien territory.
How many beings have we had to work with?
I only met one. I am aware of possibly 3. From the reading, and at that time, again, I was so stunned by what I was doing. A lot of it was getting by me. When I read the word extraterrestrial, I tunnel visioned, and when I finally believed and understood that it was in fact an extraterrestrial, numb. No.
Okay, thank you. Just want to ask you a question about the telepathic communication, the nature of it. What is it actually like to communicate with one of these beings telepathically? What do you hear something in your head? Do you hear images, see images, or?
I could hear my voice. No, you can hear yourself think.
So you can hear it go.
Sorry. Habit, looking at people. I could hear my voice. However, the cadence, the affect was something that distinguished it other than me. It was no great booming voice from the heavens or anything like that, and I'm glad I do not have a proclivity to hear voices in my head, and have heard none since. But people could probably challenge that, but I could tell that it was somebody other than me, and I could tell because I felt drawn toward the subject that was sending the communication. When the J-Rod spoke with me, prior to the bombardment of the images, it was something that was part of me, but not part of me. I actually felt non-resident for a moment. It was almost an OBE type feeling. And then I could feel myself pull back and experience the sound. It was physical. It was more real than touching an object. And that's the only real time that I felt anything, you know, more physical than physical.
Is there a sort of conveyance of emotion during these communications?
100% emotion. If he was upset, I could feel his pain. It got to the point where, as I was doing the needle introductions, I could feel what he was feeling. So as I would inject the needle under the integument and find my proper location prior to removing the sample, I could feel the needle entering him. So I could feel his feelings.
Were you aware of Bob Lazar or anything when you were doing about it?
I saw a guy out on the Mac outside of the Galileo, the 401 area. He was barefoot. And he was just standing, staring off in the distance. This is as we were coming in on the helo. And they keep you within a very confined walking area. This is before they started taking the buses. We were choppered in. When I saw him subsequent to that, when he did the famous nap videos, could have been. It could have been. And this was early on. This was. I can't prove it. Okay, and I could not positively identify that being Bob. I am aware of his name being mentioned up there, and it was associated with the term bottle washer, which means an engineer, but not a working group leader or anything of the kind. They would have said a DIR or a for director or a geek. I was called a geek, but his name was mentioned. I heard the name Lazar. I didn't hear Bob. I heard Lazar, and it was not Laser. It was definitely Lazar that I heard. But I never had interaction with him or, in fact, anyone else from Galileo, Sidekick, or Avionics.
How successful were you in assisting this being medically?
Temporary assistance, temporary relief of pain, temporary meaning weeks, temporary adjustment of muscle tone, and then flat out nothing. He got worse. The exacerbation, it got out of control again on him. Since then, there have been, and I'm not certain if he's resident there or not now, there has been a progress, we'll just say progress, involving what I was yammering on earlier about the Charcot-Marie Tooth disease, the CMT1A. Their DNA is triplex. And it's not triplex in the way that you would think of a number 3 helix wrapping around the major groove between the 1 and 2 Watson Cricks, the duplex DNA. Their DNA is triplex to the extent that there are what we nicknamed hangers. They look like they're rosettes. The DNAs look like rosettes. They're triplex and then they're braided. It's a supercoiled DNA situation. And we had difficulty even doing anything, let alone anything like a single step markers or anything like that. We had difficulty even sequencing the DNA. Hour-long interspersed elements are genes which have been shut off, that when combined with the appropriate Hoogsteen base pair milieu, produce a different being, what we were before they made a mistake, a grave mistake.
That leads us to our next question, doesn't it? Where they're from and
what we do to the treaty.
They're from here.
the treaty.
Oh,
Yeah, you've been sort of mentioned this exchange. There was an exchange going.
there's been exchanges going on for since well, they spoke with us in 41.
What's the nature of this exchange?
They wish to find a resolution to the broken resonance between they and the other half of they, the so-called Orions and the Reticulans. They also wish to, for fear of extinction, have a relief of the paraprotein-related problem. And speaking about that just for a moment, we found out that some of the disease process under which they're fighting is a PNA. It's a peptide nucleic acid. I don't know if you're, well, a protein-associated background nucleic acid. And that protein-associated background is a prion, which goes to one of the things that they wanted me to do at Sweetness. Very dangerous, very dangerous. But the exchange process is to solve the problem to prevent what went wrong in 2012. And the rogue, if you will, group of the J-Rods are not cooperating with that. But a deal has been brokered for the T9 treaty to be held in abeyance until 2005. When that treaty is upped in 2005, once they receive what they've asked for, and they should be receiving a little more, and I've already mentioned some of that material that they're not aware of yet, the PNA material and some of the things that we can do with the oligonucleotides to possibly help facilitate their problems. But once that's upped, they are supposed to come under the auspices of the general agreement between the Committee of the Majority and their respective societies. If so, nothing will get turned on aside from what nature and God is providing us in 2012, and we won't separate. However, they will remain as they are, their future selves as well. They will remain as they are, and we will remain as we are. We can't go back. That's just something that's impossible as far as what they can tell, meaning what the looking glass people and the people that are overseeing the star issue, Starflower and the ERBs and all of that, the Einstein-Rosen bridges.
Can you explain what the fuck you're talking about?
Somewhat.
I kind of get it because I've been watching the tapes and stuff, but it's so compacted. We just said it's so compacted in your own.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm just saying let's stretch it out a little bit. We might want to begin by being specific. It sounded like you were talking more about what they were going to get in this exchange, and we're kind of curious as to what are we going to get in this exchange?
Oh, we're going to get not wiped out.
Okay, what's the problem we're trying to solve vis-a-vis getting wiped out?
The biggest problem is to make sure that I'm supposed to look at you. The biggest problem is to make sure that there are no human-created ERB
Stargates?
machines.
Machines?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds science fiction-ish, okay, and it's hokey sounding, okay? To make sure that there are none of them in existence which can automatically turn on when the next age begins on December 21st, 2012. We are apparently going to cross over the plane of the galaxy, which there is a dense network of wormholes. There is supposed to be some sort of enlightenment, whether or not that's the Christ event or whether that's a burp on a Sunday morning. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm not enough of a scholar that area to figure that out, to know. I do know that failure would result in too much energy being directed at our planet from our star. And hence my interest in looking at the pretty pictures above the sun, the growing sun. It's the pace at which these unusual forms are being produced is increasing.
Are we entering an area as we approach this equatorial plane of the galaxy? Okay. Are we entering an area where there is a greater concentration of dust that can
So I've heard.
surround the sun?
So I've heard.
Okay. I have been reading about this, and this is similar to a situation that happens with a classification of star called T-Tauri stars, where there's a lot of dust gathered around, and what happens is that the star, the sun in this particular case, increases its radiation in the infrared and the hard X-ray areas, and there's greater solar flare activity. And in the past, evidently, if we're to believe the mythologies, there was conflagration on our planet. Mm-hmm. So would we be in danger of a heat and conflagration?
That would make sense, and that sets well with what I heard, yes.
Okay.
That is what we're in danger of, that, as well as a large electromagnetic burst from the sun, which will upset our electromagnetic, our poles.
Right. Now, what they're calling ERBs, okay, now called wormholes. We'll talk about the wormholes. You're talking about two different, we're talking about natural, there's a number of natural occurring wormholes.
There are a number of nodes on the planet, from what I'm understanding, that naturally are sensitive electromagnetically. I don't know. Okay, they're naturally sensitive to the space through which we pass.
Okay.
These nodes activate spontaneously when we pass through them, or can be struck with electromagnetism and be temporarily opened.
And what happens if we use a machine to open an artificial wormhole?
Well, it's two different things.
Okay.
One, they're trying to put, well, they have been putting, in fact, Saddam did put two of them together in Iraq, which conformed to the ancient cylinder seals, which are now missing from the library or the museum in Baghdad. Obviously, somebody looted them. But they went to Tinian Island, by the way. That's where they went first. After that, I've got no clue. But they were looted by the best, to do this way.
Now, haven't you been investigating a site where there is a natural...
Indeed,
Frenchman Mountain, and your work continues on Frenchman Mountain?
Yes, it does. Yes, okay. It does. Our remote viewing unit first brought the notion that this could be a wormhole situation. Yes, we've employed remote viewers for it. Since then, there have been occurrences at the mountain that are far and afield from the research that I would be doing for the Lotus. There's two separate things, just absolutely two separate things. I originally went there with a team to do an endosymbiotic research program. I was trying to nail down, you read Lynn Margulis's book about the Acarian mastodon. I was trying to nail down information about that, and also I had presumed that we were from panspermia. So I was looking for an artifact I was looking for an artifact that might interact selectively with ourselves, and fell into the issue involving the Ganesh particle, etc. But we had a flare that passed across the surface of some algae during a test. And we just found out, by the way, that flare, and it's included in the report, that flare is associated to the speed that a Ganesh particle passes. So it was a Ganesh particle. It was actually overly flaring on us that day. But it was on the May 31st visit of 2001 to Frenchman's Mountain.
Okay.
If you have access to more reports than I'm aware of, I don't remember the report number, but.
Can you articulate for us a little bit more specific detail about the relationship between future and present for these beings?
We're in a chimera.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Mm-hmm.
Just the basics.
What we see, for instance, I mentioned earlier ruins on the moon and Mars. You're aware I was involved in, probably you're aware that I was involved in Inca City research, so-called Inca City. That's because the J-Rod showed me that as an image, but didn't show me that as an image of a dead city, showed me that as the image of a future city, a living, breathing society, post-damage here, post-catastrophe. We are literally looking at things that are present, but according to a linear timeline, haven't been built yet. Now, if that isn't confusing, say you want me to explain what the hell I was talking about, if that is not confusing, it confuses me.
You're the best man for the job right now. Tell us.
Look with lights. According to the doctrine of the convergent timeline paradox, the J-Rods, to solve their paraprotein problem, used these ERBs to go back in time. And some of them were worshipped. They were treated as gods, and temples were built for them, and et cetera, et cetera. The so-called Anubis Ra, that sort of business. They came in like, this is getting science fiction-y because it sounds like poppycock. But this is what I got in exchange for the information that he gave me, so what the hell. Literally, there are 2 or more concurrent timelines that we're living in. 2 separate existences. And what that means exactly, that's what I read. What that means exactly, I'm not sure. I'm intellectually limited in that area. I gotta be in philosophy, but I'm intellectually limited in that area. And I don't want to present something that I don't know is fact either. That would be not right. But to solve their problem, they messed around with us even earlier than earlier when they had been treated as gods. They went back, treated as gods, went back before. In other words, they can apparently select the timeline. How they do that, again, no clue. They manipulated our original DNA and removed a single strand from us. This made us able to mate with another experiment which was underway at the time called Neanderthalensis. And yes, I know there is no genetic evidence concerning the mating between the Neanderthals and the other brand, if you will, of our kind. That's because all of the genes have been turned off. Any of the unusual
mating sequences aside from retroviruses that tagged along were turned off as part of our long intermittent sequences. They're part of the great repeats. And in fact, the Neanderthals, take a look at the number of long interspersing elements that they have in their genome, and that will bear out what I'm saying.
I think there's a new article in the new scientific special edition, Scientific American, by a woman anthropologist who says her research shows that Homo sapiens did mate with Homo neanderthalis at some time.
Okay.
So, I mean, whatever research she wrote about seems to bear out what you're saying.
Well, it has been believed that the crossbreeding mismatched our chemical and our structural architecture neurophysiologically, and that was one of the primary promoters for the problem that the J-rods now suffer. That
Yes. But I had mind security because in case.
Right.
It wasn't.
We're kind of wrapping up, and we're kind of in the middle of trying to have the opportunity. It's a good opportunity to talk about this time. And you were talking about going 2 different points of going back in the past, one and then one earlier. And what we haven't gotten to yet, though, is sort of a general description of what we're talking about here, in general terms.
What the doctor
Right.
This is ostensibly for the public.
It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. If you kill your grandfather, do you cease to exist? Michio Kaku, from what I can glean from his work, would say no. Would say no. It would cause 2 separate universes, 2 separate time streams. But in accordance with the doctrine that I read, his theory doesn't take into account that those 2 time streams could occur simultaneously. That the reality could be mixed, which is why there are so many confusing data sets involving everything from fossil finds to strata. Why there are so many conundrums involving the speed of planetary formation. There was a recent thing out that I had read about a planet being formed in a very short period of time, much shorter than what they had accounted for the accretion theory. And the way that it came through to me was it was a Keystone DCTP flyer, because I'm in on some of the loop, no pun intended, that these things are happening simultaneously. That a planet can form at one rate and the reality can mix such that we can perceive it having formed at a separate rate. And go back and look at it another time and have another perception, because the realities are actually mixed.
And they're also now saying that the Earth appears to be older than they thought it was.
Mm-hmm. And its age, I have no clue. One would have to ask the Almighty.
You could look at something. Are you saying that you could look at something one day and measure it, and look at it the next day, and the measurements can be different because a different timeline is then come into play?
Yeah. And biologists, chemists, well, natural philosophers call that error. And if something falls outside of their acceptable range of error, they call it non-written, because they would call it non-publicized, and then they wouldn't get their funding. That's the nature of the big business of science. I mean, ask a guy associated with my mentor at SUNY.
His name was Carl, and he had a little problem in Louisiana, we'll say that. He jumped ship, and he wanted to measure some things having to do with free radicals. This will give you an idea what happens if you piss the wrong people off, or you don't get enough funding. He had funding 10 days prior to, he had lost his extramural funding, and he had funding 10 days prior to his separation. They separated him anyway. If you don't show the progressive upkeep of the funding, you're not there anymore. And it goes much deeper and much wider than publish or perish.
So again, in terms of a clear explanation, what is it we're trying to, in the treaty that we have, what is it we're trying to work with, or they're trying to work with us to?
100% cooperation, 100% cooperation in getting rid of the ERBs in exchange for 100% cooperation to solve their physical problem and to attempt their rejoining. And that's a big word, big pool at the end that I just said right there. Where that will go, I'm not sure. However, the project under which I'm working right now may help some. It may help some. It's a electrophysiological resonance which is present around, in, and through our DNA, which it is believed by some of the more esoteric people to come via the supernal triad, the divine Sephira, the tree of life, which holds us together as intellectual and emotional beings. It is that dualism that keeps us in sync with the universe.
Could you say a little bit about your sort of current conditions and where you're working now? Anything about sort of what's going on with you at the moment, work-wise?
Well, as in environmental, my environment, I am in an environment of I'm not going to get personal with the issues here. I'm in an apartment environment. There are children around me, which is wonderful. I direct the project from that location. Do some minor microscopy work from there. Nothing of a hazardous nature, any more than dust would be hazardous to you. In times of need, I'm transferred to various facilities, not worldwide, but nationwide, and work within those facilities under whatever the protocols that we need to complete. Those facilities are as wide-ranging as Dulce, the Shady Rest, Site 4, the Groom Lake facility, Brookhaven, the Los Alamos area, the T5 section proper, and recently in this little event in Alamo Canyon. So I had to show, as well as give testimony, I had to show some evidence when I was there to a mirror. They were sitting on the other side of the mirror, so I hear. As God is my witness, there maybe wasn't anybody on the other side of that damn mirror. But they told me they were.
Demonstrate results.
Demonstrate data, yes. Show data sets relative, Project Lotus, and the 3 portions of it which are simultaneously underway.
So you've been involved in this exclusively for 20 years, 15 years?
Since '86. Well, I played with local jobs around town.
Right.
You had an environmental company, right? Kane Environmental Company?
Yeah, that's when I was carrying the name Crane.
But you're pretty much exclusively engaged in a project which is fundamentally tied to the future of our species.
It is. It is, fundamentally. This project, without getting too deep into it, I've been accused of rambling by people before about it, but without getting too deep into it, this project is an all-encompassing attempt to grab for the brass ring and making sure that that brass ring is not the fruit of the tree of life. I'll grab just until we get to that point. Aside from that, I'm not going to try to barge my way into past the east gate of Eden. The people who do that get hurt, at least so I've heard.
And you're bridging what we have traditionally called physics and metaphysics, it sounds like, into one continuum. Because some things you're talking about are what we're tied to what.
Well, indeed. Indeed. And not even just pop metaphysics, but the ancient esoteric sciences. For millennia, we've conceived of the supernatural and that supernatural's interaction with humankind. What we are seeing in this project is that it's not so much supernatural, it's natural, and it's been there with us all along, and we just haven't taken the time to look. In fact, our procedures have been mutually exclusive. Laboratory procedures have been mutually exclusive to find what we found. They would destroy or mask over the process that we're now beholding. These particles have the ability, in essence, to bend light. And in the report, you'll see a series of images that show clearly where the particle is changing into the shape of a yeast cell, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's masking. Closer it gets to it, the more it masks. So if it passes by it, it looks like it. And then when it gets within close proximity, the wolf in sheep's clothing steps out and it does its business. Meanwhile, the average investigator, biological investigator, has ceased looking because the protocol has moved on. He or she has scanned a slide and has seen 2 eukaryotic cells and has moved on.
One last question for you, then we'll be right around. Gives you time to relax and get that.
That means the lights go off.
Tell me exactly in your own mind how you want to get out. How do you want to see it go down? Tell Bill.
Well, first of all, that's a deep question, because I don't know where this is, how this arrangement was made today.
Neither do I.
So getting out is a loaded term right now. I don't know where it's going to go. But what I do foresee is if that same elected government is interested in the information, I do see myself providing that to my elected government as I've been sworn to do so. Now, whether or not I'm prevented from doing so, we'll find out. Again, we all have to go sometime. But I see that as the logical step, because once the information is presented to the elected government, and once I am no longer officially held, and it's not just the information involving the Lotus, there are military applications associated with it as well, biological applications. Once that information is no longer a constraining factor, freedom. Whether or not I'm yelling it on the chopping block, I don't know. But freedom nonetheless.
Do you know who specifically you think you should be talking to?
No. I would think that, oh God, I wouldn't know which Senate or congressional committee would need to bring me under their authority. I don't know which one. There's got to be one with the right name on it. And once that's done, under the appropriate circumstances, I will tell them everything that I know. So help me God.
Maybe we can help you find out who that is.
That's right.
God damn, that was good. I'm just gonna finish up here. I think these are supposed to be gray. I don't know what that color was. This is a weird color. What is it? It's kind of like a gray. Let's do one of these guys. No, that's not gonna work. I got a reference up that I'm looking at. I'm missing colors on the dirt part, but we'll get there. And I gotta fix the top. It's pretty gross. Even though no one will ever see it, it doesn't matter. You could see it from here. Shortcut. Ugh. Alright, so I feel like this is probably black. And this is probably black. Two here, two up here. I think it's just a weird gray. I put a weird gray there, and a weird gray there. I have to go find it. I don't know what block to use. Maybe like gravel? It's kind of a weird gray. Textured though. Maybe do you see the shadow? That's how it's supposed to look. The shadow is the color I'm looking for. What if I just kept it open? I have to replace quite a few of the blocks on here. It looks like a mess. Those wood planks that I'm looking at right here are gonna be either spruce logs or dark oak. I gotta go get some more dark oak. I really like the balconies walking up here. There's one on every level. It's really nice. Nice perspective. I never got to see the farm from this angle. I'll put one here too. Maybe bridge these things. We'll see. Quick escape. It's looking good though. Holy shit. Kawaii. I think facing out this way is appropriate. Having her face this way. Because I thought about doing it from the other way because it would look really good. Coming in from the bridge. But this is kind of picturesque. It's cool. Lets me know where I am. Let's go out just a little bit. Because I do go out here. There's good reason to go this way. So I would be coming in from this side. That looks good to me. It's a nice skyline. It's gonna get crazier. This is gonna be the villager city. It's turning into a city. But let's take a quick break. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you for tuning in, for listening to some pretty crazy and interesting stuff. Give me just a second. My computer's being a slow guy. Here we go. Yeah. This stream is made possible by viewers like you. I'm queuing up the next podcast. That last one's going to be pretty hard to beat, but we're going to try. welcome, guys. Welcome back.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe. You monster.
All right, welcome back. I am loading up the next podcast. This is from UAP Files Podcast on YouTube, featuring Danny Sheehan. So we're going to get this one started. And I will get right back into some MC bros. Here we go.
We've got a new administration, and we were told previously, prior to the elections, that these people, this administration, was very pro-transparency and very friendly to the UFO UAP community. But now they're in. You know, we've got people like Marco Rubio, who you just mentioned, Secretary of State. We've had Kash Patel, who's
FBI.
Yeah. So all of these people have said some really positive things in the past about the subject.
All right, here we go.
Yes.
They're in now. You know, they're in now. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings?
This is
I
a
discovered,
preview.
from our directly interviewing, it turns out one of the other clients of Attorney F. Lee Bailey, Santos Trafficante, who was the Don of the Mafia in Havana, who had been recruited back in 1960 to set up a political assassination team to assassinate Fidel Castro. And I was puzzled by the fact that in the Watergate Hotel, along with James McCord, the former CIA wiretapping specialist, were four of the people that were gunmen for Santos Trafficante, much to my surprise. And so we got to interview Santos directly, and he told us all about it, and how this was the same team that ended up killing President Kennedy. And his response was he reached down and slid open the drawer of his desk and pulled out of this 8.5 by 11 manila folder and handed it to me. And I opened it up and looked at it, and it was an 8.5 by 11 black and white glossy photograph of a UFO in flight. And so I asked her, where did you get this? Because in fact, it could strategically be the answer to a lot of these problems that we've got, of warring with ourselves and coming up with all kinds of dialectical, confrontational reasons to hate each other. That this could be the solution, not to unify all of us in combat against the UFO society, but in fact to bring us all together so that we can merit citizenship. I was familiar with the process by means of which the New York Times decides to publish things that are classified because of my work on the Pentagon Papers. So I knew that there had been a high-level decision made by the New York Times to release this, which meant that there was some kind of elements inside the Defense Department and the intelligence community that agreed with having this released.
The following is a conversation with Danny Sheehan. Now, Danny doesn't really need an introduction, and I'm not going to do a particularly long one because that was quite a long introduction initially. I wanted to show that we discuss so many different subjects, from the Kennedy assassinations through to where we are currently with ufology, where we are with the new administration, all the way back decades and decades back to some of the cases that he was involved in, some of the things that he knows. Some real nuggets in this one. Danny's been a lawyer for decades and decades, covering some of the biggest cases in history, really. Some of the most high-profile cases that you're ever going to come across. Absolutely fascinating stuff. I'm going to jump straight into the interview now with me and Tom. There's not a lot of questions put in this one because Danny's just an encyclopedia of knowledge. So hopefully we'll get another opportunity to have another conversation with him with a few more questions. So the following is a conversation with Danny Sheehan. It's a real honor to be able to talk to you today, and really appreciate your time.
Great. I appreciate getting to do it, Jimmy.
Danny, thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate your time. I know you're super busy at the moment. So we do genuinely appreciate it. It's a real honour.
Whoa, where did you come from?
If it's okay, can we
shit.
sort of start off? And I mean, you're very well known for your work in huge cases throughout history, but not really UFO UAP related. Sort of going back. So I'm keen to know, where did your sort of shift or pivot into the UFO UAP subject start? Have you been able to sort of trace it back? Has it been like a childhood thing, or how did it start?
Well, I mean, actually, from the time I was like 7 years old and first really learned what stars were.
Crazy.
And really came to realize that they were like other suns that I just assumed obviously had planets like orbiting around them. From what little I knew at the time, I was just amazed at how extraordinary it was that, you get out at night and look up into the night sky and see these billions of stars that have planets going around them, and they have people, I assumed, on them, and how strange it was that our people here on our Earth kept doing things to each other that was so incongruous with recognizing really the larger context in which we really found ourselves. So I was always kind of baffled by that. And so I decided that what I would do is I would become an astronaut and get to actually go out and get to meet some of these people. And so I set my sails for becoming an astronaut. I became one of the top candidates for the senatorial appointment to the United States Air Force Academy. But when I graduated from high school in 1963, went to interview with Jacob Javits, the United States Senator from New York, where I grew up. And when he asked me why I wanted to be an astronaut, I told him that I wanted to get to meet these people from these other planets, because I thought right in my lifetime we were going to be actually encountering them. And I thought this would be extraordinarily important. He was kind of astonished. And he said, you mean you actually believe that there's other people on other planets in our galaxy? And I said, well, sure. I said, so do you. I mean, you're a United States Senator. I said, you must know this, and he's completely flabbergasted that I said it to him. So then he said, look, I didn't really expect this kind of a conversation, and I have to be candid with you. I actually have already given the appointment, a senatorial appointment, to the son of one of my major financial supporters. He said, that's how it really is in the world out here, Danny. And he said, but look, I'll give you the appointment to the Naval Academy. And I said, I'm not into boats. I'm into flying. I mean, he said, oh, no, you can become a pilot in the Navy. I said, well, no, I want to go to the Air Force Academy. So he said, oh, look, you can just take your congressional appointment, which is less than the senatorial appointment, but you can get it from your congressman. Who is your congressman, Danny? And I said, well, it's Carlton King. He said, oh, I know Carl King. He said, I'll give him a call and have him make sure he gives you the appointment. Well, it turned to the Air Force Academy. Well, it turns out that Carlton King gave the appointment to the son of the Republican mayor of Glens Falls, where I was born, who was number 7 in the congressional district competition, not just the state. But so I was completely kind of flabbergasted that this actually happened. And so I decided I needed to become a lawyer to figure out, how to fix this. That this didn't seem to be our government working the way that it was promised to us that it would. So I would become a lawyer and spend some time getting things fixed, getting things tuned back into, being consistent with our Constitution. And then I discovered when I got out practicing for a while that our government wasn't just a little bit out of tune. It was playing an entirely different song than we'd been taught coming out of high school. And the same thing remained true in college. I said that this is amazing that these things are going on behind the scenes. And so I ended up co-founding the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review at Harvard Law School. And because of that, we established the right of journalists to protect their confidential news sources. So I got to be friends with a lot of confidential sources from journalists. And began to find out that these kind of really interesting things were going on in the world behind the scenes, and ended up becoming one of the legal counsel for the New York Times in the Pentagon Papers case. to get that exposed. Took that case all the way to the United States Supreme Court. We won that. And then I got asked to go and join the criminal defense firm of F. Lee Bailey. We did the Watergate burglary case. We represented James McCord, the former CIA wiretapping specialist who had been arrested in the Watergate Hotel with the burglars. And in that context, I discovered, from our directly interviewing, it turns out one of the other clients of attorney F. Lee Bailey, Santos Trafficante, who was the Don of the Mafia in Havana, who had been recruited back in 1960 to set up a political assassination team to assassinate Fidel Castro. And I was puzzled by the fact that in the Watergate Hotel, along with James McCord, the former CIA wiretapping specialist, were four of the people that were gunmen for Santos Trafficante. And so I started investigating to find out, what the heck these guys were doing in the Watergate Hotel with this guy. And to my amazement, discovered that Lee Bailey was in fact the secret attorney for Santos Trafficante, much to my surprise. And so we got to interview Santos directly, and he told us all about it and how this was the same team that ended up killing President Kennedy. And he told us that, in May of 1973. I was completely flabbergasted by that and ended up having some fairly profound discussions with Lee Bailey about, my not wanting to be supportive of anything like that. And so I ended up leaving the firm and went to do my master's work and PhD work later at Harvard in social ethics. Not surprisingly, that I realized that our government officials and lawyers and stuff were functioning on some completely different set of ethical principles than I thought we were brought up to believe in. So I went back to do the work. And as a result of that, I ended up being recruited to become general counsel for the United States Jesuit headquarters, the Jesuit order, because I was in divinity school studying social ethics and got recruited and went down to Washington, D.C. to become general counsel in their social ministry office. And there I acquired access to, in addition to the private investigators whom I'd met, the investigative journalists whom I've met over the years, in the private investigators I met at F. Lee Bailey's office, then I started acquiring access to the Jesuit intelligence system around the world, and began finding out all kinds of additional stuff. And it was there at Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C., that I was contacted right after President Jimmy Carter was elected in November of 1976. And it turns out I was told, I was contacted and told that President Carter had demanded to be briefed in on the UFO issue as soon as he got elected. Actually, even before he'd even come to Washington and been inaugurated, he sent for the head of the CIA to brief him on the UFO issue because Carter had seen a UFO when he was governor of Georgia. And so it turns out that the head of the CIA at that time was George H.W. Bush, who had been appointed by Gerald Ford to head up the CIA as soon as Richard Nixon resigned. And so George H.W. Bush refused to give President Carter the briefing, saying that he had no reason to know, no need to know this. And so President Carter asked to have the Congressional Research Service of Congress to do a deep dive investigation of what documents we have, what evidence we have inside our government about the UFO phenomenon and any potential extraterrestrial life form that might be responsible for this UFO phenomenon. That's how I got brought into it. I was contacted at Jesuit headquarters by Dr. Marcia Smith. She was the director of the Science and Technology Division of the Congressional Research Service that had been tasked to perform this. And she contacted me initially just to see if I, as a general counsel for the Social Ministry Office of the Jesuit Order in the United States, could get access to the Vatican archives. to see what the Vatican knew about extraterrestrial life and possibly the UFO phenomena. So I checked with my Jesuit superiors. I was a candidate for the Jesuit priesthood at that point. So I checked with my superiors, and surprisingly, they agreed to have me do that. So I made the effort to try to get the documents from the Vatican archives, but they said no. They would. So I wrote them a second letter saying, wait a second, we're planning out of the Jesuit order here in the United States to give this information to President Carter. And they still said no. So, so the bottom line is I told Dr. Marcia Smith this, and she then shortly thereafter asked me to go and brief the SETI, the top 50 scientists at SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, out at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory here in California, and to do a closed-door seminar for them on the theological implications of contact with an extraterrestrial life form. So I said to her, look, in preparation for that, I'd like to know, what we're getting, what kind of information we're getting in the investigation we're doing here. And she said, well, what would you like to have? What information would you like to have? And I said, I'd like to see the classified portions of Project Blue Book. I said, I knew exactly what it was, and I knew that there were some 700 sightings that I'd already discovered were kept secret by Blue Book, that they were totally unable to explain away, as swamp gas or, searchlights off the bottom of clouds or something, that they were coming up with these lame explanations for, a substantial portion of the sightings. So the bottom line is, she said, oh, no, I don't think they're ever going to let us have that. I said, well, you have to ask them. You're in the position of heading up the Science and Technology Division of the entire Congressional Research Service. Ask them and tell them that it's for me, that I who wants to get to see them. And she called back a couple of weeks later, and much to her amazement and mine, she said, they've agreed to show them to you, and they're going to bring them to Washington, and they're going to bring them down into the basement of this new Madison building that had just been built in Washington. And that's where I went to see them, and actually saw photographs of an active UFO crash retrieval operation going on. I saw them, and I actually, I guess you've probably heard of us, I traced the symbols that were along the bottom of the dome on the spacecraft, and brought them to Jesuit headquarters, and showed them to Father William Davis, who was my Jesuit superior at the time. And his response was, he reached down and slid open the drawer of his desk and pulled out of this 8.5 by 11 manila folder and handed it to me. And I opened it up and looked at it, and it was an 8.5 by 11 black and white glossy photograph of a UFO in flight. And so I asked him, where did you get this? And he said, oh, my sister Dodie gave it to me. And I said, well, where did Dodie get it? And she said, Mike gave it to her husband, who's the chief air traffic controller at the Seattle airport. And I said, well, where did he get it? He said, oh, it was his best friend, who's a commercial cargo flight, a pilot that flies all around the Northwest. And he took the photograph, with his little brownie camera right out the window of his airplane. And he didn't want to get in trouble and lose his license by reporting it. So he brought it to his friend, who was the head, air traffic controller at Seattle Airport, and gave it to Mike. And Mike didn't want to get in trouble, so he took it and gave it to his sister. And he said, here, Dodie, give this to your brother. He's a priest. Which immediately, raises the issue of why is it that people, when they encounter the UFOs, or even more particularly the beings that are part of their occupants, why do they immediately go to a priest, or their spiritual advisor to try to, reorient them with regard to their reality? And so that's how I got involved in this professionally at the very beginning. And because of that involvement, I ended up being contacted by Dr. John Mack later at Harvard University, when he was dragged up in front of this kind of rump faculty committee and threatened with basically having his tenure removed because he had written a book about abductions of people that he had had as clients, basically, who believed sincerely that they'd encountered UFOs, and many of them direct contact with the occupants. And a number of the people who had reported at least UFO sightings were high-level military officials. And it turns out that there was a protocol inside the Defense Department at the time that if, in fact, any high-level military officer insisted upon filing an official UFO sighting report, the first thing that happened is he was ordered to go get a psychiatric exam. Always arguing, oh, well, that this is an extraordinary thing that you're asserting, and we want to make sure that we make clear that you're perfectly sane, so that we're just going to have you get a psychiatric exam and have that put into your file, your military records. And so the bottom line is John had interviewed a number of these high-level military officials, and he had come to the conclusion that they were comparatively sane. He said, except for the fact that they were high-level military officials. He said, but he said that he became perplexed by this, and he actually contacted his mother and told her what was going on here. And she said, "Oh, look, you ought to talk to the Hopkins boy, Bud Hopkins. He's they're a friend of the family, and he's been interviewing a lot of people that say they've had this experience." So John ended up reaching out to Bud Hopkins, and Bud ended up presenting all kinds of highly credible witnesses who had not only seen UFOs, which was basically what the military officials had, but all of a sudden they were reporting that they'd actually been abducted by the occupants of these UFOs. And so John got yanked into this entire other realm of these people who were providing extraordinarily credible detail about what had happened to them and when it happened, and in many cases, other witnesses who had seen it. And so he began to put together the information, and he became so convinced that these people were completely sincere in what they were reporting that he thought he would write an article for the New England Journal of Medicine, the kind of premier peer-reviewed journal, a medical journal, about this peculiar phenomenon of all these seemingly totally credible individuals, reporting this rather extraordinary set of experiences that they thought they had. And he wrote the article and submitted it to the New England Journal of Medicine. In a short time later, they just sent it back to him, telling him they weren't going to publish it. He was upset about it, and he said, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this up, and I'm going to put in more footnotes, and I'm going to be totally professional. And he'd already won the Pulitzer Prize, by the way, for writing the definitive psychobiography of T.E. Lawrence of Arabia. And it had 100, peer-reviewed articles published in major science magazines. So he was upset about this. And so he sent it back to them with all the additional footnotes. And within 2 days, the executive secretary or executive assistant, or Arnold Relman, Dr. Arnold Relman, who was the editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine, his executive assistant showed up in John's office, live with the envelope, still unopened, and said, look, I've been instructed by Dr. Relman to hand this back to you and point out that it's been unopened. And we're not only not going to publish this article, we're not even going to read it. We're not even going to open the envelope. It was like poisoned or something. And so he got so upset that he contacted a publisher and published this as a book. And that's what happened. As soon as it got published, the dean of the law school came to John's office and said, "Oh, John, I saw that you've published this book about it's called Abductions, Human Encounters with Aliens. This is extraordinarily interesting. I'd like to talk with you more about it. And look, as long as we're going to be talking about it, why don't we invite some of the other faculty members to come to this?" And John said, "Oh, this is great. This is sort of like a grand rounds here at Harvard on the UFO issue. It's something he was really interested in doing." But when he showed up, it turns out that here is the dean of the medical school sitting up on this dais as a tribunal, and sitting right next to him is the legal counsel for Harvard University, and on the other side of him is Dr. Arnold Relman, the editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine. And they start excoriating him, along with 3 or 4 other faculty members, about how he's embarrassing Harvard University, talking about such an absurd thing as this is going to undermine the credibility of the university, et cetera. And so they started threatening him and demanding that he turn over to them all of the taped interviews with all the people that he talked with. And they were trying to figure out some way to accuse him of being unprofessional in this. And so he was kind of taken aback, and he sort of went back and again called his mother and said, look, at this is happening. She said, oh, Johnny, what you ought to do is contact our family lawyer. Go see our family lawyer and have him help you. So he goes over to Hale and Dorr, which was the family law firm there in Boston, and the lawyer tells him, give the committee everything they want. Give them all the tape recordings, give them all of the billing information, if any. Did they pay for it with insurance? Or and he was mortified. He didn't think that was really representing him very well. And then he discovered that Hale and Dorr were the lawyers for Harvard University. and so he ended up calling his best friend, Ron Robertson, who was his best man at his wedding for him and Sally. He'd been in the Air Force with him back during the Korean War days. And he calls him, and Ron Robertson was the head of the art department in Santa Barbara at the Santa Barbara City College. And he happened to know me. And so he said to John, what about having Danny Sheehan be your lawyer? And John said, oh, I don't think Danny would want to get involved in something controversial like this. And, we'd only done the Pentagon Papers case and the Watergate burglary and other things. And so Ron said, well, look, I'll ask him. And so Ron Robertson called me. I was teaching at the University of California at Santa Barbara at the time. And so he asked me to come over for dinner. So I was talking with he and Helen, his wife. And he asked me, he said, Danny, he said, look, do you mind if I ask you kind of a personal question? I said, no, go ahead. He said, what do you think about this UFO thing? And I said, I think it's the most important public policy issue that we have to deal with. And he said, oh, really? He said, well, how come you never said anything about it? And I said, well, you never asked me. And he said, well, look, Dr. John Mack is my best friend. He said, and he's having this, would you mind taking a call from him? So John called me, and so I ended up representing John. I flew back into Cambridge, which I was happy to go revisit the old campus, and ended up representing him in front of this committee. And it's extraordinary. I mean, that we come in to this committee, and here's Arnold Relman sitting chairing this thing with legal counsel, and and the dean of the medical school sitting next to him, and he immediately starts peppering questions to Dr. Mack. And I said, excuse me, but I introduced myself, and I said, I'm the attorney for Dr. Mack, and I'm kind of puzzled here about what this entire committee is all about. I said, this doesn't seem to be an AAU, Association of University Professors convened, task force or committee, I can't quite tell what you're doing here and what the purpose of this whole thing is. And Dr. Relman said, oh, well, what it is that, that in fact, Dr. Mack, when he published this book, all of a sudden the dean of the medical school here started getting all these telephone calls and asking him questions that he was unable to answer. And so he felt that, it'd probably be a good thing to talk with Dr. Mack about this to help get the answers to some of these questions. And as long as he was going to be doing it, might as well have some other faculty people. I mean, he's trying to completely bullshit me, this is just sort of a casual, friendly conversation that they're having here. And so I said, look, in that event, let me, in the spirit of cooperation, let me just tell me, who is it that called anyway? And there was this big, long, dead silence. And he looked around like this, and finally the legal counsel shook her head no. And he said, oh, no, I'm sorry, we're not at liberty to discuss that. And I said, well, I guess, okay, in further spirit of cooperation, if you want us to help you answer some of these questions, what were the questions they were asking? Another big, long, dead space in the meeting. And she shook her head no. And he said, oh, we're not at liberty to discuss that either. So I said to him, I said, look, just let me get clear on this. Can you at least tell me this? If we're being asked to, answer some of these questions, I said, can you at least tell me, are either one of the two following fact questions going to be at issue here in this process, whatever it is? Number one, does extraterrestrial intelligence actually exist? And secondly, might at least some of these UFO sightings actually be a vehicle from an extraterrestrial civilization? And Relman just kind of rises up and he says, well, they're absolutely going to be pertinent to this hearing, and it's completely ridiculous to believe that either one of those things is true, he said. I was kind of completely flabbergasted. Harvard University here in 1994, here we are, 1994 is saying something as absurd as that. And so I said, well, then I should tell you that, John and I just spent the part of the weekend meeting with Lawrence Rockefeller, who's very interested in this subject, and he's willing to finance a complete grand rounds here at Harvard. And we can present to you major witnesses, the chief investigator for the Federal Aviation Agency, major military officials. We've got a long list of witnesses that we can present to you, and we're happy to do that. And the legal counsel actually jumped to her feet and said, absolutely not. She said, we're not going to have these proceedings turned into some kind of circus, she said. So I just said to John, I said, well, okay, I guess that's it. Let's go. And I sort of lifted him up out of the chair and took him out of the hearing. So we had this big prolonged fight that went on for like 18 months, with them. And finally, they gave up and they apologized to John, saying this was kind of untoward. This is after he'd been on a number of national television shows and stuff talking about this. And so the bottom line is we pushed them back. And John went on and he set up a thing called, in Cambridge there, called the Project for Extraordinary Experience Research, the peer group. I became general counsel for that group and was so for 10 years until he was, unfortunately struck by a drunk taxi cab driver in London and killed. But then I was contacted by Dr. Stephen Greer, and Stephen asked if I would become general counsel to the Disclosure Project and vet 100 witnesses that he had to figure out who the kind of 24 or so key witnesses might be that we could present at the National Press Club to bring over the staff of major senators and congresspeople. This is in 2001. And we went ahead in May of 2001 and did that. And we brought on a couple dozen major witnesses, most of whom were government employees of comparatively high stature, to present this information to the staff and to the press corps. And so we did that. And I was later asked, I was legal counsel for the Disclosure Project for 20 years. And in that context, got to interview dozens and dozens and dozens of people in the process of vetting them for their credibility to be actually presented by the Disclosure Project as credible witnesses to the public. And then I was retained by Stephen Bassett in 2013 when we had the citizens hearings on disclosure, and we had former senators, United States senators and congresspeople actually sit as a tribunal to have. And we had over 40 witnesses testify under oath in detail to them about the knowledge of all this. And so this drumbeat kept on going on. And then I was, then we all know of the events of December of 2017, when Luis Elizondo and Chris Mellon, who was the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, for both the Clinton administration and for the W. Bush Republican administration, came forward and brought the Tic Tac videos and direct testimony to the New York Times, attesting to the existence of this top secret program inside the Pentagon called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, revealing that contrary to the public protestations that have been consistently issued by the Defense Department, falsely asserting that they didn't think there was anything to the UFO issue, and nobody was paying any attention to it. It was something just completely unimportant. Turns out they had a very high-level, top-secret program going on inside the Pentagon, funded to the tune of $22 million, to investigate this. And Lou had become totally frustrated by the fact that he kept running into these roadblocks everywhere, inside the Defense Department, inside each of the kind of 18 intelligence agencies that we have in the government, that all pushing back against him, not denying to him, at least, that there was anything going on, just that you don't want to go there. Do not ask these questions. Do not. And he kept saying, look, that's my job. I'm tasked with doing this. So he complained to Maddox, Secretary of Defense Maddox, and the people inside the Pentagon and inside the program headed him off and cut off the letter and wouldn't let it go to Defense Secretary Maddox. And so Lou resigned, and talked with Chris Mellon, and they went to the New York Times. They talked to Leslie Keene, who was an old friend of mine and had been writing for decades, actually, about UFO phenomena. And then she went and got Ralph Blumenthal, who was a reporter for the New York Times, and they went to the New York Times to present the information to them. And when it appeared on the front page of the New York Times, and the videos were published through their online New York Times, I was familiar with the process by means of which the New York Times decides to publish things that are classified because of my work on the Pentagon Papers. So I knew that there had been a high-level decision made by the New York Times to release this, which meant that there was some kind of elements inside the Defense Department and the intelligence community that agreed with having this released, or else the New York Times probably wouldn't have done it. We did do in the Pentagon Papers, we had nobody that agreed to let us publish those. So we'd gone through that entire process. So I was fascinated by this, and I was paying close attention to it. And then what happened is the Defense Department started issuing all of these complete blatant lies about Lou Elizondo, that they didn't know who he was. He'd never had any kind of role in the Pentagon. Who is this guy? There's no such program going on in the Pentagon. They just went through like somebody didn't get him the memo, and so the bottom line is Lou ended up contacting me, of all people, to represent him legally, to present a complaint, a formal complaint to the Inspector General of the Defense Department. And so I worked on that with Lou, and we prepared a complaint to the Defense Department that was much more far-reaching than simply complaining about the fact that people were lying about him, but that in fact they were lying to everybody. They were lying to the people. They were lying to Congress, very importantly. And Lou was really upset about this, because he therefore was his credibility was being attacked, so that he couldn't even potentially convince people in Congress that they ought to do something about this. And so we put forth this really complex complaint to the Inspector General, demanding that protocols be set up inside the Defense Department to facilitate people filing these kind of encounters with UFOs. And when we went to see the Inspector General next door to the Pentagon, we go in, and the Inspector General and his couple of guys on the staff were completely prepared to be really hostile and antagonistic. But as soon as Lou started sharing with them the kind of detail that he had and the specific information, all of a sudden, their eyes got, might I say, big as saucers. And anyway, they completely freaked out, and all of a sudden they started running out of the room and going and getting other people to come into the meeting who had the adequate clearances, in military officers with full uniform and all of their medals, and sitting, kind of leaning forward into the information. And Lou persuaded the Inspector General that this was true and that they were being lied to as well. And so that began this entire kind of new era of disclosure because the Inspector General was involved in this now. People over on the congressional side started, taking Lou's calls and going over to meet with them. Started out with the Senate Intelligence Committee, which at the time was chaired by Rubio, by Marco Rubio from Florida, and he became convinced by Lou and by Chris Mellon and some other witnesses that were brought to them that this is true. And then we started going over to people on the House side and found people on the House side that were extremely interested in this whole issue. And what we did is we got the House Oversight Committee eventually to bring forward David Grush to testify about and asserted to them not only that it was true that there was this top secret program going on inside the Pentagon, and that Lou was telling the truth and the Defense Department was lying about it, but that in fact we had a full-scale program going on retrieving crashed UFOs. And there was a program designed to try to back engineer the technology from these crashed UFOs. And that there was a program going on trying to utilize this technology to back engineer them to not only create craft that could duplicate what the UFOs were doing, but they were trying to use the technology to develop a secret weapon system, that could deliver, nuclear payloads into the heart of Russia or the China, within 2 minutes. So that it was like a first strike weapon that nobody could defend against. Now they didn't testify in public about the latter part of it, but I knew about it, and so I was telling everybody. I had never taken any security oath, and Lou had not conveyed that to me, under attorney-client privilege or anything. But I had, because of my representing Lou and knowing all of these other people, I was able to talk to other sources who gave that information to us. And I even knew the aerospace company that was working on it. And so I was telling everybody about it. And that was sort of the advantage in Lou having me as his attorney. I mean, he knew that I had this entire other life, than just being the attorney for Lou Elizondo, and that I had all kinds of people who relied upon me, among others, to tell them what we could find out about this whole program. And so there's been this thing going on now since 2021 of Lou coming forward and giving more information to people in Congress and bringing witnesses to meet with them, by conveying information that I was able to find out to the public as a whole. And this has proved to be pretty satisfactory so far, that we're getting lots of, and Lou testified, just on November 13th, testified in detail about his knowledge about all this, confirming Grush's testimony and others. And so the Congress has now established a special task force. This has been established now by the House Oversight Committee. It's chaired by Congresswoman Luna, and there are all the Republican members have been appointed to this already. And the Democratic people in the House are now in the process of deciding whether to assign people to this. This is not an official subcommittee, which would, in a certain sense, almost require them to appoint Democratic members of it. This is a task force, but it's an official task force. And the chair of the Oversight Committee has asserted that he's willing to issue subpoenas to get involuntary testimony and extract documents from these. This is extraordinarily important. And what we need to do, the New Paradigm Institute that I head up, is dedicated to generating support from the citizenry. Not only support, but demands from the citizenry that the Congress stand up and exercise its constitutional duty to find out about this program and find out what they're doing. There's indications now that this deep element inside the intelligence community and the Defense Department that is being concealed from 95% at least of everybody in the Defense Department and in the intelligence agencies, that they actually may be engaged in trying to knock down UFOs with some new special electromagnetic pulse weapon, knock them down and capture the occupants and everything. Basically making war on an entire, much more highly sophisticated and better, probably technologically prepared power, behind the scenes, making war against them. And Congress doesn't even know about it. So that's sort of the status where we are right now. That's how I became involved in it. It's kind of the chronology of my involvement in this. And so now that I'm heading up the major citizens organization around the country that is establishing, teams in each one of the 435 congressional districts all around the country in all 50 states to just, pour the letters and stuff into their congresspeople and senators, and also go to their local newspapers, put letters to the editor in the newspapers, go to their local cable television shows, go on local podcasts, go to their colleges in the nearby area, in the high schools. We've reached the moment in our country now where we have official confirmation, that we are in possession of at least one or more non-human origin extraterrestrial spacecraft, and the bodies of the occupants confirmed as non-human. So that the moment is here. It hasn't quite dawned on everybody, what this is. This is like that moment at the beginning of every great science fiction movie where all of a sudden it's just one step away from the UFO landing in Central Park and Keanu Reeves getting out, and announcing to them, that there's an extraterrestrial civilization here that's coming and going to our planet, so but we're at that moment now. Our new Paradigm Institute is dedicated to getting the citizenry informed so that our citizenry can participate in these important decisions that are going to be made in the next couple of years, establishing protocols for interacting with the UFO beings, that are going to affect our relationship with them for the next 10,000 years. And we cannot rely upon the military and the intelligence covert operations people whom we don't even trust, to be trusted by the ET people or be, able to negotiate with them on our behalf. We need to have the people involved in this. So not only are we going to be pressuring the members of Congress to do their job constitutionally required of them, but we're going to insist that they do it. If in fact they don't do it, we're going to replace them with other representatives who are willing to exercise the constitutional duty that's been imposed upon them by the Constitution and the framers to do this duty. We can't have a renegade executive branch, or more importantly, some one program deeply buried in one department of the executive branch, making all these decisions on behalf of our entire human family. And so that we're going to not only compel them to do their job, what we're going to do is organize people around the country and around the world to actually reach out directly to the occupants of these UFO vehicles and try to establish direct communication with them so that we undertake a citizen diplomacy program that we were quite successful in helping to engineer out of the United States Jesuit headquarters back when I was there, to reach out to Russia, the citizens in Russia, and eventually ended up having direct meetings with Gorbachev before he was even the president of Russia, to pave the way to help Russia decide that they were going to, step back from the Cold War and be willing to enter into a set of cordial agreements with the United States to try to have a positive and productive future for our planet. So we've been successful in this in the past. Now, the response on the part of our government was not favorable at that time. the George Bush Senior administration back on December 31st of 1991, when President Gorbachev signed the releasing all of the socialist republics of the USSR. That our response was to try to establish full spectrum military dominance over the planet, of the Vulcans that were inside the Defense Department at that time, headed up by Dick Cheney, who was the Secretary of Defense for Bush Senior, and Paul Wolfowitz and Scooter Libby and Doug Fife and all those guys that were inside that Vulcan group, inside the Defense Department. They reached out and decided they were going to establish full spectrum military dominance over the planet. And that low consciousness, dialectical, demand to dominate and control everybody is a deep-seated instinct on the part of portions of our human family. And we cannot allow these people to be in charge of establishing some kind of profoundly dialectical, confrontational, competitive relationship with an extraterrestrial civilization that is probably billions of years, literally billions of years in advance of ours in various fields, not just technological, but potentially geopolitical, even spiritual. So that this is so. In addition to doing all of those tasks, the New Paradigm Institute is going to be not only designing and putting on the pressure to the congressional representatives and doing the direct citizen diplomacy outreach. We're going to be engaged as the New Paradigm Institute in trying to design how our institutions here on our planet, our human institutions, need to be amended and modified so that we can absorb all of this information without having a drastic impact on our economy and in our geopolitical relationships. We have to figure out how to do this because the national security state people have been so insistent upon just flatly denying that any of this is even true. Nobody is effectively figuring out what to do in light of the fact that it is true. And so that's one of the major tasks that the New Paradigm Institute has. We've already crossed that particular river. We now know that this is true, and we need to start doing the work to get universities and scientific laboratories and communities activated to conduct themselves on the basis of knowing that this is true now. And that's what we have to get out way ahead of this, because now that this particular cat is out of the bag, it's just a matter of time before everybody kind of realize what's going on, and this is going to happen over the next 2-year period. So we've got a 2-year period here where we've got to start getting people prepared for this, and the New Paradigm Institute is dedicated to working with all of the other major organizations, with MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network that's been at this for, 60 years or more, that we're in direct communication with people at SAL over at Stanford University, Gary Nolan, and the kind of academic community there. We're in communication with the UAP Disclosure Fund, these people, and so that we're trying to get everybody cooperating, even Luis Elizondo and Stephen Greer, to try to lighten up on this kind of entertaining in somewhat potentially engaging combat or that they're engaged in, to try to transcend that and get all going in the same direction. That Stephen and Lou, on 75 or 85% of the stuff they agree upon. That the UFOs are real, that they actually represent probably an extraterrestrial civilization, that in fact, there is in fact a secret program inside the government that's known about this for 80 years, that we are in fact in possession of alien craft, that there is in fact a back engineering program going on. We have in fact confirmed that the occupants are non-human, that there is a desire to get much more information communicated to the Congress. The Congress should in fact be deeply involved in investigating this and formulating policy for the, there's a whole I could go on and on about how it is that even they have a major degree of agreement on things, and people want to emphasize things they differ on. They're not insignificant. I know that Dr. Greer is convinced that just because they can do it, that there's an element inside the Defense Department Intelligence Agency that's actually planning to use back-engineered technology to try to fake, an alien attack against our planet, so as to solidify the national security state in their budgets, and because he knows of the levels of perfidy to which they have gone in the past, try to silence people, and even to plan and propose, blowing up shopping centers, in Miami and killing members of the refugee community from Cuba, so as to enrage the community to justify invading and occupying Cuba. These are things that they've actually done, and Dr. Greer knows that, and so he is convinced that they're not only capable of doing that, but he can assume they're planning to do that, and so he says so. Now this obviously is disagreed with by Lou Elizondo and also by Colonel Carl Nell, and also I assume by most everybody, including Chris Mellon. And so the people try to emphasize those disagreements between them, and so that what I'm trying to do, and the New Paradigm Institute is involved in trying to do, is get people such as this back into focusing on what it is they all have in common, and so that we can have an upward, positive, forward kind of alliance going forward to get Congress to perform their constitutional duty, to extract this information from this UFO legacy group that's buried deeply inside the national security state somewhere, and actually roll back the excesses of the national security state, which is a fundamental problem. And of course, people who spend their entire career inside the military have a different view of this. And so that what we're trying to do is try to isolate out some of those areas of disagreement and not focus all the attention on those, but focus the attention on the 75 to 85% of things everybody agrees upon. That's how coalitions function, in an effective way. And I've been engaged in doing these things ever since I was at Jesuit headquarters, when we organized the major national coalition against Senate Bill 1, which was the effort on the part of the Nixon administration to completely change the entire federal criminal code of our country into this extraordinarily right-wing reactionary worldview. And that we succeeded in getting 81 national organizations all into the same major coalition against Senate Bill 1, and got it stopped. And so that, but we have to have not only a system organized to stop bad things from happening, we have to have a system of citizens organized in scholastics, organized universities, scientists, and everybody organized together to figure out how to respond to the reality of this extraterrestrial presence on our planet. So that's what we're doing at the New Paradigm Institute. And there's going to be friction. There's going to be, people potentially disagreeing with us, thinking that we're naive, that, such reconciliation can't be obtained. But I believe it can be, and I know all of these people. I've been legal counsel for 20 years for Dr. Greer's, disclosure project, and I've been legal counsel for Lou, since 2021. So I know the people that are involved. I believe, unlike they believe respectively, that there's a high level of good faith on the part of both communities, sub-communities, in getting this job done. And so that we're dedicated to trying to get this to happen, and to get disclosure, and to prepare our human family for this next extraordinary phase of our human existence. I mean, I believe that when full disclosure occurs, this is going to demark a breaking point in our entire human history. That they're probably going to remember the future is going to be chronologized from this point forward. That we probably won't be dealing with, the 2025 years since the birth of Christ, in Western civilization at least. But we're going to be dealing with star dates, as announced at the beginning of every Star Trek series episode. That we're going to have star dates from this point forward. So people need to really come to realize fully what the import is of the unique time period that we're in. And the period, as you all know, is marked by great upset and flux right now. I mean, with the arrival of the Donald Trump second term, there's massive disruption going on in all of the major departments. There are deep concerns that the decisions that are going to be made by this administration are going to be guided by the principles set forth by the Heritage Foundation, in Project 2025. And there's some reason to believe that this is a serious prospect, and people are mobilizing to try to deal with this. And on the other hand, there are those of us who are trying to figure out how we can work with people in this new administration to effectuate many of the objectives that the progressive community has had for decades, to try to cut back on the activities of this deep state, to stop the criminal covert operations, stop the things that are generating war after war after war, around the world, many of which are initiated by us, in our covert operations to attempt to establish full spectrum military dominance over the planet. That this is something the progressive community has known for decades. And so that what we're trying to do, in addition to working out some of the tensions between elements inside the UFO disclosure community, we're trying to work out some of the major tensions between the two major political parties, and between our United States government and Russia and China, and between now ourselves and our NATO allies. We're trying to figure out how to have a cooperative human family demonstrate to the extraterrestrial civilization that we're entitled, that we merit respect and affiliation with whatever juridical entity they have, if any, among themselves. That we need to take our place as members of a galactic community, but we have to start demonstrating the responsibility that's necessary in order to be worthy of this. So that's what we're really talking about. That's what the New Paradigm Institute is designed to accomplish. And so that's the longish answer to your question.
Danny, can I just ask how do you feel about things currently? Because we've got a new administration, and we were told previously, prior to the elections, that this administration was very pro-transparency and very friendly to the UFO UAP community. But now they're in. We've got people like Marco Rubio, who you just mentioned, Secretary of State. We've had Kash Patel, who's
FBI.
Yeah. So all of these people have said some really positive things in the past about the subject.
Yes,
they're in now. They're in now. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings? Do you think?
Well, we're reaching out. We're reaching out to all of them, including Tulsi Gabbard, who's now the Director of National Intelligence. The people that are in the committees in the new Congress. Who have all spoken out in favor of transparency on this particular issue. And you can see from the task force that's been set up by the House Oversight Committee, that they're talking about disclosing not only the secrets about the UFO issue, but also about the John F. Kennedy assassination, the assassination of Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King, also 9/11. They're talking about trying to generate an entire new atmosphere of transparency to unveil the illegal secrets that have been kept from the American people and indeed from the world, And of course, the lead one is this issue of the UFOs, because I mean, this is the overarching strategic secret that has to be revealed if we're going to be able to adjust our structures and our worldviews, actually, to accommodate the new information that is going to be coming to us through this contact. So the bottom line is that we want to try, in the New Paradigm Institute, we want to reify all of the motive that this administration has to become transparent about these things. And we know that there's an initial inclination on the part of the people that are moderate and liberal and progressive people in the country. They're sort of aghast at what's happening with the new administration already. And so that there's a major challenge here we have to get the communities to have a good faith respect for each other. And we know perfectly well that in addition to the desire to have major transparency, this administration does harbor a high level of hostility toward the liberal and progressive community in the country and the major news media in the country. And so that we have to find out whether there's anything we can do as the New Paradigm Institute to try to lower that level of antagonism and hostility, so that these two elements, actually several elements, we have an authoritarian worldview, a reactionary worldview, a conservative worldview, a moderate worldview, a liberal worldview, a progressive worldview, and a utopian worldview already operational. What we're trying to do at the New Paradigm Institute is to discern a new eighth paradigm, new paradigm worldview that can actually try to discern what it is about the belief systems of each of these different worldviews that we share in common, and what we can do to focus on those commonalities to present ourselves to our galactic neighbors as some kind of at least to some degree, unified community. That's what we're engaged in. So I think that we have a kind of a unique perspective inside the New Paradigm Institute, both toward the new administration and toward the progressive and liberal community. But the bottom line is that this is what we're doing at the New Paradigm Institute, okay? And that we want people to get in touch with us. It's simple, newparadigminstitute.org, period. Reach out to us. It's all totally for free. That we have entire websites with linkages to all kinds of information that we have vetted and that we hold forth and proffer to the world as being credible. We're vetting out some information that we do not yet believe meets the standards of Rule 11, which is the rule of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure that every legal counsel is required to abide by. Before you make assertions about a particular fact, you have to have a reasonable grounds to believe that that's true, which, if given access to the legitimate discovery process, an investigative process, that you can provide court admissible evidence to sustain, at least by a preponderance of the evidence, the truthfulness of what you're asserting. So we're asserting this particular standard over the information that we're vetting and sharing. And we want to become a reliable source of information for the people that are newly encountering this rather stunning reality that's descending upon them. And in the midst of all this turmoil, that there's an awful lot of noise going on, about all the different people being fired and all the people in the Justice Department, the whole criminal division having been furloughed. And, there's an awful lot of news noise going on right now. And so in order to maintain saying, oh, by the way, we've got a UFO craft that we've recovered, and there's an extraterrestrial civilization coming and going from our planet. We think that we ought to get some attention, maintain some attention on this particular thing, because, in fact, it could strategically be the answer to a lot of these problems that we've got. of warring with ourselves and coming up with all kinds of dialectical, confrontational reasons to hate each other. That this could be the solution, not to unify all of us in combat against the UFO society, but in fact to bring us all together so that we can merit citizenship in whatever the galactic community is that surrounds us.
Yeah, superb. Danny, I'm really conscious of your time. I've got one very quick question, if that's okay. And you're such a busy person, super busy. What do you do to unwind? What do you do in your spare time? How do you sort of put aside? It's a really intense topic.
I watch all of the other podcasts to see what people are saying about this, because I need to know. I mean, this is something an issue that you can jump up out of bed every single morning going, oh boy, this is great. This is what I would love to do in my pastime, if I weren't, prosecuting criminal organizations or, doing major litigation where you have to be constantly on schedule and on call to respond to the judges and stuff. This is what I've always intended to do, right from the very beginning, from the very first meeting that I had with Senator Jacob Javits. This is what I was hoping to do. And so that I'll do everything I can do to try to represent our human family in our best possible light in discussions that we have with the UFO people. That we're not perfect. We've got a ways to go, but they almost certainly went through phases similar to this back in eons bygone in their planets. So at least they know what's going on here. And that's one of the reasons they're so frightened, I think, about our potentially having a thermonuclear war, which could stop the life-generating capacity of our planet. And it's quite clear that they view with some high value, the fact that our planet gestates life. And they're very interested in the flora and fauna of our planet, potentially to be harvesting some of this and seeding life elsewhere in the universe on planets that are prepared to sustain it but haven't generated life yet. That there's an extraordinary important understanding we need to come to as to what their mission is here. It may be as minimal as just checking us out to see how things are going on our planet, but there may be some extraordinarily high calling that they're engaged in, which has important spiritual ramifications, and that we need to know what these are.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Danny.
That's what I do to relax.
I mean, it doesn't sound very relaxing, if I'm honest. I was thinking, a bit of steam room sauna time, a bit of golf, but each to their own. Danny, hopefully we'll get a chance to have another conversation at some point in the future.
We will, Jimmy.
Really appreciate it.
It is a busy time, but it's busy for all of us, and it's busy good.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice one. Take care of yourself. Thanks, Danny.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Bye now.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
Cheers, Danny.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Oh, wait, there's more. More Danny Sheehan.
It's a fully accredited university offering
This is New Thinking Aloud with Jeffrey Mishlove on YouTube, featuring Daniel Sheehan.
Learning graduate degrees that focus
college conversation.
UFO. Today we'll be exploring the fast-moving field of UFO disclosure, and I'm delighted that my guest today is Daniel Sheehan. He is author of The People's Advocate, The Life and Legal History of America's Most Fearless Public Interest Lawyer. He has been involved in many prominent cases, including the Pentagon Papers, the Watergate burglary, the Karen Silkwood case, the American Sanctuary Movement case, and the Iran-Contra affair. He represented psychiatrist John Mack when he was being investigated due to his interest in apparent alien abduction cases. He is currently heading up an organization called the New Paradigm Institute that is launching an initiative to hold Congress responsible for UFO and UAP transparency. Danny is based in California, and now I'll switch over to the internet video. Welcome, Danny. It's a real pleasure to be with you again, especially at this time when so much seems to be happening in the UFO disclosure arena.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is, Jeffrey. It just yesterday morning, when Tulsi Gabbard was being, interviewed by the United States Senate to confirm her becoming the new director of national intelligence, in her opening statement, she specifically stated that one of her top priorities is to get transparency on this whole UFO, UAP issue. And Robert Kennedy, who it may also be coming onto the cabinet, has also made public statements now that he believes that it's a top priority. And Trump himself has said that along with the release of the JFK assassination documents, he believes that all the documents relating to the UFO and ET phenomenon should be made public. So, and now because of that, there's a lot more people that are deeply involved in the actual program that's been going on for downing the UFOs and recovering them and trying to back engineer their technology and stuff. So there's a lot of that. Jake Barber has come on, and there's a lot of the people. Also, Fred Baker. There's a number of people that have been directly involved in it that are now coming forward. Ross Coulthart from Australia is doing lots of these interviews, bringing forward lots of the people that we've already presented to the Senate Intelligence Committee, and trying to lean on the Senate Intelligence Committee to bring these people forward publicly. So all of that is going on right here in the very first month of the administration of Donald Trump.
Well, what I find especially fascinating is that Jake Barber, a private contractor with a military and intelligence background, says that he now has venture capital financing to take this whole UFO retrieval operation out of government hands into the private domain and make his findings, to the extent that he can, public.
The latter part of that is good, to try to utilize private resources to get at this information and get it out from under the control of the military. But the problem is that the private aerospace corporations are the ones who are trying to keep it secret because they want to get patents on the technology with regard to and the problem is when you get into the private sector, one of the primary sources of funding in the private sector is the military, and because they get cost plus contracts. They get billions of dollars of grants and stuff from the Defense Department. The House and the Senate will give the Department of Defense virtually any amount of money they ask for, and so that it doesn't necessarily accomplish what we're trying to do, is to pull this out from under the control of the military in the attempt to utilize the technology from the ETs, for weapon systems. Now in our areas that you and I talk about a lot, and the whole issue of consciousness and what the impact of the recognition of the existence of an extraterrestrial civilization, our relationship with them, what they portend for our future relationship, all of that stuff is what needs to be emphasized. So this isn't a commercial venture. This is a scientific and spiritual adventure that needs to be emphasized. And unfortunately, Jake Barber, as you noticed, one of the primary aspects of his interview with Ross Coulthart, on the News Nation, was that he had this extraordinary experience of a consciousness, a dramatic elevation of his own personal consciousness when he encountered this craft that was apparently had extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional non-human life piloting it. And he was very candid about it, which is quite remarkable. Even, for a special forces guy, these tough guys, he basically cried right on television when he was talking about what an astonishing, unique, and extraordinary experience it was to encounter this intelligence. So that helps.
I think Jake Barber coming forward is a milestone in this development. So we need to talk about his credibility and the credibility of the people around him.
Yes. Well, that I'm going to find out a lot more about it. I know that I'd been talking with Ross earlier about the people that he was talking to. I didn't know what their names were. I had a general idea of what their general background was and what the kind of information is that they know about. But now that he's come forward publicly and we know his name and everything, we're going to be spending a lot more time trying to direct attention to this consciousness dimension of what he's talking about. And so that virtually all the contacts that I've gotten since then, which are considerable, I've tried to emphasize this aspect of what it is that they're doing and try to make sure that in this the funding that they have gotten from this gentleman, a particular person, we now know who it is that is funding their private operation. I'm just hoping that we can steer people into this issue of consciousness and the whole metaphysical and geopolitical and philosophical domain that we need to look at, rather than everybody getting fixated on the technology and the kind of mechanics of the whole thing. But this is clearly a breakthrough, with them coming forward and now starting to provide video of some of the actual craft.
It seems like a major breakthrough, particularly in light of the fact that, to my knowledge, the Pentagon and the Aero office is still denying that any of this is real.
Yeah, that's true. It's quite extraordinary. I mean, they're locked right in. They've just gotten themselves attached to this particular way of handling it, and their credibility is just going down farther and farther. Now, with the change of administration, with the change of the people that are in charge of the defense, now to have a person in charge of the State Department, for example, with Rubio, that is very clearly acknowledging the reality of all of this, and they have an institutional interest in the State Department to get the State Department involved in figuring out what our diplomatic relationship is going to be with the extraterrestrial occupants of these craft, so that it's not just exclusively a military or intelligence operation. That's extraordinarily important. And when you have Tulsi Gabbard, assuming she's going to be approved as the Director of National Intelligence, she's going to try to shift away from, I think, this abuse of the classification system, to try to classify not just the technology, but to classify and keep secret the fact that there's an extraterrestrial civilization all around us. I mean, that's preposterous. That is not a national security issue exclusively.
Well, I assume they feel that the public isn't ready to handle it. It'll cause chaos and communication disruptions and make us vulnerable to our enemies, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, actually, they've been much more specific in my conversations with the people that are part of the secret keeping, is they've said they're afraid that it will undermine the present pillars of power in our culture. They start talking right immediately about the stock market. They start talking about our military prowess, the assertion of dominant military power over the planet that we exercise. It's all going to be undermined. That's hardly in keeping, at least, with higher consciousness, and so that type of threat that they're concerned about. I mean, when you check the polls, vast majorities of the younger generations are all convinced that there's an extraterrestrial civilization. That they're not traumatized by it. It seems like a perfectly natural thing to believe, and that they're starting to think about the beings from Alpha Centauri as being like Frenchmen, or Germans or Scandinavians. They're just farther away, and it is true that we have to navigate the kind of they keep referring to it as ontological shock of realizing that there is another highly intelligent, highly sentient, highly technologically developed, but distinctly non-human species. That this is that whole issue of us thinking that we moved from believing falsely that we were the center of the physical universe into believing that we were just the pinnacle of all sentient life in the universe. We've now been, I guess, dethroned, and that's what they're worried about. So we have to learn to be citizens with others rather than some sort of elite royalist class, in the universe. So that's just another transition that needs to be made now by our human family. We've made them in the past, and we'll make this one. We just have to do it in a constructive and peaceful way.
Well, when you bring up the question of power and who has power, it seems to me that we can call them aliens or ETs or extra-dimensional, or Ted Owens, a man I studied who had psychic abilities, called them the space intelligences, and did hundreds of demonstrations that he could interact with them and produce very, very powerful effects on hurricanes, tornadoes, and volcanoes. So it seems to me that really, whoever they are, they're the ones with the power.
Well, and of course, you can imagine how potentially traumatic that is to a major national security state apparatus who believe that the mission of our intelligence community and our military is to establish full spectrum military dominance over the planet. That's traumatic for them to not be in that position any longer. And so that they have to move over into diplomatic negotiations and communications with the beings. That's the process that has to go on now, and that's why by having Marco Rubio over at State Department right now, who is such a clear person who has knowledge of the reality of this phenomenon, that's an extraordinary breakthrough, and even perhaps more so than the Jake Barber event. This event of Rubio being approved now to be the Secretary of State, who has been such a proponent of transparency on this issue, I think is one of the most important things that has happened, in this last period since you and I spoke last.
I recall the Israeli aerospace expert, I think his name was Eshed, if I recall correctly. He maintained that actual treaties or contracts or documents exist that the government, not just the U.S. government, but several governments have been in contact with these entities, whoever they are, and have engaged in agreements.
He did say that. We're investigating that now at the New Paradigm Institute. We have very positive communications with Marco Rubio and his staff, who are many of them from his Senate staff, will be shifting over now into the State Department. And so that we hope to gather much more information about that. And that's, again, a part of the trauma that they're afraid of, is saying, oh, look, if they've been having actual diplomatic communications with extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional beings, and they've been lying about that to the American people, that they're embarrassed about that at a minimum. They're also, I think, more structurally worried about losing authority over this domain. So this is something that I think that if we focus as a public interest community in shifting the kind of major center of gravity of dealing with this issue over into the State Department in diplomatic realms, we now have to engage the religious communities. We really need to engage the spiritual communities on the planet to start moving over into this area in starting to try to understand what the metaphysical and spiritual implications are of the dislocation of our human species, Homo sapiens, of not being at the pinnacle of all sentient life in the universe. That's an important step that I think you and I and others who come from a kind of a spiritual background have to try to focus on, while other people worry about a lot of other things that they're doing right now.
Well, if you had to put a probability, a percentage on the idea that there are actual, let's call them written agreements between governments and extraterrestrial organizations, how likely do you think that is?
I think that there are protocols that have been established. That's clear. I mean, that's 100% clear. That there are some kind of protocols that have been developed pursuant to which our especially our military forces and our intelligence gathering satellite systems, et cetera, have some kind of working relationship with not stepping on each other's toes right here. Now, as to how formal that is right now, as to exactly which agencies have, because it's not within their purview. It's not within the purview of the Central Intelligence Agency, for example, to be working out diplomatic relationships with with foreign powers. We're supposed to have a constitutionally structured government that does this, and so. But I think that it's absolutely certain that that there's some kind of working protocols that have been established. What we need to do now is we need to kind of formalize these, and we need to involve the other people and other nation states on our planet in this process. We can't have the kind of superiority complex of the United States elite governing circles. I think that they are the ones that are going to be able to call the shots on this, that we really have to have some sort of geopolitical engagement. So that I think that the treaties that we have with each other here on our planet, among the 193 nation states that are part of the United Nations, need to come to grips with this right now, because they need to work out, we need to work out some kind of a unified sense of how it is we want to interrelate with these beings before we can engage in bilateral formalization of our relationship with them. Because you certainly don't want individual nation states establishing individual treaties with one or another of these species. That's going to states elite governing circles. I think that they are the ones that are going to be able to call the shots on this, that we really have to have some sort of geopolitical engagement. So that I think that the treaties that we have with each other here on our planet, among the 193 nation states that are part of the United Nations, need to come to grips with this right now, because they need to work out, we need to work out some kind of a unified sense of how it is we want to interrelate with these beings before we can engage in bilateral formalization of our relationship with them. Because you certainly don't want individual nation states establishing individual treaties with one or another of these species. That isn't the ideal way to proceed.
There have been reports, particularly from Jake Barber, that the government employs what he calls psionic assets. Typically, he's described these assets as persons, and typically they come from outside of the United States. They come from countries where they've been recruited, from societies where there is no hostility towards psychic functioning, and that these particular individuals, many of whom I understand are Native American, have the ability to interact with the occupants or with the vehicles if the vehicles themselves are conscious. And the interaction is telepathic in nature. It seems to me as soon as you introduced the concept of ESP or telepathy, many of the fundamental principles upon which our legal system is based come into challenge.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about this. The worldview issue arises right away. And that you and I have talked about it before. That there's an entire octave spectrum of worldviews shared among our human family, and those that more integratively approach the issue of consciousness are going to rise into the ascendancy here. Those who are kind of steadfastly atheistic and radical materialist, scientific, logical positivists, are going to be more traumatized by this because they've been so emphatic and aggressive for so long about actively denying the reality of the conscious realm. But as you move into the progressive and utopian and spiritual worldviews, you're going to see more and more acceptance of this. And what we're talking about here, the Aboriginal people, the people who have not been kind of jammed into the scientific, logical, positivist worldview, have been engaging with this extra-dimensional, extraterrestrial consciousness for some time in their spiritual traditions. And because of that, they have developed this faculty of spiritual communion, which is, in my opinion, a faculty that I think I may have mentioned the story to you, maybe in private conversations, that back in 1968, when I had just come from Harvard College and had gone up into Harvard Law School, we got word that the professor of intellectual history at Harvard University was going to be delivering his final lecture, and he was asked, what the most important single human insight, intellectual insight, had been, in his opinion, of her teaching for 50 years at Harvard. And he said it was clear that what all of the greatest minds in our human family had come to realize that we were right in the process of evolving to the next stage of our biological evolution, and that Homo sapiens sapiens was going to be evolving into a new species, and that the primary differentiation between the new species and this was the full flowering of this additional faculty. And it was the faculty that people refer to as extrasensory perception. But it had to do with telepathic communication. It has to do with precognition. It has to do with non-local communication, and all of this particular biological faculty, like seeing or hearing, enables some of our people to have direct, immediate experiential engagement with the unitive phenomenon that bonds every irreducible integer of matter in the entire physical universe into one unified harmonic whole. And there is an additional belief that beyond that, the next additional stage of evolution of our human family actually enables us to reach out and have direct, immediate experience of the infinite and eternal sea of completely undifferentiated consciousness that abides out beyond the sum total of mass and energy in our physical universe, that there's an infinite and eternal sea of completely undifferentiated consciousness that simply abides. And this was the origin of the actual condensation of consciousness into the original unit of matter that has through this process of evolving, has evolved into our physical universe. Now, you and I have talked about these things, that this is an area where the Western traditions, the Western spiritual traditions, need to learn more from the Eastern traditions, even of Buddhism and Hinduism, and certainly shamanism of the Aboriginal spiritual communities. And so this is going to be an extraordinarily exciting time not only for scientists and for engineers and for historians, but also for people in the spiritual community. This is in my opinion is that given the pace of the information coming forward now, that there's almost no way that this is not going to start coming forward during the next 4-year period. That there's the period of this particular administration. And so if in fact we can hold these members of the cabinet that are coming in under Trump and can hold Trump to their word, that what they're trying to do is fix our institutions, to keep them from violating the Constitution and violating people's private rights and violating the law. If we can actually get the institutions to function the way the Constitution envisioned them doing, then the institutions will be strong enough to process this event that's happening here. So I think that this is extremely important. And to be frank, it wasn't entirely clear that if things had just continued to go on as normal, with an additional administration of Joe Biden or even Kamala Harris, that was, let's keep on going the way we've been going, and allow that these kind of imperfections unto tragic failures of some of our institutions were being ignored, and the one of which is the whole bifurcation of the academic and intellectual communities in our universities from the spiritual realm. In the entire bifurcation between spiritual insight and the laws and public policies of our nation states. We have to go through a really radical adjustment here, I believe, in the next 4-year period. And that's why it's going to be so important for people to come together and to stop this kind of dialectical confrontation, not only between science and religion, but between the left and the right, between the Republicans and the Democrats, the Western civilization and Eastern civilization. This entire inclination to the dialectic, is basically that our culture is out of balance in the second chakra. That we're just locked into this dialectical dynamic. We have to understand that there's a higher manifestation of each of our chakras, so that there's a Taoist, relationship between the yin and the yang here, between the spiritual and the rational. That this has to we have to come to grips with this now. So I think this next 4-year period is going to be, while it's fraught with danger. I want to be clear about that. That I have no doubt whatsoever that there are significant indicia that this could go wrong here. That Donald Trump personally has a number of what I think are very serious character problems that could cause this to kind of gravitate toward kind of an authoritarian regime, where he would take advantage of the destabilization of the old structures in a way to increase his own personal power. Even under the point of potentially declaring a state of national emergency, wanting to suspend normal constitutional protections, even potentially invoking the continuity of government authority that has been authorized by Congress. We have to be careful about this, that those of us who are adherents to natural law principles need to reinforce the fundamental underlying natural law principles that undergird our Constitution here during this period of instability. So that's part of my role as an attorney and as general counsel for the New Paradigm Institute, to make sure that we safeguard these, that very importantly will protect the agency of our human species in dealing with the extraterrestrial universe. That that people are going to be tempted to abandon any kind of self-respect for our human family, to see that, we're a million years behind another civilization in our consciousness. That doesn't mean that we just succumb to being told what to do by them. or that they just substitute their view of reality for anything that we might think. So the maintenance of our agency as a species is going to be very important here. And I think that the safeguards of our Constitution are very valuable here in this period of disequilibrium. But we do need a period of disequilibrium to unstick some of these institutional flaws that we have. The national security state, the individual nation-state imperialism, the injustices of an uncontrolled capitalist system on the planet, crushing people and setting up huge, vast discrepancies between 1/10 of 1% of the population of our planet and the vast majority of our people. We have to overcome these differences of race and gender and national origins. This is an astonishingly rich opportunity that we have here, and that's how we should hold it. That's how we should view this, in my opinion.
One of the paradoxes that comes to my mind as you're speaking about this is that it seems to me that the societies that proclaim to be most open to the idea of communication with extraterrestrials are the indigenous peoples who have talked about it for centuries and seem to think of it in a matter-of-fact way. But these are the same people who very often have no laws, no courts, no police, no jails.
Mm-hmm. No, it's true. But they also have no highways, they have no bridges, they have no so what we have to do, again, we have to try to establish a balance here. There are all kinds of amenities that are perfectly appropriate for our human species to have, and that I understand that some of the Aboriginal communities have eschewed basically any contact or communication with the kind of the more scientific culture, and they have foregone some of the benefits that can be derived because they think that the dangers are so profound. Because they see what's happened in our culture. And of course, the ET people have been telling us about this. The people that they've been contacting and having communications with, they say, look, there's some very clear things that you need to do. You've got to stop the nuclear weapons programs. You've got to get rid of these nuclear weapons because you're going to eventually, because of the bipolar dynamics you have going on between nation states, you're going to resort to thermonuclear war. And you can destroy the life-generating capacity of your planet. And the same thing with contaminating your planet with all these chemicals and effluents from your energy systems into your atmosphere. You're going to destroy the life-generating capacity of your planet. And let's be clear, the life-generating capacity of your planet is one of the important factors that's causing the extraterrestrial civilization to be so interested in your planet. Because, even though there are clearly other planets that gestate life, because they have done so. But the reality is that it's not an absolutely common feature of all planets in the galaxy, much less in the universe. And so that the preservation of this unique capacity that some planets have to gestate life and to support life in its evolutionary process, this is the fundamental dynamic of the universe. And it is sacred. This is a sacred dimension of our universe. And the Aboriginal tribes, place such emphasis on all of that they have actually consciously tried to avoid a culture that has begun to suppress that. But that we come out of the Western culture where the to try to discuss in the academies, in the universities. Remember what happened at Harvard University with Dr. John Mack, back in 1994, when he simply wanted to write and talk about this extraordinary encounter with extraterrestrial life and the effect that it had on the consciousness of our people. He was condemned basically by the university. They threatened to throw him out of the community, basically. And so that we have great progress that needs to be made in the universities and in the educational system of our children. This, as I say, It's extraordinarily important to have people get excited about this in a positive way. And I guess there's a difference that some people, human beings that stand out in a summer field and look up into the stars and see the overwhelming beauty and majesty of our universe, and are just enthralled at how joyous and wonderful this is. And some people experience it with complete fear and feel completely isolated, and what an overwhelming phenomenon the universe is. And so that we have to, without being patronizing, we have to be sympathetic to some people who have a more difficult time enjoying and accessing the more subtle dimensions of our consciousness, that are able to resonate in harmony with the kind of unifying frequencies that exist in our universe. That's the kind of things that I know that you've devoted your life to. It's the pathway through which I have come into this issue of being at Jesuit National Headquarters back in 1977, when President Carter came to office. And one of the first things he demanded was finding out about what the ET and UFO phenomenon is all about. That's how I ended up becoming professionally involved in this at Jesuit headquarters. And we proposed to the 54 major religious denominations in the United States back in 1977 that we set up a special task force to figure out how to prepare for this. And yet they didn't want to do it at that time. But I think now people are more and more open to this, and I think that your institute and the work that you're doing at the academic level and the work we're doing at the New Paradigm Institute are absolutely integral to the success of this program. That's why I enjoy getting to meet with you regularly and keep us posted on how we're all doing on this.
Thank you. I enjoy it as well. I'd like to go back to the Jake Barber story. It's fascinating how this man, who really spent his life as a warrior and a very tough fellow, he says he's always armed wherever he goes, and has faced many life-threatening situations, was brought to the point of tears when he encountered what he believes was an authentic non-human craft that he was hoisting on his helicopter. But at the same time, he also acknowledged that the program he was involved in used microwave pulse weapons to shoot UFOs down out of the sky so they could be captured. And apparently the psionic assets, these human beings, are involved in some sort of a program to control the UFOs with their own consciousnness, get them to land, and where they can also be captured.
That's right. No, this is fairly frightening. this kind of the commandeering of people who have these kind of subtle psychic capabilities to setting up what they refer to as the honey trap. To kind of send out signals. Oh, we're here. We love you. Please come. Please come. And then when they come near them, try to knock them out of the sky and capture them. And according to some reports, actually kill the beings that are on board. I have direct information that's happened in the past. This is, now obviously I would assume that the extraterrestrial beings that travel sort of extra-dimensionally here to our planet, that they're sophisticated enough to realize this is like highly undeveloped species act sometimes. So, they're not going to hopefully respond, overreact to this and say, oh, you people are so awful, we ought to exterminate you or get rid of you, or actually undertake to utilize our high technologies to engage in a war with you. They're obviously tolerating this. It's like your little, 1-year-old that you're carrying around is fascinated and starts pulling your hair, and you don't punch them in the face or anything. What you do is say, okay, that I'm here to help get you adjusted as you evolve into maturity. This is what's happening with us. We are in the process of having to establish a symbiotic relationship with this extraterrestrial civilization that is going to assist us in progressively moving into a higher and higher level of consciousness. We're going to start to, I believe, shed, not so much shed entirely, these lower chakra energy systems of our bodies, because as we all know, that all of the chakras have to be functioning in a fully healthy way in order for the full human being to manifest. So you don't just say, oh, I've got to cut off my first and second and third chakras, because I want to all be in the heart here, or I just want to be up in my sixth chakra. We've got to embrace all of them, and I think that this is symbolic of the fact that we have to embrace all of the different worldviews that our human family has, and understand that in isolation, any one of those worldviews, if it attempts to assert itself as the only worldview, is out of balance. And so that we have to try to understand what this balance is within us, each of us as human beings, and consult the knowledge, the esoteric knowledge that is in our human family about who we are and what the biophysical systems are that this vehicle that we're in right now is capable of doing performance-wise. And we need to consult some of the more Aboriginal communities that are more familiar with some of the practices that strengthen the balance in ourselves. I think this is extraordinarily exciting, in case I hadn't mentioned that before.
You've introduced the term ontological shock. And I hear it quite a bit lately. People being confronted with realities that are so vastly different than anything that they imagined was even possible. And for example, there's a new book, it's a few years old, by Robert Temple called A New Science of Heaven, and he's looking at plasma physics, and he's suggesting that all of these orbs that people are reporting, and in particular, a fellow named Chris Bledsoe on the East Coast sees thousands of these orbs, videotapes them, and maintains that there are living beings, intelligent beings inside the orbs. Well, apparently these orbs are plasmoids. They don't even have atoms or molecules. They're made out of ions. And they're completely non-biological. And it appears as if we're dealing with a life form that it does not rely on DNA and biology the way we're accustomed to. Robert Temple, the author of this book, points out that 99.9% of the entire universe is plasma, and he maintains that the real conscious entities, the extraterrestrial civilization, could be the sun. It could be clouds of nebulae in the galaxy that have the capability of self-organization into conscious beings, something vastly, vastly different than anything we're accustomed to.
There's the ontological phenomenon right there. That's the whole thing. The question is to how consciousness evolves from one condensed material manifestation into another is what ontology is all about, actually. The ontological question as to how consciousness interrelates with the material realm, how it relates to the physical, biological evolution of individual species in its material manifestation. This is the realm of ontology. And this is one of the four pillar questions that even Ralph Potter, for example, at Harvard University, teaches in the comparative social ethics, because the different worldviews are generated by different conclusions that they come to with regard to the ontological process, and as well as the cosmological process of how the universe came into being, the teleological process as to how it's unfolding, the epistemological process by means of which we discern truth in any way at all. This is that I've just been asked to do a major documentary, a big 90-minute documentary, laying out the kind of undergirding beliefs of the worldviews and how they relate to the response we have to the UFO phenomenon. There's all kinds of extraordinarily exciting work that we all get to do here. That we've been a little bit like, the voice in the wilderness, or the dog in the manger, trying to kind of tell people about this from the sidelines, while they're all playing, confrontational games with each other, from, Super Bowl football games to cage fighting, and we're trying to sit there and say, there's a better way here. There's a higher way that we can relate to each other and have people excited, so I think that our engagement with the academy, with the universities, is going to be extraordinarily important here. I know that the Salk Foundation is focusing on a lot of that, trying to prepare white papers, et cetera. My opinion is that we have to emphasize more of the metaphysical dimensions of this than just the technology, and that the universities need to look at, we need to get out our old Harvard University course catalog, this big tome that we have that looks like a Sears Roebuck catalog, and figure out how each of the different areas of scholastic expertise is going to be impacted by this. But the ontological study and the human biological studies are one of the primary ones that have to be addressed.
One of the videos that you promoted in your newsletter had to do with something called ARVs, Alien Reproduction Vehicles. And the implication was that these private corporations that the government has entrusted with captured UFOs have been able to create vehicles that simulate what the UFOs are like. And some of these supposedly have been capable of flying, capable of leaving the atmosphere, maybe even capable of traveling at close to light speeds. And when Jake Barber gave his lengthy interview, I had the impression that most of the work he was doing in the program was involving retrieving captured vehicles that were actually manufactured by humans, experimental vehicles that might crash.
I think that's true. I think that is true. They have a range. He talks about working on the range where they're going out to retrieve these things if they fall down. That's a very specific, restricted kind of activity that they're engaged in. And I've had long discussions for the 20 years that I was general counsel for the Disclosure Project with Stephen Greer. Dr. Greer had been trying to tell people for decades that, look, you're wrong if you think that they haven't been able to make some breakthroughs in looking at this technology, that some significant number of the craft that you see running around are not, in fact, extraterrestrial, they're human. That we have succeeded in doing some and capturing some of the technology, and that they've generated some of these vehicles now. And I've come to understand that that's true. I at the very beginning, I was being told, oh no, they don't really know how to handle this. They can't. Their consciousness can't function. They can't make the machines work or anything like that. It's clear that they've jury-rigged, I think, some of the technology. And so that they can operate it more or less like a prosaic vehicle, even though it has some extraordinary capacities. Now, the other problem is, of course, that the fact that these vehicles are run by telepathic communication on the part of the pilot, that they were, in fact, having substantial difficulties in having the trained pilots that they have in the Air Force, for example, and in the Navy, that somehow they weren't capable of the kind of consciousness that was necessary to communicate and navigate these craft. And so what they did is they went out and they started trying to recruit people. As you point out, that they've actually gone and tried to find children who demonstrate these kind of psychic capabilities, and that they began a sub-program of psionics. This entire effort to try to gear up people who have these capabilities and recruit them to actually be pilots for these craft. and so that they could bring down the actual ET craft themselves, not a mock-up of them, or not something that's like them, but the actual craft themselves, and have young children be trained over years to learn how to fly these things because of the high levels of consciousness and psychic abilities that they've had. Now, I'm not at liberty to go into some of the details about this, because the means by which I've acquired this information puts certain people at risk of revealing who they are. But there have been some very substantial, misconduct involved in working with these children and trying to train them to fly these craft. And there have been some substantial misconduct with regard to the way they've treated the occupants of these craft, to the point of capturing them, killing them, subjecting them to all kinds of coercive activities. And our New Paradigm Institute is working with people in the Justice Department. Now, the Federal Justice Department, to try to bring about a major investigation to determine what some of those activities have been, so that we can purge those activities from the present system that they're working with. Okay, and that's a whole kind of darker dimension of this thing. But the bottom line is that that we're trying to be upward, positive, forward in this, and to reify the positive aspects of the program, to bring those forward, to stop the more malignant or malevolent aspects of the program that are products of the institutions, the national security state institutions that we've developed since World War II. That those have infected the program, and we've got to operate on the structures and remove those kind of malignancies from the program, which are very real. And that's where we want that to be a constructive process, okay, and not a destructive process. And we're not trying to demonize people. We're trying to say, look, this has just got to stop. We've got to have a more positive program here, and that therefore they're focusing on the psionic abilities, the capacities that people have to engage in telepathic communication, and precognition, and actually be able to transcend the potential limits of time. A very important issue here, of being able to get outside of the fourth dimension of time itself, and realize that all events are taking place all at the same time, as it were. This is something that people have a hard time grasping, but for reasons we can understand. But the bottom line is that the reason we've set up the New Paradigm Institute is to be able to house all of these issues and to compartmentalize some of the things, the studies that need to be done, and the reaching out to the universities, reaching out to people inside the national security state bureaucracy, reaching out to people inside the Senate and the House of Representatives, reaching out to people inside the executive branch, reaching out to people in the Justice Department, for example. These are all things that we're doing at the New Paradigm Institute, and people are we've got over 1,000 people have contacted us volunteering their services in these areas. So we're in the process of trying to get everything kind of organized and function in an effective and responsible way, and at the same time work with other organizations that are doing pieces of all of this, to not give them the impression that we're trying to co-opt what it is they're doing, or that we're trying to lord it over everybody. It's just that most everybody realizes that I've been involved in this program ever since 1977. And as hard as it is to believe that I've gotten to be one of the senior citizens of this movement just by dint of surviving. But we're trying to be responsible at the New Paradigm Institute, and we're working with people in the Saul Foundation, people in the UAP Disclosure Fund, the MUFON people, the people that run the conferences, the Conscious Life Expo, and that all of us need to work together to be able to demonstrate in practice to the extraterrestrial people that we're actually entitled or we're worthy of having a responsible relationship with them, even though we're still subject to some fairly primitive activities, that each of us has the responsibility to overcome that in ourselves. Each one of us has to be able to do this. Then we get into the issue of spiritual practice, that our human family, people have been trying to tell us or show us actually for centuries that there's a secret here, that our human physiology has capabilities that are so far beyond what the normal scientific, logical, positivist, materialist worldview acknowledges, that we need to listen. We need to look into those bodies of knowledge in those practices to help us strengthen ourselves so that we don't succumb to being over-dominated by just our lower chakra energies of personal survival, dialectical dominion, just the will to power. That these are things that we have to put into perspective and discover whether there's something unique that we can contribute to the galactic community. Is there something that we are really worthy of, some unique contribution that we can make? We hope so, because we want to be able to maintain a legitimate degree of agency over our own planet, but to participate in sharing the wealth of our planet, which is primarily life forms, flora and fauna that they might be wanting to harvest in some way, to seed other planets in our galaxy, to seed life elsewhere. This is an extraordinarily positive mission, that they may be engaged in. And at the same time, we need to be smart. We need to be aware of the fact that there may be some species in our galaxy that are still operating at less than ideal balance among their chakras. Where they may have a bit of a will to power or dominion that we need to be cognizant of. But I'm sure that there's knowledge about this among other species in our galaxy. They can share this information with us, and that we can take this into account. It's just hard to overstate how exciting this whole period is, and how pregnant it is with potential for our human family. As long as we work together and we cooperate with each other, and that each and every one of us, is willing to be open to engaging in an exercise of our consciousness that expands and elevates our levels of consciousness so that we can achieve these tasks. That's it sounds like evangelism, but it is. Evangelism is sharing the good news. We're trying to share the good news that our human family is capable of so much more than we have demonstrated in the past. Each of us needs to be able to embrace that and know that it's true of ourselves, each and every one of us, every one of our organizations and institutions. And these institutions are going to have to be modified. They're going to have to evolve in a positive way to enable us to adjust to this new information that's going to be flowing in. We can't shut it off. We can't ignore it. We can't deny that it's real. We have to be able to absorb it and integrate it and move forward in the next phase of our human family. This is what we're engaged in at the New Paradigm Institute.
You've mentioned the Saul Foundation a few times. I understand that it was formed by Dr. Gary Nolan at Stanford University, a specialist in the immune system. And I understand he's particularly interested in medical examinations of people who may have been injured as a result of their contact with UFOs or UAP.
He has been contacted by elements within the national security state who have been engaged in confronting this phenomenon in a way that has put them into some physical proximity to some of these craft in a very antagonistic context. That they've been seeking to dominate them, shoot them down, invade them, break them open, and extract the people from in them. And some people have possibly encountered, adverse radiation from some of these exposures, also, or what we call radiation, but different frequencies of material. But also that we've always known from the very beginning of the space program that different types of germs and bacteria may have evolved in different star systems than ours, and that it would be devastating to our human body to ingest these. And there was great lengths that they went to at the beginning of the astronaut program to shield our astronauts against these kind of things. And so Dr. Nolan has been approached by the national security state and by different organizations in the national security state to engage in figuring out how to address these things. The challenge is that it's still in the context of a military operation, and so that we do have to be careful to protect our human family against exposure to things that may be damaging to us, but we have to try to get funding and programs operating that are independent of the military and the intelligence community, because you don't want to become part of that. You don't want to have to become part of that entire worldview in order to do things that are positive for our human family. So it's we've had these discussions before with the Sol Foundation, but they're perfectly desirous of having funding from other sources to be able to have this work be far less military oriented, and we support that.
Let's talk for a moment about the legal status of people that you refer to, the children, but I gather many of these psionic assets are recruited from other countries. They're young people. They're brought over here. I would imagine they have very little control over their own fate and fortune once they're brought here.
This is a challenge. The program began by trying to find younger children here inside the United States who were actually, interestingly, children of people in the military and in the intelligence community. They were trying to keep it in the family because of the security of the programs. And so that they were approaching the people that were involved in our military and in our intelligence community when they had children that seemed to be particularly gifted in this area. And they recruited them to come into the program and provide special training and stuff for them. And then it began apparently to expand out beyond that to other people in the United States, because they had some sense that if they confined their program to just people inside the United States, that it would be harder for the Chinese and Russians to realize we were doing it. A little naive, in my opinion. But the bottom line is, and then they realized that the Aboriginal people that had kept themselves apart from the Western culture, or had been compelled to stay apart from the Western culture, like the native people in our country on the reservations, had maintained these capacities to engage in direct communion with these other dimensions. And so that they began to look toward the reservations and the Aboriginal people within our own country. And then they said, oh, well, wait a second, look, Aboriginal people seem to be especially adept at this. What about those down in South America, in Central America? Because, that's all part of our domain, the Monroe Doctrine, that we're in control of Western civilization and Western Hemisphere. So then they began to focus in, Mexico and Central America and the Aboriginal tribes in South America. And now they've begun to do the work over in Africa as well, in islands, Samoan Island, and in the islands in the Pacific. So it is true that they're expanding this program out, and that the safeguards that they provide to the autonomy and the fundamental human rights of people that are non-citizens of the United States they always treat it differently. They don't somehow think that they're entitled to the same kind of safeguards and protections that they would have to provide to American citizens. This is a problem, and that we need to look into this. This is part of what in the Justice Department that we're working with to try to determine, what the activities are that have gone on in that domain, what the rights are of the people that may have been abused, and how to remedy that, and how to compensate those people for that, and remedy whatever wrongdoing has been inflicted upon them. And that's where we're at right now.
Well, that sounds actually quite serious. I've also heard, there's so many rumors going around that some of these craft, I don't know whether we're talking about the ARVs or the captured vehicles, but that they have asked adult humans to try to pilot them. They're piloted apparently through conscious intention of some sort, and I've heard these adult humans were able to make some progress, but one of the problems they ran into was that the craft are involved in time travel, and that for a normal adult human, time travel makes one very dizzy, and the people who were initially recruited as pilots couldn't handle that.
Well, it's an interesting way that you've heard this. Yeah. Okay, that various of us have heard various things, depending upon the access we have to some of these programs. But the bottom line is that I can affirm that there have been some very serious problems with the regular trained pilots of our American military, because that's where they all come from. They all come from the United States Navy, F-18 Super Hornet fighter pilots, or Air Force trained people, and that they have a certain kind of rigid mindset that has been developed in them, and so it makes it especially difficult for these people to get into the more subtle dimensions of their consciousness. And so when they're pushed into a situation where they have direct contact with these vehicles, where that's sort of forced upon them, as you saw with Jake Barber, that this is a very disquieting experience, and that they become disoriented, they begin to have mental problems, and these translate into various psychological characteristics of the people, and they begin to suffer. But the reality is that it's become even more serious than that with some of the pilots. The care being taken for their own psychological health and for their physical health has been less than ideal inside those programs. And that was one of the reasons why they started looking to try to find the children and train them and bring them up to be able to pilot these craft for them. But the problem is that they've also discovered that, I need to be careful here, but that they've engaged in the utilization of certain drugs, amphetamines and stuff, to hyperdose their own pilots and even some of these younger children. That have had extremely adverse consequences. This is part of what we're investigating now in cooperation with the Justice Department. We're trying to overcome some of the features of even our Justice Department, which is so designed for retribution or punishment. As a means of enforcing proper standards here. And we're trying to avoid doing that here because we're at one and the same time trying to be as compassionate and considerate as we can for people that have engaged in conduct that is highly questionable. But we also want to be thinking in terms of positive solutions for all of this. But there are some significant problems that have been encountered in this psionics program up to this point, and we're going to work with people that are coming into the new administration and new leadership that's going to be in the Justice Department and in the intelligence community and in the military and in the State Department to try to solve these problems.
Well, it strikes me from this conversation that we're dealing with ontological shock on many, many levels at once. Ontological shock that our government, whom we come to trust, has been behaving unethically and illegally. Ontological shock about the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, ontological shock about the existence of psychic abilities, and finally, ontological shock about the possibility of time travel.
All true. all those are true. All those are true. And very importantly, the additional shock that the entire realm of organized religions and institutionalized religions on our planet may well have been a means by which information that's been gleaned in part by encounters with these phenomena have been codified in a way that is going to have to be subject to some substantial modification. Okay, and that the institutions are going to hold on and resist this, and so that those of us who are involved in advocating and promulgating the kind of changes that need to be made have to be, as I mentioned, very considerate about how difficult this is going to be for some of the guardians of these institutions. But at the same time, we cannot become part of a continued foot dragging and cover up of what it is that's gone wrong in the past. Okay, so this is going to be an extremely delicate balance that we have to strike here between compassion and making remedial steps that are real and not just subterfuges. As Father Davis, my superior at the Jesuit headquarters, used to say, when the change has become absolutely mandatory, the Catholic Church will always be able to say, as we have always taught, and they'll go right back to that thing, finding something in their background that shows that they were smart about this and they'd recognize this, and they're just going to bring it to the fore right now. But you see the kind of conflict that's going on in the Catholic Church, between the reactionaries and the progressives right now. I mean, the Opus Dei people and the Knights of Malta and all these people that are some of their more aggressive and stratified and solidified institutions inside the church are basically beside themselves over the fact that the first Jesuit, Francis, has been now selected as the Pope. And they're basically catatonic over some of the steps that have been taken by Francis to try to bring the church not only up into the 20th century, which was the purpose of Vatican II, but to now bring them into the 21st century. Mm-hmm. And so that they're going to have to play some significant leadership role in Western civilization, and as in the Protestant fundamentalists are going to have a significant set of problems with this. But again, we have to be compassionate to understand that they've been led into some of the positions that they're maintaining by institutions, and that the institutions have to be changed, and therefore some of their own personal beliefs are going to have to be changed. So that's what, again, the New Paradigm Institute is working at, trying to establish positive relations with every one of these different institutions that we can, all across the political spectrum, all across the political spectrum and all across all the worldviews. And people are going to say to us, well, how can you, and they have said to us, how can you possibly be willing to talk to anybody, inside the military? Because all the military exists for is to conquer natural resources for the major corporations. You say, that's been the downside of some of the military thinking and some of the intelligence community thinking. But we have to salvage the positive parts of our institutions and mature them. That's what we have to do now. And it's not going to be easy. But the fact is, we are all blessed. We are all blessed to have been born, or I guess this incarnation of us, where we are right now in this incarnation, is going to be one of the most exciting and productive incarnations that we've ever had. And so that it's going to be helpful for us to be able to recall as best we can the lessons that we have learned in previous incarnations. Each individual one of us, as well as our culture, is going to have to understand all of these things, because this is going to be not only the most exciting, but one of the most challenging transitions that our human family has ever had to undergo. And I think we just focus on the positive and exciting parts of it, and be devoted collectively to overcoming the challenges that we're going to encounter. But take heart that every single time you encounter a problem with one of our other fellow human beings, you have to just go to a place of overcoming the problem, of not confronting them, not insulting them, not demonizing them, not engaging in some sort of a dialectical confrontation with them or shaming them, that we have to transcend all of that while still not succumbing to giving into, allowing any of the malfeasance that we've engaged in because of our lack of insight to continue. That's what we have to do.
Well, I hear almost daily from somebody who says that anything having to do with the paranormal, whether it's UFOs or spirit communication, is the work of the devil. And then some of the more intelligent people who hold that point of view say, take a look at the abductions, take a look at the people who claim they've been impregnated and then their fetus was stolen from out of their body. They're obviously engaged in demonic kinds of activities.
Yeah, no, that's a big one. That is a big one, and that, and it doesn't really do any good just simply to say, well, look how we treat chimpanzees, and look how we treat other animals and life forms, when we go experimenting on them and using them for testing and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't work. It doesn't cause them to go, oh yeah, I guess you're right. This is a worldview issue. This is a worldview issue. And so once you come to understand that what we've got to get down to is dealing with the fact that we as a human family have not been able to come up with any definitive answer to either the cosmological question of the source of our origins of our universe. We haven't been able to come up with really a clear understanding of what the ultimate outcome and direction of our universe is really going to be. We haven't been able to figure out the secrets of ontology and how consciousness plays a role in the ongoing teleological evolution of our species. And we certainly haven't yet figured out how to determine exactly what's true and what isn't. I mean, especially in this time with artificial intelligence, in photoshopping, and that you could be talking right now to an AI entity instead of me. That they would have been able to just capture some of my voice and some of my visuals, and you could be talking to an AI being right now. You're not, but on the other hand, even if you were, they'd be telling you that you're not. And so you get an idea of how difficult this epistemological period is that we're in, about how do we discern truth amidst all of this. And that's one of the things the New Paradigm Institute is trying to do, is say, look, we need to try to make certain that the things that we're saying are absolutely clearly accurate. Okay? It may not be proposing answers to some questions that we don't really have a definitive answer to yet. But I think one of the key insights is to understand that each of the octave of different human worldviews that we have, that are characterized in the political realm as from the right to the left, is authoritarian and reactionary and conservative and moderate and liberal and progressive and utopianist. These are characteristics of worldviews that we hold, but the differentiation between the adherence to one or another is predicated upon the assumptions they make about these four fundamental questions. of the origins of the universe, the cosmological question, the teleological question of the end result of the present functioning of the cycles of our universe. Thirdly, the ontological question, the relationship between consciousness and the materialization of consciousness into material forms, and then this fundamental epistemological question of how you go about determining truth. That the conclusion, the operating conclusion, even if unconscious, that each individual comes to about those four questions goes into making up a worldview. So, but just by giving them some additional facts on some ancillary issue doesn't move them at all. You know, so that this is a challenge, but we at least know this. We know this about our human family, and so we have to take that into account. So that we take that into account when we're dealing with a person, to realize you can't just tell them, say, here, look at this information, look at this evidence that is here, because it is so contrary to their worldview that they cannot allow it to come in. They can't accept it. That is what most people are referring to when they're referring to just ontological shock, is I can't let this information in as real because it is so disruptive to the fundamental unconscious belief systems that I have that I'll be lost. I'll be at sea. I won't know how to navigate in my normal world. So this is how challenging this issue is, and that why we have to exercise such care and sophistication in knowing how to get this information shared with our people and integrated into our institutions. This is an extraordinary challenge, but if it were easy, someone else would have already done it.
Well, when I first spoke to you last summer, I asked you about reports, particularly promulgated on the Gaia network by a fellow named Corey Goode, that we already have a secret base on Mars, and we have vehicles that can travel back and forth at least to Mars, if not elsewhere in the solar system. And you were very skeptical about that, even, I would say, hostile, as am I. But when we talk about the ARVs and the possibility that they're engaging in travel close to light speed and possibly engaging in time travel, and the suggestion that they do leave the planet, I begin to wonder if you're having any second thoughts about that.
Well, it's interesting. I don't have any second thoughts about Corey Goode, or Wilcox and those guys that got into complete conscious fantasizing and fictionalizing about all of that. But it is more to the people like Linda Moulton Howe has now started to believe that some of this is true. So I'm going to be seeing her. I'm going to be seeing her next weekend. I'm going to be talking with her more about this. But that my personal information, at least at this stage, is that are the people that have been involved out of the national security state, in the military and in the intelligence communities, their consciousness is at such a level that they've had such problems with really mastering this particular realm, that they have not, in fact, engaged in venturing out into the realms that you're talking about. That's why they're still getting all these crashes that are taking place, that they need to have people like Jake Barber, be able to go out and recover the craft, because they're trying to fly around. They've got the big base at Sedona. There's one major underground base outside of Sedona, in that they're experimenting now. They're trying to fly these things around, and they're flying them around inside our atmosphere. I don't have any doubt that they're capable of mimicking UFO activity, genuine UFO activity. But I don't believe that they've actually mastered this adequately to be engaged in building a base on the opposite side of the moon, or going to Mars already. They're knocking on the door. That they are. They're knocking on the door of this. And that's why some people who start getting little bits of this information recklessly, in my opinion, project it out sort of arithmetically into the future of what it might look like, and then they try to pretend it's true. But I don't believe it is. At this point, I do not believe that yet. And we're trying to be very careful about this at the New Paradigm Institute, because Some people are going to be critical of us by saying, you're not going far enough. You're not going far. And so I would just because I find it to be so helpful, one of the first things that we were taught, in evidence by Lawrence Tribe at Harvard Law School, he tells the very famous story about Oliver Wendell Holmes, who was a very noted Harvard jurist and Supreme Court justice, that he was such a workaholic. He used to work 7 days a week, and his wife got really upset about this. And one spring morning back in the 1890s, or whenever it was that he was the Supreme Court justice, she packed up a picnic lunch on a Sunday and hooked up the buckboard and went over to the Congress building where the Supreme Court was still at that time. And she made him come out and come on a picnic. And she got him out into the buckboard, and they were going out into the Virginia countryside. And as they were going along, she looked over and she said, "Oh, look, Ollie, someone is shorn all the wool off all those sheep over there." And Oliver Wendell Holmes turned and looked at them, and he turned back to her and said, "No, my dear, the most that we can say is somehow the wool has been removed from at least the side of the sheep that we can see." At which point she turned the buckboard back around and kicked him out and sent him back to work and went and ate the lunch herself. And so the tribe tells the story because if you're going to be extraordinarily cautious, and you're going to say just those kind of things step by step as they teach people in the law to do, but the bottom line is it's 99.9% probable that someone has shorn all the wool off all those sheep over there. Okay? That's what we've got to come to deal with here. We've got to carefully be able to make surmise about things based on the data that we have, and we want to try to get as many data points as we possibly can before we start to kind of solidify this into some sort of operating theory. And we have to also recognize the difference between a theory or a hypothesis and a theory and a fact. So, we can't get too esoteric about this, but I think people can appreciate the care that has to be exercised here, especially before you start condemning someone who believes some kind of theory that you might consider to be speculation. And you can't just attack them and say, "Oh, they're completely wrong," or, and so you have people set up camps inside the UFO community and inside the spiritual community, inside the political community all the time, where they want to lock down on one particular thesis and they want to condemn and demonize those who don't agree with them. This is a quality of our human family that we have to learn to transcend here. If we're going to be able to establish a trustworthy relationship with an extraterrestrial civilization that may have 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion years of further research into these areas, okay? And yet at the same time, we have to be very careful, and I want to emphasize, of not just sort of accepting whatever it is they say about reality. And therefore, we succumb to them and we lose all of our agency, So that's this extraordinarily interesting period that we're in, and it's a challenge. We should all enjoy the challenge, to warm to the challenge, and share our opinions about these things with each other. And that's what we're doing here.
Well, I know you've used the phrase "our human family" many times in the course of our conversation, and I'm beginning to see how important that is to your work. If we're going to begin to encounter a non-human civilization, we have to be able to, I should think, represent ourselves, the human collective, as a single entity.
That's right. No, that's exactly right. Our species is our species. We have very positive features and some still undeveloped features. We have some sort of a sense of where we may well be going teleologically and unfolding. But the bottom line is we have to try to have it's a lot of people don't have good family life. No, I refer to our human family. Some people aren't even talking to their brothers and sisters. Or they haven't talked to their father or uncle or something for 10 years. So we still have these challenges that we experience inside our own nuclear families. But what we have to begin to do is to see, as a species, we have to come to some sort of a collective sense of ourselves. Okay? If we're going to be able to have an effective and productive relationship with a species that is categorically different from us. And yet, it's clear that there are some extremely important similarities, at a minimum, between ourselves and some of the other species that we've encountered. That these are bipeds. These have a 2 legs and 2 arms and trunk and a head and eyes and ears. That virtually all of the 5 different species that have been talked about a lot by people who've encountered them have these features about them, and therefore it's easier for us to relate to them in some way. And what we have to do is look at it that way, because we're still at a primitive point where when people come upon another human being and that person is white instead of black, or is dark brown instead of white, that we rivet upon their differences instead of saying, look, this is a regular human being. They're intelligent and spiritual and love their children and we're all human beings. And so we have to try to get past this thing of fixating on the differences between ourselves and focus on the positives, and also realize that that like 98% of our DNA is the same as chimpanzees, and to have a much more benign attitude toward the other living beings on our planet, to understand that we evolved from a common source, and that it's true that the beings from another star system do in fact originate from the same source as us, which is this universe. Okay, so these are our universal sisters and brothers, but we have to be able to recognize our own sisters and brothers, our own parents, our own fellow human beings, and ratify their bona fides and their absolute value. Okay, so this is a task that has been historically viewed as a religious task, as a spiritual task of being able to evolve to a state of consciousness where you perceive the commonality of others and other life forms and nature itself. So that, and this is of course the Aboriginal secret, is that they fully realize and recognize their organic relationship to the physical universe, and it's a much greater reality in their life. So we have to reinfuse a renewed, reinvigorated sense of religion, religare, the relinking of our human consciousness back into the material origins of our physical body that we have, and welcome this and say, we don't have to be afraid of nature. We don't have to be afraid of other life forms on our planet. We don't have to be afraid of other life forms in our galaxy. This is a spiritual mission ultimately. And the reality is, I don't think there's going to be any way to avoid that. People are going to try to avoid being characterized, this is some kind of a spiritual trip. That people are already saying that about the new paradigm. This is some kind of a weird spiritual operation. I guess they shouldn't be surprised, since I came from Jesuit headquarters, working on this issue. I haven't attempted to disguise it at all, but I think that this is ultimately a spiritual undertaking on our part. And other people may refer to it as, as supernatural, but the vast majority of people on our planet believe that there is an actual supernatural dimension, and they're interested in integrating it in their life. And I hope that we can all succeed in doing that as we reach out to the stars here.
And you've got some hardcore military folks like Jake Barber and his friend Fred Baker who subscribe to the idea that there's something very sacred about this communication.
Yeah, and they're all realizing that. They're all encountering it. I mean, Lou Elizondo recognizes that. Stephen Greer recognizes that. Steve Bassett recognizes that. Linda Moulton Howe recognizes all that. Paul Hynek recognizes all that. Nick Pope, all of our people. James Fox, all of our people working in this particular area recognize that this has a distinct spiritual dimension, and that's how they perceive it. And so that we have to open ourselves to welcoming this. There are some people, profound religious fundamentalists, who view it as a spiritual issue, but they're so locked into the dialectic that they believe that there's a satanic dimension to the other beings, and it's a fear that they have, and we're going to have a special apostolate, if you will, to reach out to them and try to get them to overcome this. And that very effort on our part, they view as a threat, that we're actually we're kind of spies or something, or foreign agents for a foreign power of some sort. And I'm hoping that we can overcome this. We have to be able to overcome it inside the Catholic Church. We have to be able to overcome it inside for example, in the Baptist Church. There are whole different sections of those. The Episcopal Church has a lot of these issues. So we have to be able to overcome this internal warring with ourselves, and come to embrace this. And as we progress in this, I think the extraterrestrial beings are going to say, good, okay, now they're making progress. They're making progress. We can open ourselves to them much more. We can reach out to them in a much more obvious way. We can begin to have more formalized relations with us. And I'm hoping we're going to be able to do this at an accelerated rate here, because it's definitely upon us. This is definitely, the time has arrived. The time that all of us for the last 80 years, we sort of marked that point from 1947. In 1945, at the end of World War II, when all this national security state stuff started. But from 1947, with at least the crash of the Roswell crash, there's been this very aggressive program on the part of the United States national security state to lie about this and conceal this out of a fear that they're not going to be able to navigate this change. But very important, to the extent to which it's just that they're adhering to maintaining the people in institutions in power that are presently in power on the planet, that we have to have a higher vision of what it is the mission of our human family really is. And so I think that we're going to succeed in doing this.
Well, Danny Sheehan, what a pleasure for me to have this conversation with you at this moment in time, and to be able to share it with our audience. I'm very grateful you were able to take the time to be with me.
Terrific, Jeffrey. Anytime, every day, anytime you like.
Well, good, because the information is coming at us fast and furious, so I'm looking forward to many more conversations with you.
Fantastic. Let's do it.
Thank you, and for those of you watching or listening, thank you, because you are the reason that we are here.
Amazing. Amazing. Well, that's as good as it's getting right there. We got some good stuff done. I mapped out this place, fixed the map in the ship. It's actually cool. I like it. I'm going to go check it out right now. Whew. Before I end the stream. We got another rider. Potentially. Stay right there, buddy. No! You asshole. How did he manage to... Oh, I'm gonna end you. Gotcha.
Gotcha, bitch!
we got another one. Welcome to the park. Go do your thing. Go enjoy. Oh my god, back to back. Whoa. Oh, you're gonna have a partner. Wow, they're going fast. Oh man, they're gonna stop each other. I'm gonna have to reset those. Oh god. I'm gonna borrow a couple of these. My little traps. That's sick. I got 2 back to back. Oh my gosh. They just love this park, dude. They fucking love it.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop. Oh.
Didn't I have a new one? Oh, yeah. I gotta find the 2 that got stuck together. Because they're gonna mess everything up. These guys are getting too close together too. Need a little space there. That's good. Crowd control. Maybe they already got reset. Nope, I don't see him. Oh, I see 2. Maybe they got stuck. Is there a commotion that I can't see? Oh shit, I gotta go cut him off. They're coming. I feel like I should have seen them by now. This is just fucking blasting through. Okay, this is suspicious. Let's go do a maintenance run. See who. I feel like there's someone stuck somewhere. Let's do a quick run around the track, and then I'm going to end this wonderful stream. Now, see? Look at this shit. Looks like they're... Oh, Enderman, why are you fucking up? You bastard. Why are you stuck there? That'd be sick if you stayed. I just had an Enderman there. That'd be so sick. This was a great addition. He's staying right there too. I got a few of these guys. That was epic. Yes.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe. You monster.
Thanks, GLaDOS. Yeah, something's going on. I heard one and then he didn't pop out. So they're getting stuck. Yeah, there's one. Go on. He probably sent guys back. Yeah, here's a big old jump. God damn it. I gotta go race him. Oh god. I'm not gonna beat him. Oh god, they're coming right now. Oof, oof. Look at all these bastards. No. I'll get him on the way back. This will give me enough room to get them all sorted. I've got 2 more, man. It's a lot. It's a lot on this track. Come on, stop. I'm gonna have to stop this guy too. Where are you? No, you just fucked it up for me. Oh my god. Look how many riders I have though. That's sick. Maybe this will help. Nope. Oh my god. No, don't. Go, go, go. Yeah. That's better. If I space them out correctly, They'll be alright. They'll be okay. Let's get, oh man. It's always the ones with the crazy sword that they're so fast. These guys are faster than the other ones. I don't mind putting another guy up top. I think I might do that. That'll alleviate some congestion. And this is how we do it. We'll put the gold guys up top because they're fast. The gold guys go faster. Go on. You should be fine. It should just put him right on the track. Yep. Oh, he's going the wrong way. I think. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, so this. Like that. Like that. Like that. Let's go up there real quick and figure this out. I wouldn't mind putting a fourth one up here, just to make it cool. Are these guys going backwards? I think they're going backwards. Did that guy stopped? Fuck. Damn this game. You're supposed to, I feel like it's supposed to go the other way. No, please. Oh, you fucking ass. I feel like it's supposed to go this way. Fuck. Pink. All right. Here we go. They're gonna crisscross. It's good enough. They look spaced out. They look spaced enough. They look spaced out enough. That's an instant death right there. Maybe this one could be delayed just a little bit. Yes.
Gotcha, bitch.
Sorry. Wow. Whoa. Okay. I'll take these. Red carpet. I'll take that. Let's go up and just look around. See, look at, there's people all over now. Every direction there's movement. I like that. Makes it look busy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Yo, thank you for watching. Hope you learned something today. I'm gonna post the links into the description below. Please do subscribe. I'll see you next time. Later, folks. Good night. Thanks for watching. Peace.